Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to the July 27th special meeting of Council. I'd like to first recognize that we are in the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk today will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. Today's special meeting of Council will be held in accordance with the Community Charter, Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272, and Ministerial Order number M192. Therefore, members of the public are required to observe meetings virtually and not attend in person. Question period will be suspended throughout the duration of this order being in effect. Members of the staff that are partaking in the meeting will be spread out in the auditorium, and the first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Gurry, and we have a few.
Thank you, Worship. For late items today, we are adding Health and Housing Task Force meeting recommendation from their July 22nd, 2020 meeting to consent items 6C. We're removing agenda item 11A, correspondence, and we're adding to item 13, the procedural motion, Community Charter, section 91K. And as well, your worship, coffee is on the way.
Thank you very much. A motion for approval of the agenda as amended. Councillor Bonner, seconded Councillor Martman. All in favor? Contrary? Thank you very much. Councillor Turley, I will look for your raised hand as the case may be. And I saw it. Thank you. Good morning. Presentations. The first is Ms. Legan. Sustainable procurement. Looking forward to this.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to begin by acknowledging Council and yourself, Mayor, for making this an important agenda item for everyone. And I'd like to also thank the City team, Ms. Mercer, Ms. Fulla, and Ms. Rushton. Ms. Rushton is with us this morning. She's our procurement manager, and she is a force of procurement and does an amazing job for the city and has been incredibly supportive and instrumental in getting us here today. I'd also like to thank Jake's leadership, Mr. Rudolph, for his leadership, and the whole senior leadership team for engaging and providing feedback, getting ready for today. And then finally, the consultants, Tim Reeve and Amanda Schwinnard, both of whom are with us today. Their style of consulting is to knowledge transfer and to be an extension of our team, so they have been amazing working with us. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reeve, and he's going to lead us through this discussion this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Reeve, and welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you very much, councillors. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Shelley.
Even if you do feel boxed in by the plexiglass?
Pardon me?
Even if you do feel boxed in by the plexiglass?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So thank you very much for having us here this morning. I'm here with my colleague Amanda, and it's really a pleasure to get an opportunity to address you and to looking forward to having this discussion regarding sustainable procurement. I believe most of you would have received a little bit of background information in preparation for our discussion this morning. And so I won't say too much about myself and Amanda and our firm. You might know a little bit about us. We work with cities and universities and public sector agencies across Canada. We've been doing it for some time. And it's great to get an opportunity to work with a local government who's interested in using its procurement as a mechanism for advancing various corporate priorities, including some of the social and environmental sustainability goals that you may have as an organization. The purpose of our discussion here this morning, and let's see if I can use this, that's great, is to really help inform a direction for the City of Nanaimo as we move forward and on sustainable procurement. And I'm going to say more and share with you and get your input on what building a great high-performing program looks like. To prepare for this, we've done a few different things. One of which is we've taken a look with Shelley and the staff team over the last couple of months to sort of see where is Nanaimo starting from in terms of its journey on advancing its sustainable procurement efforts. We've benchmarked your program against other municipalities locally and further afield. We've collected some success stories. We've started to look at a shopping list of product and service categories that we think are particularly relevant for your organization. And we're trying to find more ways to really align the procurement work that's going on with your top level strategies and your purpose. In terms of our purpose this morning specifically, we want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable with the working model and framework that we're proposing for sustainable procurement and what a great program looks like, and that we are aligned as a team around the approach that we're suggesting that Nanaimo can move forward on. And we'd like to get some specific input on a few elements of an action plan that's been put together. We have drafted an action plan to help the city move forward. We're presenting that to you, and we're looking for your input, comments, suggestions, modifications, etc., so that we and the staff team can plot next steps. What I'd like to do is just start off with a little bit of sustainable procurement unpacked, if I may, just to ensure that we're all on the same page in terms of some of the terminology that we use around sustainable procurement. And of course, this is all related to, the things that you buy as an organization, and looking at that function of buying products and services and looking to see if there are, in addition to fulfilling a need, are there other objectives that we might be able to fulfill as well, as we're buying office supplies, vehicles, electronic equipment, office furniture, litter pickup services, small equipment, cleaning, etc., all the sorts of things that cities buy. We use sustainable as an umbrella term under which we nest various themes. We're going to come back to this slide and ask you some questions about this in a little bit. But when we talk about sustainable procurement, we really believe that sustainable is a functional kind of umbrella term under which we can nest a whole lot of different themes that relate to sustainability and get more specific. Of course, the environmental pillar, long-standing work's been done around green procurement and the environmental aspects of the products and services that we're buying, and you can see these boxes relate to some of the goals from the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the things that we know is that procurement contributes to many of these different goals. It's one of the reasons why we feel procurement is such an important place to focus on for organizations. So there's environmental procurement, green purchasing, and an example of success already is some of the higher efficiency boilers that have been put in at some of the park facilities, Baben Pool, for example, with lots of energy savings and recognition and awards for the city. And so we want to look at more examples of this and begin to institutionalize some of this work that's going on. We know that sustainable procurement also includes a social domain as well, related to things around diversity and skills training and job opportunity and economic development for local businesses, etc. And again, some examples already in play here are work with the John Howard Society, where they're contracted to help with litter pickup and cleaning in the downtown area. It's good for the city, creates some job opportunities and employment, and it comes with an overall kind of best value approach to the procurement and the contracting. There's an ethical aspect to this work as well, and increasingly organizations are interested to know where do the products come from and what are the working conditions under which they're made. And so more cities and jurisdictions are beginning to look at the factory conditions and signaling to their suppliers and their subcontractors some desire for some minimum standards related to factory conditions. So these are all elements of sustainable procurement, and our model is that sustainable procurement in many ways can be a driver of your key priorities. These are just illustrative of some of the things that might be in a local government sustainability plan or strategy: reducing emissions, being more energy efficient, zero waste, economic development, etc. And we believe procurement is a way to affect several of these potentially at the same time. And so we really like to see procurement as an underpinning of these sustainability and green strategies and not another pillar alongside those that are there already. When we talk about a program, we really think that a best practice program has 10 key elements. It's not necessary to have all of these in place to do green and sustainable procurement, and Nanaimo is an example of a local government that's already doing some great things, even in the absence of having all of these elements of a high-performing program in place. Nonetheless, the best programs that have the most impact, deliver savings, eco and social benefits, bring recognition, engage staff and the community with great stories, have most of these elements in place. And over time, the goal is to put these things in place for Nanaimo, and our action plan that we're presenting today is intended to help put these elements in place where they may be missing and scale up those that are just starting out. What does this look like in action? Really, it comes to play in two main ways. One is when we're going out to bid for products and services, the RFPs, the tenders, the P-card purchases. It can happen at different scales, but when we go to buy something, we might think about the environmental and social risks that are inherent in that product or service, look for ways to mitigate those. It also comes through working with suppliers, and often we have contracts that last several years, perhaps with an option to renew, and so we would be remiss in not chatting with those suppliers during the life of those contracts around what new things might they be able to do to reduce packaging or to employ folks locally or to be aware of the next green innovation that Nanaimo might be interested in so they as a partner can begin to position themselves to be working effectively with you moving forward. When it comes to the bid part of it and going out to market, we really propose this sort of best value approach, which is very aligned with the doctrine of procurement here at the city already. And so we see price, quality, service, and sustainability being a blend of criteria under which best value decisions are being made. That means that we're not necessarily looking to buy the greenest product every time. We're looking to think about what are the green risks and issues, I'll just use green broadly, and integrate those appropriately into our purchasing decisions. We may not necessarily buy the greenest product, but the goal is to at least think about what are the green risks and opportunities and make sure that we're mindful of those in the procurement. This can happen at various levels of procurement, as simple as encouraging staff to think about avoiding excessive plastic when they go to buy something on a corporate purchasing card, or to look for the Made in Canada or Made in Vancouver Island symbol. At the tenders and RFP stage, there's obviously more consideration that goes in working with staff teams, setting specifications, etc. And on the big projects, even more consideration. But this is work that can be scaled for the different levels of spending that are taking place. And we also know that there are a certain subset of your suppliers that represent the vast majority of spending that you do. And so as we think about working over the coming few or several years with suppliers, there will be some that are more significant, and we'll want to focus our attention on those, that kind of Pareto principle or that 80-20 rule. So I want to just stop there and take a pause and just see if there are any questions around, well, what do we mean by sustainable procurement? What are some of the features of a high-performing program, or what does an approach to this work look like? And then I'm going to ask you to help begin to define a couple of the priorities related to these green, social, ethical pillars in a moment. But let me just ask if there's any questions on what I've presented so far.
Shy and modest group this morning. It's not like this council. Perhaps it's because there's no coffee yet.
Pardon me?
We're just leaving a lot of it.
Okay. We have passed out, I think all of you would have received something called a workbook. And maybe I could just ask you to grab that. We are looking to try and get your best advice and input as we work through this material today. And one of the things that we're interested in is to try and learn a little bit more about what you feel might be some of the green, social, or ethical priorities that maybe the Nanaimo wants to think about when it comes to its sustainable procurement. And so, as I mentioned, if we go back here a couple of slides, there are these different domains: the environmental domain, energy, waste, water, habitat, toxics. Not all of these are necessarily equally important to the city of Nanaimo. And there will...
Councillor Martin has a question.
Oh, yes.
Actually, thank you. And I think a few of us have actually been on the webinars for social procurement, et cetera. But can you refresh my memory what the HIPPO list is?
Yes. Yes, here we go. Here's the image. Yeah, the HIPPO, sorry for not unpacking that earlier. One of the things that we very strongly believe is that in addition to having the elements of a good program, policy, procedures, tools, training, etc., it's very useful for cities to have a shopping list pre-identified of big-ticket product and service categories that we know have either high risk or high opportunity, and gives us a starting point for some of the work that we're doing. One could imagine, and it's laid out in our action plan, that in the next few or several months there might be a decision to adopt a policy around sustainable procurement. And if that was the case, staff would be looking for some signal around, okay, well, where do we begin? We buy hundreds of different products and services, working with lots and lots of different suppliers. And the HIPPO list is intended to be a starting point, Councillor, in terms of some of the product and service categories that we would start to focus on first. It just gives us a roadmap of contracts that we know are coming up in the procurement cycle that we think have high risk or opportunity.
Thank you.
And I think as part of the package that we handed out, you may also have seen some success stories that we put together. There would have been a little bundle of 5 of these one-pagers on some of the procurements that you've made already. And in our concept of a high-functioning program, your HIPPO list represents products and services to work on in the future. And in theory, HIPPOs turn into success stories that you can publish with the staff and with the public to promote the good work that's going on, and that through input potentially from council and certainly staff and others, we would find new things to go on the HIPPO list every 3 to 6 or 12 months. Yeah. So,
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. So HIPPO stands for High Impact Procurement Opportunities?
yes, it does.
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
We love those acronyms.
I don't, but
So one of the things that we wanted to see is if we could get some help from you around defining what might be some of the green priorities or social priorities or potentially ethical priorities as you believe they maybe are for the city of Nanaimo. And what I mean more specifically is that if we're in a situation where we need to trade off between energy and packaging or GHG emissions and something local, where should we be focusing some of our attention? And so we have asked in the workbook if on the second page you might just take 2 minutes right now to perhaps jot down what do you believe might be some of the, let's see here, green priorities or social priorities. Do you have one of these? Yeah, all right. Or ethical. And we're not making decisions to say this is the only things that we would focus on, but when we have trade-offs, it's helpful to know what's deemed to be a little bit more important than others. So we're asking you to grab a pen, and I'll give you about 2 minutes, if that works, to just jot down there under each of the 3 columns what you believe might be some of the higher ranking priorities that would give a little guidance when we need to make trade-offs. Or if we're going to work on a policy in the coming months, this will help inform what are some of the themes that should be called out in that policy. So I'll just give you a couple minutes to think of a few ideas, and then we can hear what your thoughts are. Would anybody like a little more time? Well, there are no wrong answers, so please don't agonize over it. But let's, perhaps we could go around and just hear a couple of them to get a sense of what sort of things were on people's minds.
I'll start off on the environmental side, and it's obvious, as I'm notorious for running automobiles into the ground. It's around durability.
Durability? Mm-hmm.
In other words, you don't have to keep, it's not like the stupid barbecue that has to get replaced every couple of years because it doesn't last. In other words, is it capable of being repaired? Is it durable? Could be used for a long period of time and kept going, as opposed to remanufacturing and requiring the remanufacturing of a replacement.
Right, yeah. So quality and durability, yeah, great. Okay. Was there another priority on the social or ethical side?
On the social side, I was tempted to say, obviously, local jobs is what you have up there already, and I was thinking about, perhaps preferential treatment for VIU graduates, but you know what, in an international world, I withdrew that thought.
Okay. Well, let's go around the table perhaps, and we can hear from others. That's great, so.
Councillor Kesselbrock.
Thank you. Yeah, just sort of building on Mayor Progg's comment about durability, I think it's really touching on the broader theme of like waste reduction. So things that can last longer can be repaired locally, other aspects of reducing waste. And I think I tend to clump GHG reduction into waste reduction. So procurement that reduces waste, carbon waste, and I think that's in the social realm, and also I think it is related to the environmental realm, is like promoting local supply chain. So the more local the manufacturing, the production, the better. So that's the main one for the social and environmental. And then ethical, just thinking of, conditions for work and sort of all those environmental aspects, but just where, if it's overseas suppliers, being able to monitor sort of the quality of how that's being produced.
Okay, yeah, great. So the waste reduction theme really, again, sort of hearkening back to the comments regarding durability, and also looking at reducing emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, it sounded like were a couple, and then looking at maybe some minimum labor standards in that ethical domain. Mm-hmm. Great, okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sort of building on those themes, GHG emission or equivalency emission reductions, and I think touched upon is waste reduction, but yeah, definitely waste reduction, zero waste, and those ideas of zero waste or a circular economy and how there really is no waste, or that idealized state. Under social, definitely the local supply chain considerations, local employment, and then also, if possible, sort of the employment opportunities for individuals that may have difficulty finding employment. Ethical, sort of touched upon fair wage, how those companies tend to do business, the source of the materials, but also, I think, importantly, reconciliation.
Okay, all right. So that's and that would mean, what would that mean more specifically? Maybe making a point to try and contract with Aboriginal Indigenous suppliers, or some diversity within the suppliers we have already in their labor force?
Yeah, I think we have some great local examples of companies that really try very hard to do skills training and employ some of the First Nations individuals that are local to this area in their programs and in their projects.
Right, okay, great. Yes.
Thank you. I won't repeat. I didn't actually write anything in environmental because I knew that would be covered. But for me, it's about supporting the people in our community. So probably more along ethical and, again, ensuring that I think there's a real opportunity. We have a university, we have a lot of construction. How are we supporting those apprentices to stay in our community, et cetera, et cetera? So nothing specific, but around local employment, local sourcing, and ensuring that our workforce is diverse and supporting those companies that look at diversity.
Right, great, okay. And then do we have a couple folks moving this way? Okay.
Thank you for that. And under environment, I had the carbon footprint, and if it's, I know this is a hard one, but if it's possible that as we're looking at a particular product to somehow measure how much carbon was used to get it to where it's being used. So that's kind of the thing, like the mayor, long-term products, things that last long, that sort of thing, that are worth the money you pay for them. I have a whole bunch under social, local employment is raised earlier, diversity in employment. Also, apprentice, like how many local apprentices is the company going to be hiring? And are companies willing to state this up front?
Right.
Or is it part of the RFP? And the possibility of looking at our RFPs and maybe breaking them down, larger ones into smaller ones, so that more local companies would have an opportunity to bid on it, as opposed to necessarily being a subcontractor, whereas there's been probably a bit more money for them, that sort of thing. I know that puts the city in the position of being a project manager, and which is a bit more work, or even a general contractor. Does the company have a social procurement statement?
Okay.
Which I think is rather important, right? Have they actually looked at it? And I know lots of companies, especially the larger ones, have that. Sometimes they even have somebody on staff who's responsible for that. And the other thing is, when we're looking at products that we want to buy, is looking at them with the ideas, can we reword this so that more possibly social enterprise could possibly do the work?
Right.
And not that I'm saying anything on this, but my bus shelter thing, is it possible that a social enterprise could be made or created that could, say, install bus shelters, right? Or do we want to just go the route we've gone before and have a company just come in and bang them in, sort of thing, right? So looking at the long term, that's again a long term, can we help create enterprises that work in that way? And for some strange reason, I didn't have anything under ethical. I don't know what that says, so anyway.
Well, let me probe on that, if I may, then. I think I heard over here that there was some interest in some sort of minimum standards maybe around working conditions, sort of no child labor type of thing. Would you concur or feel like maybe that's not a priority just yet and we should be focusing on some of these other things?
Well, oh yes, absolutely. So, Councillor Armstrong has raised this before about batteries and cobalt and where it comes from, sort of thing. So, I guess there is a particular product, once it arrives on the store, how did it get there? How did it get there? What is involved in it? Is that something we actually want to do, I guess, from the ethical point of view?
Right. Okay.
Well, after all that, not much to add.
Maybe not,
actually.
eh? How about water, though? Is water important on the environment theme?
Water?
Conservation, like if we had to make a trade-off
Absolutely.
between packaging and water.
Just hit on water. Yes, I want to protect our groundwater. I want to protect public water, et cetera. That would definitely, I was more on the social enterprise. I looked at under ethical. And definitely supporting local business and economy and diversity, right? So however that looks.
Okay, great. We're going to, at the end of the session, if it's all right with you, collect these workbooks back. So any notes that you make in there will be helpful for us as we begin to refine the work going forward. And I should say that, as we do some of this prioritizing, it's not to suggest for a moment if toxics weren't something that you mentioned specifically, but in the course of procuring, say, cleaning supplies, toxics was something that we knew was a risk or an opportunity, we would look at it. But where we have to make some trade-offs, some of this prioritizing that you've done helps just give a little direction to staff around, okay, when we can't get everything that we want, what are the things that are most important? Waste, energy, emissions, the local jobs. These are some of the things that I'm hearing in this discussion. Great. Shall we move along?
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Turley, do you wish to add anything to the list of priorities?
Sorry, I had to step out for a bit, so I missed most of it.
Well, the rest of the team did a good job, we think, so we could.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move on. Thank you.
Okay. We'll, oh, I've lost my clicker here. What do I need to do? There we go. I mentioned the real ice. In many ways, Nanaimo is already doing a lot of sustainable procurement, but our observations are is that it's not yet formalized within a program, and that there isn't clear direction across the organization around what might be the green, social, and ethical priorities, and what are the mechanisms or procedures or tools that should be used to integrate this into the purchasing that we're doing. But there are successes that we can build on, and the real ice example that I mentioned earlier is one such, around energy efficiency and the savings particularly, and the recognition. And we see examples like this, and there's some others that we'll mention, and I think the 5 success stories that we passed around are also illustrative that there's lots of good things that are happening already. The OCP review that's going on, where there's a partnership between the consultant and Vancouver Island University to use some students and to get them involved in training and skills development, is another example of where a procurement can be used to leverage some additional sustainability feature or value add in addition to just fulfilling the absolute need that we have. When we look at programs, we look at these 10 elements and we try and rate or benchmark where is the organization at across these 10 different elements. And so maybe you'll have seen in our current state review that we did this moon ranking of the 10 elements. And what it largely revealed is that Nanaimo is in a starting phase. And on the 10-point scale of maturity, we needn't quibble too much about the exact number, but we're not yet an 8, 9, or a 10. And whether we're a 3, 4, or a 5 doesn't matter too much. What we know is that we would like to improve and do better. And what this benchmarking reveals is that there are some elements of your program that are starting and in place, and there are some that need to be built almost from scratch. There's a few references to sustainability in some of the policy documents, but not in a terribly meaningful way that makes it easy to understand what to do. There are some tools that are being used, checklists, questionnaires that are being used to solicit information from suppliers, but they're not widely used as of yet. There's been a little bit of training for some staff, and I know you had a presentation on this topic or a subtopic, social procurement, some time ago. And that as well, when it comes to engaging suppliers, we're not really formally having conversations with our suppliers just yet around sustainability. That's not built into our processes. There's some budget that's been made available to help do this benchmarking and action planning work, but there's no dedicated resourcing, or there's no resources within the procurement group that are earmarked to help work with the internal client departments to put this kind of programming in place. So we know that there's lots of needs around where the program is going to go. We've started on a HIPPO list. There's a little bit of measurement and reporting that's going on different green features of other work, but not specifically with respect to the procurement. So we're really in a starting phase here, and I don't think that'll come as lots of surprise. The good news is that because of some affiliation between Nanaimo and the other cities on Vancouver Island through your CCSPI club, and also a club that our company runs, the Canadian Collaboration for Sustainable Procurement, is a network of 30 cities and universities across Canada, from Victoria to Whitehorse to Yellowknife to Halifax, and most of the bigger cities in between. We have a lot of tools and resources and things that we can share, and Nanaimo, by virtue of being a member of these clubs, has some access to that kind of thing as well. And that can help accelerate very quickly your journey to becoming a more high-impact, sustainable procurement kind of organization. Here's the moon chart summarized, and you can see some of the other mid-sized to large municipalities in the province. And what you largely see is lots of open circles indicating lots of programming with gaps. You see on the bottom row the City of Vancouver, who's been working on this for some time and has invested a fair amount of money having their program developed. They've got some staffing to help with their work, so you see more full moons and three-quarter moons there. Nanaimo, of course, is on the top row, and what we can see is we're largely in kind of a starting phase. Are there questions? Hopefully this resonates in terms of a sense of where you're starting from as an organization. And I think the short story is that there's some pieces of a program in place. There's some successes that have come from the efforts to date. But if we look at a sort of a formalized program within the city to regularly consider the green and ethical and social risks and opportunities with low-value procurement, with bids and tenders, and great big projects, that kind of systematic program is not yet in place, but we can start to move one forward. Yeah.
Councillor Gesselbach.
Thank you. I just was wondering around, like Vancouver's been at this for a lot longer, and obviously like the scale of purchasing that they do is much larger. So there's probably already started to generate a bit of an economy of scale around purchasing, and like, is there quite established opportunities, or is it still developing to be able to garner knowledge and, you know, leverage the capacity that they have, you know, for a smaller municipality?
Yeah, great question. Three things come to mind. One is that for the best programs, we think there's a combination of what I would call both heart and smart. The smart part of these programs is the tools, the policy, the procedures, the checklists, you know, to collect information from suppliers or to help staff remember which green issues to focus on. The hard part of it is capturing people's desire to want to actually use those tools, follow those procedures, etc. And one of the great failings of many sustainable procurement programs across the country, and this is quite important, is a lack of effort on the heart side of it. And the heart side is often represented by staff training and education and engagement and really, you know, helping people feel comfortable to use the tools and things. So that's a long way of answering your question around City of Vancouver. There's a lot of opportunity left for the City of Vancouver to have much, much more impact from their work. It's not a lack of good technical, smart tools and things, but they're a giant city. They haven't invested as heavily in the training and education. There's lots of client departments that aren't aware of the policy, and so things are slipping through the cracks. The second point is that there's lots of examples of things that they've done, other cities have done, specifications that they've used, suppliers perhaps that they've had success with. And our club of cities and universities is intended to try and broker that information between the cities so that they can learn from one another and move more quickly.
Excellent.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Just a more general question. Is there sort of evidence that when major institutions or cities adopt these type of practices, and obviously suppliers might have to modify their bids to get a higher score and potentially win the bid, that they then start to adopt those practices just as general, how they operate generally?
The suppliers.
Yes.
Yes, there is, yes. And this is a really important and exciting element of this work is that as suppliers begin to adapt their practices, their service and product offerings to fulfill the sustainability requirements that you might be signaling as either mandatory or desirable in your bid documents, then they often build that into the way they do business and provide that to other clients. And so there's a ripple effect of the benefit that can take place. A great example is previously Grandin Toy with their office supply deliveries moving to the reusable totes, which was something they piloted at McMaster University about 4 or 5 years ago, moving away from the cardboard, corrugated cardboard boxes. And that tote program worked so well and turned out to be a money saver for both McMaster and for Grandin Toy that they just started to roll that out to their other clients as well. And so we do see lots of examples. We're doing some work right now with BC Lottery Corporation. And BC Lottery Corporation has been working with some of the slot machine suppliers to create more energy efficient slots and to reduce some of the waste, and sort of there was some stands that these things were on that were breaking a lot of the time. So they've been engaging as one of the biggest customers of this slot company, you know, to modify it, and now that company is going to offer these more energy efficient slot machines to any other casinos that want to buy them. So there's lots of examples where an individual organization can influence the practices of a supplier, and then those can ripple out to other customers as well.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe on a similar note, when we're doing this work and coming up with policies, would we be able to possibly look at the possibility of utilizing it for other municipalities, like creating a sort of a workbook? I just realized that's probably what you do for a living, but the reason I raise this is that Councillor Gesselbach and the mayor and myself were on a meeting last week with, and other municipalities were there, councillors were there, and capacity always comes up, and especially with the smaller places.
Yeah.
And this would just be a way of possibly offering to help in any way, shape, or form. Just a suggestion.
We can probably work out some kind of joint venture deal, I think. Yeah, no, absolutely. All joking aside, I think the intent is to replicate this and to use it, and to share it with other organizations that are interested. I think every organization will probably want to have slightly, customized policies, but a lot of these things can be shared with others, and we would encourage you to do so, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Bonner has sort of led to what my question was going to be around, and I'm looking at Ms. Rushton back there, who's been working so hard on this, largely unaided, I suspect. And of course, I'm conscious of the fact that all the wonderful ideas and concepts we may have to be implemented by people who work for the city. And so I'm just wondering if in your surveying of other communities similar size, are we potentially looking at further staffing in order to ensure that this works? And is it a question of beefing up purchasing? Is it a question of more training across the board as well? Is it all of those things? I think you know what I'm getting at. In other words, where does the rubber hit the road in terms of the people making this successful?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, and that's a good segue into the next portion of the presentation, which is really the Go Forward Action Plan and some of the resourcing associated with that. What I can say is that absolutely, the institutions, the organizations that are having the most success are dedicating some resources to this. And that usually is in the form of some people within the buying group, and whether that's extra people or creating within the existing role descriptions some focus on this work. But they need support with subject matter expertise in some cases. Definitely the training and education, because this is a collaboration between the procurement group, those that are spearheading environment and sustainability initiatives, going out together and working with the internal clients that are setting the specifications in parks and in works, etc. And so there's some resourcing that's necessary. And I think in order for Nanaimo to have a really high-performing program, it will be challenging with the resourcing levels that exist right now in procurement to make lots of progress. But let's talk a little bit more about, that action plan and what the Go Forward plan looks like, and then we can come back to this issue of resourcing. So if we move along, we've proposed a plan to help Nanaimo move forward over the next roughly 2 years, and it has a number of elements in it, a vision, some goals, tasks and activities, roles and responsibilities, and some measurement and reporting. And I'll just move through this fairly quickly, and then we'll get some reactions and thoughts from you on it. This is a proposed vision. It's not something to agonize over. It's the kind of language that might show up in a policy, perhaps down the road, or part of a strategy document. But it is intended to paint a picture of what the future might look like. And I think the key part that's in there right now is this meaningful consideration of how the organization can make improvements and thinking about the social risks and opportunities that are coming up in what we're buying. And we're not saying that we're going to buy the greenest product every time, but what we are saying is the vision is that the city would be mindful of those green, social, ethical risks and opportunities in what it's purchasing, and where those risks or opportunities would be relevant or material, then we would incorporate them into our decision making. And we would do that in a fairly quick and easy way when we're buying something at the shop with our corporate purchasing card, and we would be much more deliberate in the RFPs and tenders and more involved yet again at the big project side. So that's kind of a vision. We've proposed 3 goals. We'd like to try and keep things fairly simple. One is that over the next 2 years is to build out 10 elements of a best practice program and to put those in place and to move closer and closer to full moons across those 10 elements in the next 10 years. In the next 2 years. The second goal is really then as a result of building and activating a high-performing program is to then really start to use the tools and resources according to some procedures, training that people have received. And that as a result of building a program and following and implementing those tools and procedures, we should therefore then begin to get impact. Reduced environmental impacts, increased positive social outcomes and impacts. So we've set these as the 3 goals for the program, and then put a number of activities in place to try and support that. We're nearing the end of phase 1 of our work with you, and there are 3 key deliverables that have been produced, and they will be this action plan that we'll get a chance to get your input on here this morning, a proposed high-impact procurement opportunity shopping list, and some suggested measures to measure program success. So we'll come to that a little later in our time together this morning. What we're proposing, if we follow the plan that's laid out, is that over the fall, we would work on a few new elements of the program, and we would beef up the resourcing by forming a working group internally and perhaps some ongoing consulting support. We would begin to work on a policy and bring that back to council later this fall for input and potentially approval of a sustainable procurement policy, and that we would start to work on building out more tools and resources that could be used. And in addition to that, we would work on some procedures so that staff were aware of when to use these tools and the different types of procurement. Based on your input this morning, we would validate that we could actually collect some of the data related to the KPIs and put in a measurement system, and we would continue to work on these HIPPOs. So that would be the fall activity, with really a lot of emphasis on tools, procedures, policy, and working on the HIPPOs. And then going into the next year, so by December, if we follow this plan, we should have an action plan, a HIPPO list, measures, a policy, tools, procedures, and staffing and resources. So you can see a lot of the elements that we need to have high performance start to come into place within the next 3 to 6 months. Over the balance of 2021, there would be 3 ongoing focus areas: that training and education, that heart part of the program that I alluded to, beginning to work a little more externally, and so beginning to engage our suppliers. What we're suggesting the next 3 to 6 months as we continue to work internally, building out our program, and when after Christmas we have a policy and there's some direction that's been set, that can then inform more meaningful discussions with our suppliers around what we're looking for and also where we're going. And that over the balance of 2021, we would continue to pilot and refine the work that we're doing, and one might find ourselves in a place in approximately 18 months or so where most of the elements of a high-performing program are in place. We've had a chance to practice those. We've converted more of our HIPPOs into success stories. We've found more things to add to the HIPPO list, and we're starting to create a bit of a virtuous circle of regularly thinking about, where's there risk and opportunity? Let's manage that through our different procurements. Let's promote the good work that we're doing, and let's report accordingly. So by the end of December 2021, so just over 15 to 18 months from now, we would hope to have most of these elements in place, and we would like to be sort of half moons, 3/4 moons, and full moons in most of them. And that's kind of the vision for moving forward. In terms of roles and responsibilities to make this happen, what we're proposing is that council really sets the direction around some of the priorities for the program, the policy, some of the overall goals and targets perhaps, and again, some of the feedback you're providing this morning is a start to that. We think that a cross-departmental working group that pulls some staff from some of the different key internal client departments so that they can help inform the HIPPOs, they can give feedback on training, they can calibrate some of the tools that are being proposed, that's a very important piece. Obviously, the purchasing department has to really lead this work, adequately resourced and supported, and the client departments need to be hearing a message that as they begin to develop their specifications and their functional requirements, that there are now some calls to action and there's some support from purchasing and elsewhere to integrate this sustainability into their bid documents, etc. So it really does take a village. It'll start with council setting that, that signal, It'll be the senior leadership, that'll be reminding their staff that there is this sustainable procurement work, that we are looking for opportunities, we're trying to mitigate risks, and then that heart part of the program to engage people appropriately to put the pieces in place and make it happen. So, in terms of resourcing, which was a question that came up just a moment ago, thanks for asking it. It's important that there's internal staff. You run lean right now as a procurement group for an organization this size and with the throughput of spending that you do. So it's going to be challenging to put this on with the existing level of resourcing and expect that you're going to be able to see all these good things. There's external expertise that's available. There's the club on Vancouver Island that you're a part of that provides some expertise. There's the club, the national club that you're part of, and there's also obviously consultants that are available and ready and willing to work and support if desired or required. And some budget is necessary, especially in the building phase as you build your program, develop the training and tools, get people trained up on doing this. So there should be a page now in your workbook where we might ask you to think about some of these elements, these 10 elements. I think we're looking at, we'll be looking at a slide like this one. Yeah, I think if you flip the page, and what we would be asking you to do now would be, reflecting on what I've proposed as a plan for moving forward and what your own sense of priority may be. Could you perhaps circle 2 items that you feel are really critical priorities for the fall phase of work, and 2 items that you think are especially important to be focused on in the winter, spring phase of work? And I'll just give you a couple minutes, and then again, we'll go around and hear what your thoughts are on those fall priorities, those winter, spring priorities, and maybe why you felt that. Anybody need or want more time? Who'd like to start? I'd love to hear, what do you feel are some 2 priorities for the fall, perhaps, and why you maybe thought that?
Thank you. I circled the first 2, actually, strategy, action plan, and policy. We kind of need those before we can start moving forward. So I put those 2 for the fall.
Okay.
For the winter, I have staffing, resources, and measurement and reporting.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Actually, I have for the fall, training and engagement, because I just figured that's what we have to start with is the training. And I'm just a driver, so I went to the HIPPO list.
Okay.
And then for the winter is the tools and supplier engagement.
And supplier engagement. All right, great. Yeah.
I'm going to agree with Councillor Martin because I think the training and engagement piece gets the whole organization prepped for it. And around supplier engagement, there's not much sense doing this if we aren't encouraging the suppliers to participate either. So it's a very sensible, practical approach to dealing with this and making it go forward. We can talk about all the grand plans, and I don't mean that in a dismissive way, but the grand plans. But at the end of the day, I'm always concerned about how does it play out on the ground, and that certainly makes sense. And then obviously for later, the HIPPO list and the tools, staffing and resources. This is a part of a budgetary discussion as we prep for next year, which is going to be challenging to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. I was looking at the action plan already laid out, and I agree with the sequencing that is here, and just how seriously our feedback will be taken. So I, I don't want to deviate what already is very well laid out in the plan here. But I think sort of what's identified, for August with the action plan, the HIPPO and the measure, and then, going into the fall here, looking at our staffing and resourcing, and then a policy and a toolkit, and yeah, so I think I am taking to heart, though, the comment about heart, and I think in Nanaimo there is a lot of heart, and I think that our staff and community is strongly behind this, and so to keep investing in that and strengthening that. So.
I can assure you that we're absolutely going to consider your feedback. Nothing's predetermined.
I'm sure that staff and yourself have a much better grip on the
Now you've got me.
operationalization
of this process. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have, for sure we do. We've done this with lots of different organizations many times, and we have a sense of what works well. But I think, we want to calibrate for Nanaimo's. And, already I can hear just from the few comments, that maybe we want to put a little bit more emphasis on the training and engaging side. I will say that I often believe that it's important to have the tools and procedures buttoned down to some degree so people know what they're being trained on. But, training is also sometimes just starting the conversation around what is sustainable procurement, green, social, ethical, why are we doing it, what's a HIPPO list, et cetera. So I take to heart some of the comments that you're giving around what are some things that we can integrate into our plan to make it even more effective. Yeah.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. For the fall, I put training and engagement in strategy and action plan. Sort of actually saw those two maybe tied together, and that, let's be honest, none of us up here are doing any sort of procurement, and we never will. So the development of that strategy and action plan might benefit from the folks on the ground and building that buy-in, because I think that buy-in is important for the longevity of any program that will undoubtedly, if the program is done well, go longer than any one council or individual councillors at this table. And then from there, I was sort of just guessing what I thought might be important, and that would be the actual policy development and procurement processes.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you. So first a point, training engagement, my understanding is that a number of staff have gone through CCSPI's training, and so I do want to just acknowledge that staff are putting their time and energy into this. So for my fall picks, it would be supplier engagement, because I think we really need to understand what's going on in the community, what people are offering, what types of procurement opportunities we're already capitalizing on. And then in partnership with that, measurement and reporting is really important to me, because if we don't have a baseline, we have no idea whether we're succeeding or not meeting our targets, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the foundational pieces, and then once we have that information, for me, I would see the natural place to go would be the policy and ensuring that we have the appropriate staffing and resources to implement the policy.
Okay, great feedback. Thank you. Any others? Jake, or?
Sure, Your Worship. I was thinking of all the practical sides of implementing, and there's the resourcing piece. And the preliminary list of business cases has identified a purchasing position that would specialize in this and help lead us through this. It's one of 20-some business cases that have been submitted, so there is a contextual piece. And your comment around that is relevant. In order to advance through this process, we're going to need extra help through the fall, because it's I think the comment that was made about the purchasing positions is that there was the internal desire to furnish another position in this area last year. Didn't make the cut in terms of submissions to council. So there's already the volume of purchasing taking place. To do it right with all the good governance procedures that we have, there's a resourcing challenge there, and that would probably also apply in many aspects of the organization. It's fairly lean in a number of areas, so In order to advance this, I think extra help from consulting services would be necessary and would be looked forward to. So, and I agree, I think understanding what you're trying to accomplish with policy framework and that type of thing would be very helpful to, and then go forward with, in a measured and informed way, as we've been using that term in other areas this year. And pace ourselves. And it's getting to the place where the frontline staff are using this thinking. It's not just the critical few and maybe certain positions in the organization and council. It's like, it's intuitive for the entire organization, and that takes time to bake that into the way people think and all those small purchases that take place and that type of thing. So it's all good. Very good presentation.
Councillor Turley, do you wish to add anything?
Your Worship, so just as a prelude to this, because I did have my little blue hand up some time ago, the question I have, first of all, I'm a big fan of value versus price purchasing, but my question, and it's kind of going to be a prelude to my answer, and that is, Mr. Reid, are you aware of any other municipalities that have started down this road but have ended up opting out, and if so, what the reasons for opting out might be?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm not really aware of cities or institutions that have opted out. What we see are cities that stall out, and I would say that happens for a couple of reasons. One is that there's a lack of resourcing, to sustain the work. Two is competing priorities, and that's often sometimes within the procurement group. And so changes in the procurement structure, implementation of new e-bidding procedures or category management or some of these sorts of things. So they become kind of new priorities. The sustainable procurement gets pushed off to the side. What we typically find is that organizations are striving to do a better and better job with this because they see long-term benefit in terms of mitigating risk, saving money, engaging with their community. But they're being thoughtful about it. As I say, the objective here is not to buy the greenest product every time, but it is to be more thoughtful of what are we buying, what are the risks and opportunities, where may they be significant, and where they may be significant, then to integrate that into our purchasing, whether it's a small item that we're just going out to the shop to pick up for the job site, bigger bids, or big complex procurements. So I would say that it's not really a backing off and deciding, oh, this isn't a value-added exercise that we want to be engaged in, but rather getting pulled into other priorities. That would be my answer.
Great, thank you. So based on that, then my suggestions would be for the fall, staffing resources obviously is going to be a huge issue. And I would like to see going on with that measures for evaluation.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some, go ahead.
Ms. Gurry.
Oh, thank you, Worship. I was just going to ask if Councillor Turley could raise his actual hand, because I don't have view of the blue hand from my screen. So if he has that raised, it's quite small. Yeah, and we can see that one, so that would be great. Thank you.
Maybe I could just ask for some further thought or with respect to the issue of a policy and a sustainable procurement policy, is that something that, what sort of time frame would be on your minds as council members with respect to getting a chance to see a draft policy or to approve a sustainable procurement policy? Is that something that's important to have in place by Christmas or end of the calendar year?
Councillors Brown and then Hemmons.
Thank you, Worship. In my opinion, as quickly as possible, especially in relation to any capital projects that we may be looking at to accelerate due to just economic recovery due to COVID.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was actually going to go in a different direction and say, I want to make sure that we have the conversations we need to have and make sure we're all on the same page, people are speaking the language, and then the policy for me would come. But I know I identified it in winter, but knowing we have resource issues, knowing this is our second presentation on this big concept that likely comes with a price, significant price tag, policy is not an immediate must for me.
Okay.
Councillor Bonner.
I honestly don't see us being able to proceed with anything until we have actually a policy in place. Like, to me, the fall, winter would be okay, sooner the better, like Councillor Brown. But, because we have to go through, we have to do all our engagement. Once we have a draft policy, we have to go through engagement with the public, suppliers, all that sort of thing to see. And so eventually we will have a policy, and then we can start figuring out from there what staff resources have to be created, what reports we're going to be looking for, all that sort of stuff. So,
Okay.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, in my head, just a better understanding of how the policy fits into enabling and supporting the effective implementation of this process. At the end of the day, I think that sustainable procurement in terms of an economic recovery strategy, in terms of moving forward, the spectrum of this council's values and strategic initiatives is a really critical element, and I would like to see it rolled out as expediently and effectively as possible. Where the policy fits into doing that, I would like to see it come in, where it is appropriate and, properly resourced so that it's a well thought out policy. But I would really like to see that this aspect of our organization's operations is dialed in as soon as possible, especially given with COVID and the positive impacts that it can have with the economic recovery. Thank you.
Right. Great.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify a point. I think a policy is really important, but I don't think we yet have an idea of what we hope for in terms of outcomes of that policy. We don't know if we're looking through an environmental lens, and so our capital projects are going to provide more points to those contractors who are able to, tick those boxes, or is our outcome that we're really looking to support reconciliation and training programs, et cetera, diversity in hiring. And so totally agree that a policy is where we need to go, but I think we're still in our infancy in terms of determining what we want that policy to do for us. So I wouldn't be a fan of us diving into a policy without having those conversations with suppliers, without understanding what we're trying to measure and what we're trying to accomplish. I just want to make sure that my sense of things is we're getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves. Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. It's kind of like the chicken or the egg. And so I'm wondering through the chair what Mr. Rudolph thinks about, or anybody in staff, about policy versus conversations and engagement first.
And Councillor Turley, I have your hand and you show up as a Zoom. We'll get to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph, please.
Your Worship, I think you kind of can have your cake and eat it too, as the HIPPO list, we already actually have, without a strategy, been working towards this anyway, and without an overall strategy. So you could bog yourself down in a policy conversation and not get anywhere, but you can still sort of chisel away at the general thrust in areas that wouldn't necessarily be problematic. But it is a big field of conversation. I agree with Councillor Hemmons. It's big, and so, but you can kind of get caught up in that. So we do have the business case coming forward to council. We do have an opportunity this fall to advance some of this along a way to give a framework for this. So I think policy is really important, and strategic framework is really important in why we're doing this and understanding that. But I think you could probably move the dial along a little bit as well during the entire process to get to a place where you're comfortable without going too far down on the HIPPO list.
Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know this comes as a shock, but I tend to agree more with Councillor Hemmons on this. First of all, the staffing and resources, I don't look upon that as being the total. I see that more as a gradual build-up. But we're going to need some staffing resources to develop the policy. So I would think that should come ahead of policy. Otherwise, I'm not convinced it's going to get anywhere. So based on that, I would think that staffing and resources, or at least a portion of it, is a priority.
Ms. Legan.
I just, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to echo what Mr. Rudolph said, that we can have our cake and eat it too in this particular action plan. And although Tim hasn't, Mr. Reeve hasn't elaborated, I'd like him to talk a little bit about the words beside policy, which were directional and intentional. And we had a debate internally around that because we really feel that there's an opportunity to do what I would call policy light initially, which is directional and intentional, and get in play some wins and some impact, and then in a couple of years really refine that policy after discussion with major stakeholders, including our supplier group and more of our internal clients for procurement. So just sort of a halfway, but really getting some traction by considering what I would call policy light.
If I may comment, you know, unlike Christmas where everybody looks forward to a surprise under the tree, the business community, in my experience, isn't fond of surprises and great policy changes, particularly those that are announced fairly quickly. And I think part of the importance of even giving, you know, a fair bit of time to a very important topic this morning is a signal to the community generally that I think it's fair to say that by and large, without having voted on anything, Council takes this fairly seriously. I don't think the COVID is going to be the brand new world from here to eternity, but it has certainly pointed out issues around the supply chain, who we can rely on in order to deliver goods. And so it behooves us, I think, to ensure that the community generally, and particularly those who we expect and hope will be supplying us, will have an opportunity to prep and talk about this, speak to associates in, for instance, in the City of Vancouver, which, if we go just by the chart and material, is well ahead of every other community. I'm going to assume it's probably the gold standard in British Columbia, the platinum standard. So there's an opportunity. So, you know, moving along and cake and eat it too. There's lots of phrases to describe this, but I think it's important for us to start on the journey. And it doesn't have to be perfect. This is not like a moonshot where if something isn't done perfectly, the whole mission will fail. It's not like, I don't see it like that. I see this as a developmental process, and there will be falls and hurts and mistakes along the way, and I'm sure staff frustrations, being given extra burdens before there's extra support, and all of those things. I'm confident that this represents the growing feeling in the community and society at large, not just council. I think amongst staff, I mean, most people want to support their local communities. They want to do right by the environment. These are not difficult or political or controversial notions. And so if we stumble along in a whole bunch of ways, I guess I'm just saying I'm okay with that. Yes, and the policy is very important. I know where we're going, but I think we all have a pretty good sense of where we're going. And Mr. Reeve's going to help us get there, along with Ms. Legan, Ms. Rushton, and Mr. Rudolph. Mr. Rudolph.
Your Worship, I think there might be a bit of an intimidation factor with this term sustainable procurement. We already do a number of things that haven't been put under that label. We are doing energy efficiency in our buildings. We are embarking on a green fleet strategy. We already have fair wage clauses. We are doing a lot of things which just haven't fit under this umbrella, and I suspect we will continue to do those types of things. It's just being more formalized and directed and systemic about it. So I think those things still continue to go along, though a lot of the half circles, the quarter circles might become half circles through some of those. But yeah, I think the leap into this realm is not that entirely starting from scratch into something. We're actually into this, and we often talk about not telling our stories, and I'm really pleased with the stories that were put together on this package for you today to just illustrate that. So, and it was also comforting to know that we're kind of middle of the pack, I think, in terms of the other comparable municipalities, and that we're not really that far behind. But I think all of them would probably still have similar stories that they do green fleet, they do a lot of that type of thing. It's just how fast can we move forward, and how do we formalize this notion. So, yeah, I think we're actually doing a number of these things, and you'll continue to see those. And so it's not like we're not doing things.
Our assessment is that because, as Jake has mentioned, there is a number of things already underway that would fit under this banner of sustainable procurement. And I do encourage you, when you have a moment, to take a few minutes to read these success stories on the 5 examples of interesting green and social procurements that are happening already. One of the things that a policy will do, and I agree with Shelley, our preference as a firm is to keep policy kind of light and nimble, be directional. We're going to think about the green issues. We're going to integrate them into the way we buy. Nothing in there that says, X percentage of recycled content or so much biodiesel, that's far too detailed in our opinion. But one advantage that the policy will give is that it will provide a home for some of these activities, and it will signal both internally and externally that this is something that's important to us. There's a sort of formal declaration, but we would suggest that in the 100-mile journey to sustainable purchasing Camelot, that policy is just some 10 or 20 miles of that journey. It's not the biggest part of the journey, and it's really the doing. And so we like to move clients past policy relatively quickly and get them into working their HIPPO list, building the heart, testing those tools, refining the program as it goes along. So I would concur that there's probably an opportunity here for you to have your cake and eat it too.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Further to your point, I think that we're quite well down this track already. And many, as I mentioned earlier, many of the larger companies have literally staff who look at social procurement, because if it's not there already, they know it's coming. And we've heard from local businesses that this is something they would like so that they can have a more of an even footing competing with the other larger companies that maybe not be in town, that sort of thing. So I think everybody's hoping it's coming, want it to come, and how we're already looking at it. So thank you.
Great. Well, one of the topics that's come up is measurement, and I'd like to turn our attention to that for a moment. We typically see 2 types of measures with respect to this kind of work. There are measures related to what we would call process, and there are measures that are related to outcome. Process indicators sort of measure, are we following our policies and procedures as we've laid them out? How many of our bids included green or social criteria, mandatory or desirable? Or what percentage of our contracts that we signed had some sustainability feature or benefit? Or how many of our staff have we trained on this sustainable purchasing? Or how many of our suppliers have we talked to? Or these kinds of what we might call, and I don't mean to be dismissive, busyness, indicators of busyness. And they are important things to potentially measure. They are often easier things to measure, and they're often things that cities and institutions will choose to measure first. Arguably, what we're most interested in are outcome indicators. Are we saving money? Are we reducing our emissions? Are we seeing less material used in packaging because we've asked suppliers to use reusable totes? Are we seeing an increase in skills and job creation, etc.? So we've created some lists here of indicators that are possible measures for programs. Some of them are process indicators, and you can see them on the screen, and they're in your workbook. And some of them are outcome indicators. And again, without making any firm decisions this morning, we're interested in getting your thoughts when it comes to measures of either process or outcome. Which of those feel like they might be of most interest or most important to you? I'll say a couple other things about measurement, and then I'm going to ask you to maybe circle a few in your workbook that are of most interest. A few things. One is that sometimes it can be very difficult to measure this. Outcome indicators in particularly, if you thought about replacing some or a lot of the IT equipment in this room or some of the lighting, depending on how that was rolled out and how well we had measured our baseline, it might be difficult to know exactly what the incremental energy savings was as a result of this monitor being more eco, etc. We have to maybe get that kind of data from suppliers, these sorts of things. My point is that there's lots of things that we could measure, and we're looking for your input on that right now, but we or staff will need to be reflective around, can our systems actually generate this data, and is the level of effort to generate the data commensurate with the value of being able to have it? So I just qualified that we're starting a discussion now around what are some things that we think we would like to measure, but we will have to do some additional thinking about, can we actually measure it in a way that's practical for where we want to go? So I might suggest that if you turn to the appropriate 2 pages, I think there's 6 and 7 in your workbook, you'll see a list of a menu of some process indicators and a menu of some outcome indicators. If we were a year from now, or we were December 2021, and staff was bringing a report on the first 15 months of program implementation, and you thought of some data points that might be of interest to you, perhaps you could circle 2 from process and 2 from outcome, and then we'll hear what sorts of things are of interest to folks. So I'll give you a minute or 2 to do that. Would anybody like some more time?
Councillor Marmon, let you go first this time.
Okay, for process indicators, I put down either the number of dollars of contracts executed for sustainable products and the number of suppliers engaged on sustainability, be my top 2.
Okay.
And then for outcome indicators, number 1 would be local jobs created, skills upgraded. And number 2 would be waste reduction or avoidance.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Number of bid solicitations issued and communication with the number of suppliers.
Mm-hmm.
And then on outcome, energy use reductions and GHG emissions reductions.
Energy and GHG. Great, thank you.
Councillor Kesselbrock.
My first comment is I think having measurements is extremely important, and I'm very grateful that this is a major consideration in the process here. In terms of my expertise in identifying what process indicators would be the best for making sure that we're continually evolving our ability and improving in our ability to imbue sustainability metrics into our procurement, I can't say that I've got firm legs to stand on. So I trust staff's ability in being able to identify that. Things that jumped out at me that would be good considerations would be bid solicitations with sustainability considerations issued, and contracts executed for sustainable products and services. And then for outcome indicators, I think it's important to have quite concrete outcome indicators. I think there's a general societal uptake on using this type of language, and so it might be difficult sometimes to say, oh, we've got X amount of sustainable service providers or that, but getting down into the nitty-gritty of what metrics are we actually improving on be difficult. So I echo what Zenny Martman identified as for outcome, waste reduction or avoidance, and local jobs created, skills upgraded. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you. I didn't pick any process indicators. I think they're just outputs, and I think governments tend to love reporting on outputs, but they don't actually mean anything. So I'm much more interested in outcome indicators, and I think the proper context for outcome indicators includes those processes on how they were achieved, and the processes should change to meet the outcomes if they're not working. So the two I picked for outcomes were GHG emission reductions and waste reduction.
Okay, great.
Councillor Hammond?
Thank you, Your Worship. Process indicators the number and dollar value of bid solicitations and the number and dollar value of contracts executed. I think those are important measures. For the outcome indicators, contracted diverse suppliers / social enterprises, as well as local jobs created and skills upgraded.
Great, okay.
Councillor Bonner?
The process indicators, I went with contracts executed and also average weighting allocated to sustainability. But I agree with Councillor Brown, the outcome measures are the most important, right? How do we prove we have actually done, moved the dial here? So, and I went with GHG emission reductions and local jobs created. And this may be a question for staff, is in terms of measurements, do we publish the winning bids and why we chose that bid?
Oh. Jane.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, actually, we do publish the successful proponents, but it depends on the type of solicitation document that we used. So in a tender process, it is low bid. It's only price driven. But in an RFP, there could be a number of select criteria, maybe the quality of their work or perhaps their past experience. A lot of different factors would go into that, and that's where we would want to embed something that where the sustainability would lie. So that's the easiest place for us to embed it right now, because now we can actually call on suppliers to tell us their stories, to tell us what good works they're doing in this realm, and we can evaluate that accordingly. It will get a little trickier when we're in that tender process. How do we build this into that and still get the best value out of the solicitation? But to your point, yes, we do publish the successful proponents and the winning bidders.
The other part of that is, do we say, right now, we're just choosing them because they're low bid? So that's the reason.
On the tender side, yes.
Yeah.
And on the RFP side, it would have been the highest rated in that realm. They got the most points because of the way that they presented their proposal.
The reason I'm asking is as we go down this road, we may not necessarily be taking the lowest bid.
Correct.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
we need to be able to show the public why we didn't go with the lowest bid.
And it has to be very transparent.
Yes.
Yes, it
Thank you.
does.
It will get back to the issue of qualified bidders. That's really, you're going to get back to the basic, as I could be wrong, but the basic construction model. It's not, you don't go with the lowest bid just because of the lowest bid, you go to the lowest bid of the qualified contractors who submitted it. So, and we're going to have to establish, I suspect, as part of the policy, a criteria for those who are in a position to do that bidding. So Councillor Hemmons has got a point about getting the policy first.
Those are my point.
Second.
No, but emphasizing the policy aspect. In other words, we have to know what the policy is because it's going to have an impact on this. No, that's fine. I was just paying you a compliment. Thank you. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I wasn't quite sure how to select under the process indicator, so I assumed it was chronological of what had to happen first. And of course, obviously, in my opinion, the staff training is paramount, as well as communication with suppliers, to be sure that we can actually get suppliers who can provide the product on the basis that we were looking for. With regard to the outcome indicators, look at the list, and it's a bit like asking yourself, do you prefer ice cream or ice cream? Because they're all important. At the risk of throwing a dart at the board and come up with two, I put waste reduction and avoidance because of our concerns over the landfill, and contracted diverse suppliers, social enterprises as the second one, because it's kind of important that if in particular products, if there's nobody supplying under those regimes, and obviously that portion won't work. So, thank you.
Ms. Gurry, I see we're at 10:30. That's the scheduled break. Is this a good time to read?
Your worship, it's council's pleasure, but yes, there is coffee now, and I'm sure everyone could maybe use a little washroom break, and then we'll come back and finish this off.
Mr. Reed's been standing a while. I'm sure we can, a 15-minute break is good. And I do mean a 15-minute break. Thank you. Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search, and you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
Thank you very much, everyone. We'll just give Mr. Reeve a minute to get some water. We're back in your capable hands.
Well, thank you very much. I think we were very nearly done our discussion on measures and indicators. That was some helpful input from you all, and I appreciate that. And I hope that you're seeing some connection between those things that you're choosing around outcome indicators in particular, and things like waste and energy or jobs, and linking back to that very opening discussion that we had around what were some of your themes under environment, social, and ethical, and these things are obviously connected. You mentioned a few themes at the outset, and in many cases you've iterated those same things in terms of what you're interested in measuring, so it's nice to see that connection and alignment. We have just a few more things that we wanted to chat with you about before we wrap up today. I think I mentioned at the outset, just to finish off on measures, that identifying what to measure is a task ahead of us. Determining how we would collect that information is a task. Setting some baseline and targets, and then obviously expanding over time. But your work this morning is helpful in terms of identifying what are some of those top-level measures that we should be starting to think about as we would move forward on these next steps. And I think we've done some ranking on those things. I did want to just take a couple of minutes to see if there were some things on your mind with respect to the shopping list and the high-impact procurement opportunities. So these HIPPOs, or high-impact procurement opportunities, are derived by thinking about criteria such as the following. Do we buy a lot of it? Is it extremely high value? Does it have obvious environmental or social risk and opportunity? Is it something that is high public profile and the public would expect that if we were buying this product or service, that of course we would be thinking about sustainability? Is it a mature market where if we wanted a greener or more socially responsible option, we would be able to switch to a better alternative fairly easily because there's quite a mature market? IT equipment, office supplies, paper, furniture, these things. And maybe there's some third-party certification, so in fact we can get some independent assurance that the product has actually got some greener social benefits, etc. These are some criteria that we use, and using these kinds of criteria, we, with staff, identified the following 10 items as possible high-impact or probable high-impact procurement opportunities. We use these lists to focus the work of our clients so that they can begin to apply their sustainable procurement efforts within some of the big ticket contracts, product and service categories that they procure. Having a HIPPO list doesn't preclude you from doing sustainable procurement in other areas, but in your limited time and resources, one would default to these big categories for focusing your effort. You might be thinking, there are other categories that we're interested in or that I think fit your criteria, Tim. And so this is an opportunity for you on your worksheet. Again, you should have a page like this that has these listed, and there should be a blank column over on the side. And it would just be helpful to know if you think there are some other product or service categories that come to mind for you that might fit our criteria of high risk, high impact, high public profile. Again, this is, we're not assuring that we're going to be able to go out and procure these things necessarily, but we would like to know when you think of product and service categories that the city might focus on, what sorts of things are coming to mind for you. So again, maybe I can give you 2 minutes to identify some other product or service categories. We're looking for ideas at this point, and this then goes into a process to help sort of shortlist those things that we might focus on. So I'll give you a couple minutes to maybe write down any ideas to add to the list we've got already, and that we'll hear a few of them, and then we'll move on to the next item.
Councillor Martin's got something already, and I feel like the poker player's got nothing.
Shall I share?
Go ahead.
I was just thinking of recreational equipment. So all our recreational places or our gyms or things like that, so.
Okay, so
Well,
recreational equipment, great.
Councillor Gesselbrock? Councillor Brown? We're trusting the experts here. Councillor Bonner?
Well, this is a bit of a hard one because I don't really know what all the stuff the city purchases. But if I were, and I honestly never thought vending services would be on this list, but contracted services, landscaping services, various other types of services that the city contracts out for. That would, I know we already do require a number of things with contractors in terms of wages and all that sort of stuff. But looking at how they are maybe possibly fulfilling their duties and how what they're buying, that sort of thing, things along those lines. Art is another one.
Public art.
Public art
interesting.
is
Great
I think
idea.
that we have a huge amount of people who are local to our area who can produce art in our public. We didn't have anything else besides that.
Councillor Turley, you have anything to add to the list?
I'm still in my thought process, but the first one that came to mind is and I know we're doing it to a certain degree at the moment, is vehicles.
Vehicles.
As to, worrying about greenhouse gas emissions, that type of thing. And I know that wouldn't have anything to do with local, but it could well have the environmental risk.
Well, it
So
might well have.
along the lines of electrification or other sources of power?
Well, our commitment to purchasing might well encourage, if we did it right in the province, encourage local manufacture. Well said.
Great.
Anyone else? Again? Councillor Bonner.
This is a bit of a weird one. I'm not sure if I want to go down this road, but the city hands out better part of $1.4 million in permissive tax exemptions. That's an awful lot of money, and all, basically, to apply for it, you have to be an agency, society, and do good things in our town, and either rent, lease, or own property. I'm wondering if, I know eventually we're going to be looking at the permissive tax exemption, but maybe looking at it from a social procurement point of view, as well as what also are these agencies and organizations bringing to our city.
Okay. Great. Any other ideas, thoughts at this point? Okay, that's super. Thank you for your ideas. Again, this is a work in progress, and I hope, the theme that you're picking up on is that I think we have a real idea of where we can go with the program to really create higher impact, but your direction here this morning around some of the green and social priorities, some of the things that you would like to see measured, the sequencing of how we might roll out some of the program, some of the product service categories, this is all going to help inform a more refined and effective plan moving forward. We're always interested, of course, to get a sense of as to what people see as the benefit of this, and particularly in your own words, what do you see as the potential benefits? And the sorts of things that we sometimes hear people say is, oh, well, this is going to help reduce emissions and save packaging. There's eco benefits from sustainable procurement. Oh, maybe it's going to mitigate risks as we know more about where our products come from or how they're packaged or what working conditions there are, or other sorts of benefits potentially. And I wondered if you might, again, just for a moment or two, and on page, I believe, 10, I believe, you would have a wheel chart like the one on the screen, and you might circle one or two of the benefits that you think are the most compelling reasons why Nanaimo should be doing more sustainable procurement. What, as a city councillor, if you're questioned as to why is the city making investments in this sustainable procurement, what are the reasons that you might suggest as to how this is bringing value back to the city? And if it's not something that's listed on this graphic, then maybe you want to just jot it down in the column to the side of the page. And again, we'll give you a minute or two to think about what you think are those most compelling reasons for this work, and then perhaps hear a few of your thoughts before we wrap up for the morning. And just as you're thinking about that, by way of illustration, vehicles have come up a number of times in the conversation this morning, and we know that there's already been work, as Councillor Turley mentioned, around electrification on the vehicle fleets, on some of the ice resurfacing machines, and you can see how this work so far has resulted in decreases in fuel and gasoline. There's been some award recognition, so you can see from benefits there's a reputation and kind of branding for the city. There's some actual eco impacts, that outcome indicator around GHG or energy efficiency that we're getting through this particular procurement. I would argue there's probably some sense within staff of some pride around being part of purchasing some of this innovative and feeling good that they're testing out these kinds of products, or improving the air quality inside the rink as they do the ice and these sorts of things, so that there might be a staff engagement benefit. So I could see at least 3 benefits that might come just from this particular sustainable procurement. I'm interested to know what you folks may think are some of the driving benefits or compelling reasons, good morning, for this work.
Councillor Gasselbrock, let's start with you.
I would say definitely the eco-efficiency and sustainability benefits. The financial ROI and strategic supplier relationships would be sort of among the top. I think that in general, we're in a process in our society reflecting on the what we're trying to accomplish, and it's clear that we really need to build an economy that gets us for environmental and social well-being. And I think that when we start looking systemically, this procurement aspect of our organizations is one of the biggest drivers, at a personal level when we make purchases and an organizational level. And so I think that this is what the huge benefit is, that this is the starting process of rebuilding our economies in ways that make sense. So this is a huge investment, I think, for our return on investment, that we think, we might have to increase resources for our purchasing department, and that's going to be expensive. But what we're actually doing is investing so that we are creating a local economy. We're keeping money in our region. We're building supply chains that are environmentally sustainable so that those costs aren't externalized elsewhere and we end up paying it down the road. And so I think it's important for this council to really reflect on investing money to get money in return at a much greater. So yeah, thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Your Worship. So as a former employer, the engaged employees is extremely important in my mind, because once you get a multi-directional flow of ideas and offer recognition, they're much more involved in the decision-making process, and the flow of ideas on how to improve is significantly improved. And of course, on top of that, of course, there has to be financial return on investment, or we're going to have a tax revolt. So we need to make sure that these decisions that come up are actually realistic. And so by listening to employees on their ideas and searching out what the potential return on investment is going to be of those ideas, I think are paramount in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
I don't have really much to add here.
Don't have a favorite?
I think it's just the right thing to do.
By the way, that's pretty much what I want to say too. You know it's right. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. Hard to follow that, which I agree with completely. But what I would add in here is our people, because it's our community that we're supporting, right? And I think how the city uses its money is a reflection of the values that the council holds or the city holds. And in that, if we are ensuring that people that we are contracting with have living wages, have equity hiring practices, et cetera, then for me, that's people. We get a benefit to our community.
Right.
Yeah.
Great.
Councillor Bonner.
Your Worship, I just circled on eco-efficiency and sustainability, but I also wrote a philosophical thing. I'll read it out. As one of the largest buyers of products that taxpayers pay for, we are obligated to expand the concept of best bang for our buck to include best bang for our community. And I think that's what it's all about. So what's the best bang for our community? Thanks.
Great.
I'll leave it at there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I circled eco-efficiency and sustainability as well, but I have a very old-fashioned view of the world. And I think to tie into comments around engaged employees of Councillor Turley, if the 900 plus, and depending on where we end up after COVID, people who work for the city are ambassadors for this concept within our community, that's a striking number of people who say, by the way, I work for the city of Nanaimo and I'm standing next to you looking over this shelf here today, and this is why I'm buying this product. What do you think about that? I just think there's a real opportunity for leadership, not just in the traditional sense of the city, but its own employees becoming involved in the spirit of this. I think most people would like to make a better decision around the purchases we all make. Sometimes we don't have the time, sometimes often the money, with great respect, without mentioning any particular retailers in this community. I know that lots of folks who don't have a lot of dough are purchasing great quantities of goods at how shall I say, places where I wouldn't go personally, but I have that privilege of age and money that I don't have to worry about that. But wherever we can and we have an opportunity, and I just think engaging the employees of the city in this is a really good thing. Anyways, Councillor Thorpe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to, first of all, apologize to Mr. Reeve for my very extreme lateness this morning. I'm just here in time for lunch, I think. But I did read your report over the weekend, and I just want you to know and council to know that I am totally supportive of the philosophy that's in the report, and I appreciate some of the ideas and the arguments that you've put forward. So thank you for that. And in terms of this last slide that we're looking at, I guess what I would have circled were what Councillor Turley mentioned about engaged employees, and also for me, brand enhancement is important, and I think it's a chance to brag on behalf of the city of how we do things and what we do, and as others have already said, just because it is the right thing to do, and I think that's something the city would and should be proud of. So again, thank you for your work.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks for the compliments. You know, and we absolutely hope that these 5 success stories that we've done up for you as a starting point for this work are things that you too will feel proud about as councillors and the work that the city is doing, and that, you know, this perhaps is useful, you know, some speaking points if you're getting the opportunity to speak about some of the interesting green and social work that the city is doing and how that's showing up in some of the procurement. So this is really helpful direction around what you see to be some of the potential benefits from moving in this direction. It just helps build a better business case for this. I think in terms of the input that we were looking for today, we've really pretty much reached the end of our agenda in that regard. In terms of next steps, in terms of where we go with this work, your input this morning is going to enable us to refine our action plan and think again about some of those priorities and sequence of activities for the fall and as we move into the winter. You've given us great direction around some of the green and social and ethical priorities. So if there's work to be done on a procurement policy, that's going to help inform some of the early language that might be related to that. You've been able to give us some ideas around measures on both a process side and an outcome side, which again is going to be very helpful, as well as some additional ideas around the HIPPO list. So this is all very good work that helps us move this forward. The very next steps really are to wrap up this phase of the work with staff in the next, well, very short order, and then look at the opportunity to resource and move forward on the second phase of the work, which would be over the balance of the fall, perhaps culminating in some of that policy and staff training and engagement work that you folks mentioned. But that's it for our formal part of the presentation today. And the only other thing that we wanted to ask, if you might be willing, would be to, because we do this from time to time with other councils and other stakeholder groups, perhaps just give us a little feedback on what you liked about the session today and what we might change. And that's the very last page of your workbook, that plus delta. If there's anything that you thought was particularly good and how this came together today, we'd love to hear your thoughts. If there was something you thought we could change to make this more effective, if we come back and get a chance to visit with you again, we'd love to hear those ideas as well. And then we would like to collect from you the workbooks so that we could use the benefit of your notes and ranking to assist us with refining the work as we move forward. So I'll just give you an opportunity to maybe note anything on the plus delta page there, and then I'll ask my team members if there was anything I missed that you wish me to say. No? Yeah? Okay, great. Well then, thank you very much for your time and attention this morning and your interest in this, and we'll collect the workbooks when you've had a chance to finish your notes, and look forward to getting a chance to present this to you as we move forward in the fall or thereafter.
Councillor Hemmons, you wanted to say something?
Just a question for staff, actually. Thank you.
Before you go, just on behalf of council, thank you to you and Ms. Chenard. Thank you to city staff who worked with your team. Thank you to council for their participation. And I hope the public will see this discussion this morning as this city showing leadership around this issue, but will also take some comfort in the fact that we are somewhat down this road and somewhat farther than others who may, the way they toot their horn, be expected to be somewhat ahead of us, but aren't in fact ahead of us. And finally, I just want to say I don't have the workbook in my materials package, but that's because I'm old-fashioned and so I'll take a pass on the comments, but let me just say I'm very pleased with what you've done. Ms. Gurry, you're looking at me.
I think it was on your desk separately, Your Worship. So we can always collect that from you at a later time and then forward it on.
Here, I just, in the buried under the yellow sheets and everything else, there it was. Thank you.
All right, well, great. Thank you. Very nice to meet you all, and we'll look forward to chatting some more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. If everybody's, Councillor Hemmons?
Can I ask a question to staff?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So my understanding is that our next session around this concept, we were going to identify the UN sustainability goals that we felt most important to come through our procurement policy. So I'm curious if A, that's going to happen, and B, sorry, I'm kind of gapping here. So we have membership with CCSPI, which is a brand new organization that's in its infancy. It's just rolling. People are really sharing ideas. Both Ms. Rushton and I have participated in multiple trainings. Zenny has, Dawn has, and I'm curious how we're going to bring in what we're learning and what we're paying for in terms of that membership, which I think is about $14,000 a year, and what we're doing now, how this is going forward, so how those two go together forward. Maybe I'll leave it there. So 2 questions.
Ms. Legan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Hemmons. We do have the UN Sustainable Development Goals identified in the package today with respect to environmental and also social and ethical. Each have 4 specific goals that are attributed to these 3 elements of sustainability procurement. We can do a deeper dive, and I think it's warranted to take a look at which we're looking to impact the most. For example, poverty reduction with respect to social procurement is very key, and they're very linked, and that is evidenced in one of our success stories, which is the Howard Society. John Howard Society, thank you. That's very clear in lifting people out and giving them opportunity while also being mindful of taxpayer dollars and where the dollars are going. So I think that it is very circular. It's also going to be extremely iterative for us, and we look forward to your input on those Sustainable Development Goals as well and how they tie in, because we can't possibly do it all. So we need to prioritize, so I appreciate that. And then your second question was?
How does this relate to, and how are we going to mesh this with CCSPI moving forward?
Right, yeah, terrific. Great lead into that. So I'm hoping to, as the internal staff sponsor of this initiative, to become heavily involved with both of those clubs, so to speak, and garner as much information and knowledge and alignment as possible. And I think that's a tremendous opportunity yet unexplored. We've been scrambling pretty much in the last 2 months to get something to you today that is relevant, that was succinct, and that provided a lot of direction so we could continue with impact and success stories while we build a program for perpetuity. So I look forward to more dialogue. This wouldn't be the beginning and the end of the dialogue with Council. I'm hoping we can do a lot more.
A follow-up, if I may. So my understanding when we left the last session is that we have a policy rewrite coming for procurement in general as the city does it. Now, my understanding is that we have the ability through now our conversation and our values and our work with CCSPI to embed social procurement or ethical or environmental procurement into our overall procurement policy. So will this policy that we're discussing now stand alone, or are we still looking at embedding something in our actual procurement policy?
That's a great question, and I would say the jury is still out on that. We were looking for your direction first. We have completed the engagement and the work to update the existing procurement policy, which was scheduled for an update. It is ready, and we certainly can do embed, hold it and embed more of the sustainable procurement policy elements into it, or do a standalone. So we look forward to more conversation there. I think when we digest everything that we heard today, we'll get a real sense of which direction we should go and then bring that back to Council. So it's one or the other, absolutely, and the opportunities still remain open.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I think Mr. Reeve and the work done with staff, the package and the agenda was great. However, I think like Councillor Hemmons, I understood the process that this session today or the next session was going to be one where we laid out the UN Sustainable Development Goals and sort of started going through them to set the goalposts. So I'm just curious, why was there a change in process? Because as much as I agreed with a lot of the values presented, I do know going through the actual development goals, it seems to be heavily biased on the environmental side, and I'm not sure if that's where Council is at as a whole, as much as I may agree with them.
By way of answer, through your worship, to Councillor Brown, I think it's an oversight by staff, and we can remedy that.
Well, there's an answer. Thank you very much. I think we're ready to move on to item 5 now, committee minutes.
So, Your Worship, the minutes are
They are
just
to be received, no motion required.
That's correct.
The next item is a motion for adoption of consent items.
Your Worship, I've had a couple requests, Councillor Turley, Councillor Armstrong, who will be here later today, and I think Councillor Bonner has some he would like to discuss as well, or provide input. So besides items 6A, 1, 3, 4, and 6, if those could be considered separately and possibly under other business, and then the rest could be dealt with, unless a member of council has another consent item that they would like to be dealt with separately. And then perhaps we could deal with them under other business at the end of the meeting.
I was going to suggest that would, I think, be the appropriate process, unless I see any objection. So we will deal with a motion for the adoption. Sorry, Councillor Turley. You've got to turn yourself on, Councillor Turley, sorry. And I'll rephrase that.
You can rephrase that. Unmute would be the appropriate word. I'm wondering about the addendum item 6C. Is that under consent as well, or is that dealt with separately?
Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Turley, it is under consent items, and it is 6C under consent items. So if that is one...
6C like Bravo?
6C like Krabby.
Yeah, C, yeah, Krabby, yeah, okay. I'd like to have that discussed as well.
So, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Turley, are you in agreement then to consider that under other business with the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martman.
So just...
One second, Ms. Gurry and Mr. Rudolph are consulting.
Your Worship, if my understanding is correct, for consent items that you would be voting on right now, it would be 6A2, 5.
I thought 2 was one of those that 6A2. I could be wrong, but
Okay, let me just, I don't believe that was one of them. Let me just double check. One moment, please. I have from Councillor Turley, he wanted one, 3, 4, and 6, and now he also wants 6C. So that was 6A, 1, 3, 4, and 6. Councillor Armstrong wanted number 6A6.
okay, we're good then.
Okay, so right now we need a motion to adopt the consent items 6A2, 5, 7, 8, B, and that's it.
Councillor Kesselbrock.
1.
It's 6B period, because it's only one item under it.
So the motion for consent items will be 6A, 2, 5, 7, 8, and that's it, Your Worship.
And we're settled on this? Can we have a motion to adopt the consent items, the few that remain, before we, Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Worship.
You're moving the motion.
I'll move the motion. I do also have a question on procedure.
You haven't got a seconder.
Please, Councillor Brown seconded. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. And to this is, as I'm wondering in terms of our procedure bylaw, if someone pulls an item from the procedure bylaw but is actually not here to speak to it, how does that, would we just vote on it later on?
So, Your Worship, in order to deal with that, there was a couple councillors that wished to speak to one item, and one was Councillor Armstrong, who isn't here. So, Council, as far as I know, has agreed to move the consent items considered separately under other business in order to allow for that person to be here. However, if they weren't here and wanted it pulled, they it wouldn't be dealt with. However, Councillor Turley wants the same item decided separately as well.
Any discussion on the consent items? All those in favor? Councillor Turley, yes? In favor?
Yeah.
Any opposed? Seeing none, and the other items will be dealt with later. So on to reports. Subdivision Control Bylaw 198, number 3260, proposed amendments to the Manual of Engineering Standards and Specifications, MOES, or however we want to pronounce it. Mr. Sims, we're over to you. Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here. So just briefly, I'm just going to briefly introduce the item and then turn it over to Mr. Rosen, who has a presentation on. Council will recall last fall we were in front of you summarizing some of the major changes with a great big binder of work that had been done. The engineering standards are essentially the detailed technical specifications, that describe the thread pitch on the nuts and the bolts, so to speak, for all of the city's civil infrastructure. So roadways being sort of the most obvious, but all of the underground stuff as well. So this particular revision is probably one of the most significant that I've seen in the last 25 years. So it's been an incredible level of work on the part of staff, and there's an intense level of interest from the community, as you know. So I would compliment Mr. Rosen's staff and say that there's been a great deal of effort to get this right and make it as successful as possible. This creates an opportunity to start putting into practice some of those strategic documents that Council has set in front of us. So without any further, I'll pass this over to Mr. Rosen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sims.
And Mr. Seward is here, excuse me, as a delegation to speak on it as well. And Mr. Seward was instrumental with a number of engineers and developers in bringing this to fruition. So we'd like to acknowledge him as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Rosen, good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council. Engineering standards. So as Council may recall, I provided a bit of an update on where we were at back in June. And so this report here, we have a sort of a semi-formal standard process that we follow every time we update the engineering standards. And we do this periodically every 1 to sort of 2 years, we update the standards. But before we actually put the proposed revised bylaw in front of Council, we put forward an information report that contains all the information around what the proposed revisions are. And Mr. Sims had mentioned this is a very substantial revision, so there's a lot of information in this report package you have in front of you. It's a very large document. There's a lot of attachments. A couple of them were requested by Council at the last session, so we've added those in there. I just have a short presentation. Just going to talk a little bit about some of the key aspects of it, some of the key changes. One of the things that came up was sort of what the costs of some of the changes are, so we'll talk a little bit about that. So just a little bit of high-level overview around sort of the impact that the engineering standards has. You know, the city has documents like the OCP or the Transportation Master Plan and so on that are really high-level policy documents. The engineering standards takes those policy decisions and translates them into things that actually impact what a street might look like, or a neighborhood, or what, you know, how big a pipe might be. So it really does dictate what the look and feel of a streetscape or a neighborhood looks like. It determines how long our infrastructure assets will last, because it dictates sort of like the level of quality or standard that they're built to. It also determines how much risk that we're willing to accept. A good example of that is like the size of the stormwater pipes. You know, we can't make the pipes infinitely large. They can only handle a certain level of storm. And so the engineering standards sort of determine that level of risk acceptance. And also a lot of the details that sort of transpire from the engineering standards determine how much ongoing operations and maintenance costs the city experiences, as well as what the renewal costs will be in the future. So it's quite an impactful bylaw. So it consists of 14 chapters. And in this particular revision, we targeted some of the more major sections. So transportation went through a major overhaul. You know, we looked at sanitary sewer, aggregates and granular materials, as well as some updates to the other sections that weren't quite so controversial. There was a considerable amount of engagement that we went through. You know, we started this process in late 2018. A lot of it was centered around the transportation section. We knew that was going to be very controversial. So around the complete streets engagement, you know, we did a lot of broad spectrum engagement, specific stakeholder engagement, user group engagement. We engaged with the development community, we engaged with engineers. For the most part, almost all the feedback we got was positive. There was some concerns about specific things, and we did our best to sort of accommodate those or make adjustments where we could. At the end of the day, we ended up having a comprehensive review done by a specialist engineering firm that looked at the overall document, and we ended up publishing that draft out late last year. At that point, the development community had to look at some specific aspects, and there were some concerns. So we went back and had an additional round of consultation with the development and the engineering community, and Toby Seward's here to talk about that sort of the results of that to some extent. So we had some ongoing discussions with them. We made a few adjustments to the engineering standards to accommodate their concerns. But ultimately, not all concerns can be accommodated. The reality is the engineering standards, they reflect council's sort of decision there's trade-offs with each decision we make. And there's winners and losers and so on. So not everyone can be happy with everything at every time. So I'll just talk about some of the key substantial changes. So complete streets guidelines, we've been in front of council on a number of occasions talking about this, so I won't go into it in a lot of detail, but that's a large component of this update. The cross-connection control bylaw, that was a bylaw that was adopted by council more than a year ago now, and it's related to protection of the water supply system. And so there's some changes that had to be translated into the engineering standards from that. There's also some aspects of the GIS strategic plan, as well as some changes around aggregates and materials, so the gravels we use for building roads, as well as asphalt and so on. Stormwater management is a really important one. As we all talk about climate change, the storms are getting more intense. And historically, the way municipalities and communities have dealt with this is they have historic data sets that they look at to determine how big the infrastructure should be to handle stormwater. With climate change, that doesn't work anymore. So what we've done is we've actually done something fairly innovative. We've incorporated the model results for climate change going forward into the rainfall standards for designing these drainage systems. So it's fairly innovative, and it includes a prediction or an allowance for climate change. And what we'll have to do is, because these predictions are going to change and get more refined as time goes on, probably in every second or third revision of the engineering standards, we'll probably have to update these models. But that's a pretty big one. So I won't go into this in a lot of detail. It's just a lot of this is around complete streets. It's the changes to make the streets more livable. That connection between land use and mobility, it's critically important for sustainability. So really just trying to affect that positive change with the streetscape. So the cross-section that we've developed as part of the engineering standards for an urban local street, it hasn't actually been built, so we couldn't actually show you a photograph of it. So staff ended up preparing this rendering to show what a typical urban local street would look like, including the pocket parking and the boulevards and the sidewalks and so on. So this is just to give a sense for what a typical street like that would look like. So what are the costs? Anytime we make a change to the engineering standards, like I said before, there's going to be some trade-offs. There's always going to be some cost impact, whether it's positive or negative, and it'll affect different parties, whether it's the developer or the city's operations or the private property owner or what have you. So there's always going to be some impact to costs. The concerns that we heard mostly from the development community were around the bullet points that I have up there. So asphalt and materials, those are the products that go into building a road. So the gravels that go into building a road, those are typically called the granular aggregates and so on. So what we've done with the engineering standards is, the City of Nanaimo, we don't need our own unique engineering specification for this. Our roads are not that much different than roads in the rest of the province. So we've migrated our standards to more align closely with provincial standards that are already products that are being produced in the local pits anyway. So it's not going to be that much of a concern for the suppliers. There is a lot of benefit. One of the big things is we're moving away from what's called like a pit run, which is just a gravel that gets pulled out of the ground. There's no crushing going on. So the rocks don't have necessarily an angular face to them. So we're requiring all these products now to be processed and have at least a crushed face. So it makes them a lot stronger and more reliable. A lot of contractors are already using this because it reduces their risk of reworking things. And it reduces our long-term asset management risk, so we're not going to get so much settlement in the road and so on. So that's an important one. The costs are there. You know, we're expecting maybe between 5 and 10% more for pit run to have it crushed and processed more, but it's a risk balance, and we think it's worthwhile doing that. And to be honest, many communities in BC, in fact, most of them are already there for that. Asphalt thickness was a topic of concern. So our previous minimum was 50 millimeters thick, and we've moved that to 75. A lot of the reason for that is when we're rehabbing roads, one of the main treatments that we want to employ is what's called a mill and an overlay. We can't mill a 50 millimeter road. It blows through the bottom of the asphalt, and so we end up having to rebuild the whole road. So if we move to a 75, when it comes time to repave the road in 15, 20, 25 years, it's going to be a lot cheaper for us. The cost for going from 50 to 75 mils, it's about an extra third the cost. So you get about an extra 50% asphalt, but it costs about an extra third. And you get a lot more than an extra 50% benefit just because of the structural mechanics of it. You get a lot more benefit. So it's a really high value change that we're looking at there. Complete streets. One of the main things that we looked at when we first started the development of the complete streets was the right-of-way requirements. So that's not a direct cost necessarily, but it's a cost to development because it changes the net land that they have available for sale at the end of the day. And so for the road cross sections, the road types that the development community often builds, we tried to keep the right-of-way requirements the same. There's been some changes to the more significant roads like arterials and the ones that the city quite often builds. Those have been widened a little bit. And if you're interested in more information on that specific thing, there's in one of the attachments, there's a Q&A in the attachments that has some details, a detailed table around all the changes to the right-of-way widths and whether or not they're often built by the development community or not. In terms of the construction costs of complete streets, we heard a lot of concern about that, and so we've analyzed it in a bunch of different ways. And it's hard to come up with a very definitive answer on this because you're not going to build two roads at the same time and compare the costs. So one of them has to be theoretical. But we've analyzed it in a bunch of different ways. And everything that we can tell is it depends on the road classification and it depends on some of these discretionary components that may or may not get built with the road. So for example, like an urban local road, if we don't put in a lot of the parking lane in, the cost could actually be similar or maybe even a little bit lower than the existing standard. If those parking lanes are all built out, the costs will be a little bit more, maybe 15% or something like that, we think. So it could range from actually being less expensive to maybe being a little bit more expensive. But it's not a huge amount. We think kind of less than 15 to sort of plus 15 in that sort of range. One of the big concerns we heard was around road standards.
Brown has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question I have with respect to the increased road right-of-ways on sort of the major arterials. I imagine they're probably within the corridor zoning where we're sort of wanting people to go up, and I'm just wondering how big of impact this might have on floor area ratio calculations if we're taking a little bit more road. Is that something we can, Is it an issue that we might need to correct through zoning and greater floor area ratio allowances?
So the impact of floor area ratio is something that we've dealt with in the past. And so we actually have the latitude to, instead of taking it as road, we can have a stat right-of-way established, which actually changes the math on that to make things work. So we've done that in the past. There's actually some latitude in the standards for us to continue to do that. So.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Okay. Road standards and geometry. So that's how steep is the hill, how tight is the curve, that kind of thing. So we're a fairly hilly city, so it's a fairly impactful thing in the standards, and that was one of the main concerns the development community had at these roundtable discussions we had with them. It's really the maximum road gradient was the single biggest topic of discussion. So it's quite an impactful one, and it's really hard to say what the cost is, because it depends on the site, it depends on the road, it depends on a lot of things. So I can't really say it costs more or less. It doesn't really cost less. I mean, the straighter and the less hilly the road, the more expensive it's going to be to build, because you have to move more earth to make that happen. The benefit, though, is that this road is going to be there in perpetuity, providing a much higher level of service. One of the problems we have with these steeper streets is the garbage trucks have a tough time stopping and starting, especially in winter conditions. There can be some risk there. And you know, elderly folks that are mobility challenged, the steeper the street, the more of an impact it has on them and their mobility and so on. So it's really, there's a lot of trade-offs there, and that's a tough one. Drainage, so we talked before a little bit about the impacts to the sort of the storm loading on the system. So with our changes, we're looking at the very extreme events. We may have to go like one pipe size up. Typically that cost, it's not trivial, but it's also not significant either. So going from a pipe that's maybe a foot to a foot and a half, I mean, there's some costs there, but it's typically not incredible. So if there's any questions around the costs, maybe I can answer those now, or I think that's actually my last slide, so yeah.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the staff report on page, I guess it's page 3, and we're talking about pavement thicknesses in here. So it says we're looking at increase in pavement thickness, and this has come up in the past, and because you referred to it as well here. This change is driven due to observed decline in asphalt life due to insufficient thicknesses. And you just mentioned that the planer, we're unable to plane our existing roads because they're too thin, because it blows through them. And that the observed reduction of our lifespan of roads around 50%. But I'm asking, weren't those roads made according to the MOASIS standards when those roads were made? Like, why are they failing at 50%? And all the other cities, are they also failing at 50% there as well?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Bonner. So there's a lag time between when you build something and when you realize that maybe it's not lasting as long as you expected. Typically, asphalt lasts, let's say, 20 years. If it's a local road, it might last a lot longer. If it's an arterial, it might last a bit less. So there's a bit of a lag time there in terms of when you get that feedback. So that's one of the reasons why we're concerned about this, is because we're getting feedback now around the condition of our asphalt plant in the city, and that it's deteriorating quite rapidly. But it's because of decisions and the engineering standards that we had, 20, 30, 40 years ago. They just weren't building roads at the time anywhere near what they needed to be able to last as long as we need them to. Like when we go and do trenching on some of the older roads, we'll cut through the asphalt. Sometimes it's only 1.5 inches thick, and sometimes it doesn't even have much gravel under it. And it's really, you can see that. It just is not lasting as long as it should. So we're essentially now in the consequences of some of those engineering standards decisions that were made 20, 30 years ago. And that's why we're trying to correct course here.
Okay, thank you for that. That makes sense. The other question I have is, we already have a planer. I saw it at Public Works there. Do we use it at all? Are we able to make use of that planer? Probably Mr. Sims.
So the milling machine, yeah. I'm not sure what the exact utilization is on that. I'm not sure if...
Good use? Okay.
Yeah.
There's one other Question, in terms of repaving, when I was talking to the repaving companies, they said that once the layer gets a certain thickness, they have to repave it twice. They have to pave it twice because they can't compact it enough the first time if they were to put the whole thing on. Are we below that on are we below that level on our primary or mostly regular roads in terms of the, not the arterials, they're probably above it, but the ones that were at 75 mil?
So my understanding is they can usually put down 75 in one pass, or they could put it down in two, 1.5-inch passes, depending on how they want to sort of stage things. Typically, you get better compaction, obviously, if you're doing it in two lifts. So it would depend on the road and.
Well, I would imagine that the cost to go two passes would be considerably more than doing one pass. I guess because you're basically doubling your labor at that point. So is the 70? So my question is, we're at 75 for just our regular roads, residential, that sort of thing. Will we be able to put that down in one pass, or will it be required two passes?
I'm getting one pass. One pass.
You're going to take pass. Okay, thanks. Okay, one pass.
Councillor Brown and then Councillor Turley. Councillor Turley, I don't know whether it's Ms. Gurry or the beauty of electronics, but believe me, you don't have to keep raising your hand, or maybe Ms. Gurry's catching you. Show up as a Zoom on my screen. You're Zoomer Turley.
Oh, okay.
You're not tightwad. You're a Zoomer. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Going to the 75 millimeter thickness, I noticed in particular, I'd like to pick on Fortis for this because I think they cut up the street and do not bring it back up to the proper standard, but will the 75 millimeter thickness allow sort of the trench to be dug and then an asphalt patch to be put back sort of properly where it doesn't? I've noticed on a lot of where they're digging up and putting in the trenches that, yes, they come and put a layer of asphalt, but it just seems to be sealed against the side rather than, and I understand sort of that might be, the physics of that might be hard if you don't have enough thickness. So I'm wondering, does the 75 millimeters get the thickness where you could do that properly?
So to your worship, Councillor Brown. So what Councillor Brown's referring to is a lap joint.
Lap joint. Yeah.
So 75 millimeters is the sufficient thickness to actually mill in a lap joint, which makes the trench patch much more reliable.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I would like to, through you to Mr. Rosen, provide my huge thank you to city staff for. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
You bet.
Loud and clear. Okay, perfect. I'm getting feedback here, so a big thank you for meeting with the development community. That toned things down considerably, so thank you. My question, number one, is the approved granular material under Section 9. Who does the approving? Is it a provincial statute or each of the pits, do they have their materials approved before the city purchases, or just how does that work?
So I think the question I heard was, what is the approval process for aggregate materials when a project starts? So there's a couple components to that. So the actual aggregate source is important. So just to make sure that the sort of the material qualities of the rock that's being used is suitable. And for the most part, all the pits around town are totally compliant with that. So it's not a big concern from that standpoint. One of the concerns though is that the material meets the gradation specifications for that particular project. So the way these suppliers manufacture this material is they make a stockpile of the material, and then what happens is it gets tested just prior to the project, just to make sure that it meets the specification. And then as they produce more material, it could drift out of spec. So we periodically have to go and recheck that material meets the specification. Does that?
Okay. My second question is with regard to complete streets and the potential requirement of residents to do the pruning and cleaning up of landscape. And I understand currently there is a bylaw that requires anybody who's cutting limbs off trees to sign a waiver form. And I'm wondering if that waiver form is still going to be in place if the clearing of trees over city property is mandated.
So the question is, in terms of vegetation maintenance on boulevards, so that's a subject that staff have been discussing and been concerned about for quite some time, because there's quite a variation in terms of what we see out there. So one of the things that we would like to do is we would like to update Bylaw 5000. So Bylaw 5000 is the traffic and control highway bylaw that speaks to many things around like truck routes and what you can do. It's the one that requires snow and ice control on sidewalks, and it's also what you can do in terms of vegetation control. So we're looking right now at actually updating that bylaw to incorporate some aspects of what the city expects in terms of vegetation control. When you do that, what's the process that we have to use to make sure that you're doing it in a safe way, that we can maintain sight distances if they're necessary around a corner, what sort of the level of expectation is. So I would say we don't have a definitive answer on where it's going right now, but staff are working towards updating that bylaw with that in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. Not to belay the paving thing, but when you're riding a bike down a road, you get an opportunity to actually look at the road when you're not in a car. So I noticed these holes, very nice circular holes, and I'm going to guess that these were made by inspectors on the thickness of the pavement. But they tend to fail quicker than the rest of the pavement around them, and it just doesn't seem to make sense to build a perfectly good wall and then punch a hole in it to see how thick your wall is. So are we beyond that now in terms of our measuring, or are we still going to be punching holes in it?
So those core tests are critical to determine if the contractor achieved the required density on the asphalt, because the denser it is, it has to meet a certain density for it to meet the specification, which is really going to determine how long the thing lasts. They usually try and put those cores in places that aren't hammered by vehicle wheels, so they're not in a high impact location, but as far as I'm aware, there's no other way to do that test.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
I guess.
Councillor Thorpe.
If I may, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Rosen. Thank you, Mr. Rosen. It seems to me that this report is basically divided into two parts, and one part is the actual engineering standards, the specifications, which are very technical and to me very operational. And I don't pretend to understand most of that. But secondly, the report deals with things which are not technical, but more design philosophy. And I guess Complete Streets falls under that category. So when I read through the report, I guess what sort of triggered my curiosity was, and this is going back to the Complete Streets surveys and responses, which are, a year and a half old now. So I'm not sure if you can answer this, but I noted again the comments about the portion of respondents who felt that the survey was not fair, that it was biased in some regard. And I'm wondering, do we have statistical analysis on the respondents? Were they valid responses? I recall when we had the presentation the other day on Reimagine Nanaimo, we were assured that the survey responses that we'll be getting for that will be vetted to be statistically valid. And I'm just curious if that was the case on the Complete Streets survey, or do you know that?
So the question is, are the survey response, the number of responses, is it statistically significant? I would say we haven't determined whether it's statistically significant. The challenge is with these types of questions we put out to the public, it's very difficult to get interest. And the people that do tend to respond tend to be the same folks that responded to that one, to this one. So we get a small subset of the population actually paying attention to things. So with this particular one, we tried to go out into the community a little bit, going to the mall and going to various community events and so on. But you still just get a small cross-section of people that even want to stop by the booth. So certainly I wouldn't suggest that this is statistically significant. It'd be extremely difficult to actually collect something like that and ensure that it's statistically significant. We'd have to hire an agency to go and conduct a very formal, rigorous process around that, which we could do, but that's not what we did in this particular instance.
Right. No, I totally understand that, and believe me, statistics were not my favorite course. But I was just curious when I reread the report, and I'll be interested to hear more on the technical aspects from Mr. Seward when we hear his delegation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Council. Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Thank you for the work on this. As you point out, nobody's really interested in this until taxes go up, because we have to repair a bunch of roads that were built to standards that weren't adequate. And I think everyone needs to understand Council is conscious of the fact that this will have an impact on the cost of housing in new subdivisions. Not that we have that much developable land left in the city in any event, but the alternative is either the folks who are buying the new housing and developments pay for it, or the folks who are existing with, obviously in many cases, inadequate roads, as is pointed out fairly frequently by some of our more frequent correspondents, in areas that don't have sidewalks, whether they pay for it. And I think this is essentially the wisest and fair course, and it's the best bang for the buck, is to ensure that everything we're building is built to an up-to-date standard, so that we're not expecting to kick the can of the cost of maintaining these assets down the road with the asset management program we have in this city. This is an important part of that. So compliments to staff for doing this, and compliments to everyone, as Councillor Thorpe pointed out, for being able to arrive at what appears to be a relatively happy consensus with the community and those most involved. Mr. Rosen.
Just one thing. So the next report that we'll bring forward to Council is the first 3 readings of the bylaw. And we're anticipating that may happen in late August or early September.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Seward, the delegation. Welcome to City Council, although it's not your first time addressing City Council, is it? And maybe a happier time now, too.
Certainly. Good morning, Mayor Croghan, councillors. I'm Toby Seward, 1820 Argyle Avenue. In your agenda package, I have provided a letter of support. It's right at the end of your agenda package. I represent a group of 5 developers and consultants who got together to discuss the standards with the city staff, and we work with a larger group of 24 to 30 local consultants, which I'll touch on in a moment. The local group that I worked with is Rod Milner from Milner Group, Mark Warburg from Newcastle Engineering, Darren Moss from Tectonica, and Charles Ramos from Cascara Engineering. And I think a number of you have talked to those people from time to time, and certainly appreciate the input from them. So our group of 5 is in contact with this larger group of 24 to 30, and that group seems to be expanding a little bit, and we've pretty well covered all local civil engineers in town. There's 5 or 6 companies that do the vast majority of the work, and all of the civil contractors who actually do the installation. So we think we have good representation there. But I do want to emphasize this: we don't represent everybody's view in its entirety, because needless to say, these engineers and contractors and developers are in competition with each other. Sometimes they don't get along. Certainly our experience with this group is it's got along really well. And what we've encouraged that bigger group to do is feed back to us, and we'll take their issues forward. And that's worked really well from our perspective. I think the thing is, a lot of that bigger group don't take the time or analyze the issues that are before you for consideration with these standards, because it's a very complex subject, and it's very lengthy. As I think was referred to, it's up to a total of 900 pages. And I think the thing that I wanted to emphasize is that the standards are developed by city staff. They're an ongoing process. And then the designers, and particularly the engineers, take those standards and design to those standards, so they really know those standards well. And the engineering staff and the consultants talk back and forth on those issues a lot. Then you have the civil contractors who actually install these to these standards, and they, to some extent, and asphalt would be a good example, have a lot of discussion about what is the best installation method. And I really want to emphasize, we talked a lot about asphalt, but just as important is the base materials, and Mr. Rosen talked a little bit about that, but the standards for base materials have been upped as well. So it's the crush, the gravels, and what other base materials are beneath the asphalt. Because if you get a good base in, if it's 50, 75, 100, 125 millimeters, it's a much better product with a really good base. So I really want to emphasize that we've upped the base standards as well as the asphalt standards. And we understand it has to go to 75 millimeters for asphalt for all the reasons Mr. Rosen brought forward. So we'd like to thank Jake Rudolph, Bill Sims, Paul Rosen, Jamie Rose, and Dale Lindsay for participating with this group. It was really good through the city manager brought all that group together, and the 5 of us from the development group came together, and we had 3 productive meetings in that regard and had a really good rapport back and forth. Just as Paul had mentioned, we weren't successful on every issue. We wouldn't be, because we push hard on some issues, staff push back on some issues, and that's only natural. But we made good progress on the key issues. And I really want to emphasize there's been a lot of discussion. The key issue for us was grade. And the grade is right now, 12% is the maximum allowance under the current standards. And there was talk of going down to 8% or 10%, other than in steep slopes, which is allowed at 15%. Again, a technical issue, but there's a lot of examples of properties. Sandstone is one. College Heights, the area above Ham Bay Road, are all areas where it's going to be more and more difficult to develop because of the steep slopes, and therefore we wanted to keep the grades at the current levels, which is generally what we've agreed to do, and we're very happy about that. Cul-de-sac design was the second one in which there's much discussion going back and forth. Cul-de-sacs are very difficult for parking, particularly suites. There are play areas, and one of the most important things is its turning radius for garbage trucks, and how you design cul-de-sacs to accommodate all those different things is very tough. The number that shocked me is there's 750 cul-de-sacs in Nanaimo, and therefore we have to learn from what we've found over the years of how best to design cul-de-sacs, particularly with our automated garbage trucks. And I think every one of us in this room would agree that was the right direction to go with automated garbage trucks. Just a very good system, expensive, but very good in the long run. But engineering standards get influenced by that. Road design, and we talked about it.
You're going to have to wrap up, Mr. Seward, but I'm sure we'll ask a general question, allow you to finish your presentation.
Okay, I will
since
just...
I don't see a lot of people wanting to follow you.
Thank you. I'll just wrap up then. Complete streets we mentioned. And what I would like to finish off with saying, we support the standards and wish to further engage the city staff through this process and this development group we've established in 3 areas. One is bylaw changes that need to be updated: tree bylaw, soil removal bylaw, and subdivision bylaw. Those are the 3 that are on the list. They're not directly engineering standards, but 3 on the list. Next, we want to work with the engineering group on the next round of engineering standards, which Mr. Rosen has talked about, on stormwater management, complete streets, and material testing. And any other issues that come up that we will be a group that hopefully can represent the development community well. So really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and certainly here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Seward? Councillor Thorpe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and I don't have a question, but I can't resist the opportunity to thank Mr. Seward for his expert input and representing the group that you do, which are certainly well-regarded citizens and businessmen in our community. And you always present with a very moderate and rational approach, I think, so we appreciate that. And I have to also thank Mr. Seward for his good work in his previous career on the other side of the fence when he did work for the city. So good to see you again, and thank you for your help with this project.
Appreciate comments. Thank you.
If no one else, I'll second Councillor Thorpe's comments. Mr. Seward, thank you very much. Appreciate this. Consensus or general agreement, peace in the valley is something always to be desired.
Thanks very much.
I'm going to assume that we don't have Mr. Tessier here for Ocean EXP yet.
No, Your Worship, he's scheduled to be here at 1 because lunch is from 12:30 to 1.
Exactly.
So you have a couple options. You could have a longer lunch, or you could deal with the other business consent items at this point. Consent items considered separately prior to lunch.
I think that's a great idea. And other business, well, simply removing, that's been removed, late item, but now it's the question of the consents that aren't consented anymore. All right.
So, Your Worship, officially, Councillor Turley is the requester of 3, 4, 6, and C. So perhaps he would like to discuss, go through each one and the rationale, and then they'll have to be moved, seconded, and discussed separately.
Exactly. Councillor Turley, if you want to speak to 6A3 first, please.
You want 3 or 1?
1, sorry, Your Worship, number 1.
1, yes, sorry, 1.
Okay, that's okay. Yes, Your Worship, I would. It's more of a question and one of responsibility with regard to. Can you hear me?
We can hear you really, really well. I just want to get the volume turned down a little bit at our end because it's so loud, we're not hearing you perfectly.
Okay. Tell me when you're ready.
All right, go ahead. I think that sounds a little better.
Okay. So my question is, given that the province funds the ambulance program, why would we not recommend that the health department provide this service by training some of the ambulance employees to respond to such calls? This would seem far more cost effective than by setting up a whole new unit, which would come with its own overhead expenses.
Councillor Armstrong used to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is something I don't support as well. I believe this belongs with VHA. It's their responsibility under health, and that's directly out of the Constitution. And I think what I would prefer to do is send a letter of support to VHA, strongly encouraging them to create these. Secondly, who's going to dispatch them? That's something we would have to look at. 3, if it's to be police, that has to go through Ottawa. So, or in BC's particular case, Minister Farnworth. So I have a strong issue with all these. I think this is something that the provincial government is already looking at, and I think that's where it belongs. I was doing the math in my head. If you're going to do a mobile crisis response unit, it's probably a minimum of 8 persons at a cost of probably $150,000 per person. So we're looking at already a 1% tax increase just to fund that. So I really struggle with that. I think that the ACT team works very well with the RCMP here in town. I think it can do better, obviously, but I think that's something that has to come from VHA, and I think we should strongly encourage VHA to start funding those positions again, which they pulled the funding from. Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Worship. So just about process here. So these motions were moved, seconded, and passed at Finance and Audit, and they're now here under consent. So perhaps the person that moved the motion could move the motion again and have it seconded again. And some of this discussion did take place at Finance and Audit.
If we can't get a seconder, it's a dead issue.
Yeah, so just perhaps the mover could move these again. They're separately considered. However, if you want to undo these, or just request for business cases, we will need a motion to not proceed. So instead of this item, because this item was passed at Finance and Audit, so we will need a motion to not proceed if that is the way council wishes.
As opposed to making the motion again.
You can make the motion again and it could be defeated and then we wouldn't proceed, yes.
Sorry, and then you would be able to proceed? No, you wouldn't be able to, sorry, I'm getting a little confused here. These are recommendations that would be adopted normally by way of consent. We don't have to make a motion for this item per se. We can, if we do, it passes, it's done.
So, Your Worship, Finance and Audit Committee makes recommendations to council.
Right.
So you moved and seconded and passed all of these motions that are now under consent items. So if you had passed them all in a group, consent items, we would move forward and proceed.
Right.
However, some items have been pulled because they are to be considered separately. So now, staff, to receive council's direction, would need these items passed in order to proceed. If they
Passed
don't,
again, exactly.
right,
That's
so
what I'm
we do
getting
need a motion for these finance and audit recommendations to proceed. We do need you to make the motion. If they fail, staff won't proceed. If they pass.
Staff won't proceed. Sorry, I misheard you. I thought you, sorry, that's where the confusion is. Thank you. Getting as bad as Councillor Turley. Councillor Bonner, you wish to make the motion?
Yes, it's my motion.
Do you want it? I'll second it.
Councillor Martman, you go ahead. I'll trust whoever does it.
That council directs staff to prepare a business case for the creation of a mobile crisis response unit to respond to mental health and wellness. And if I get a seconder, I will speak to it a little bit.
Seconded Councillor Bonner. Councillor Martman.
Okay. As this was discussed at Finance and Audit, and we were looking at business cases, I did research with other municipalities and looked at this was based on comments not only made by Superintendent Miller, but also by our community, that Superintendent Miller did say, if you could bring VHA to the table, we would love to see what we can do, because policing isn't always about wellness calls, mental health checks, homelessness, social disorder. So my thoughts in bringing this forward for a business case was that we have in our budget for next year $500,000 for 3 additional police officers. My understanding, and I may be incorrect, but I don't even believe we've filled all the positions this year for the police officers we budgeted to. Since Superintendent Miller asked for VHA to be brought to the table, he would welcome them. I thought perhaps with the $500,000 we have budgeted for next year, that the RCMP and VHA working together may be able to implement a program more like CAR 67 or CAR 83 or PACT in Kelowna. And now I thought ACT might have stopped, but from hearing Councillor Armstrong's, you would have more information on how we deliver the policing services in our community. But I thought as we pay 95% of the police salary, we work with their budgets, that we would be able to bring everybody together to deliver better services and resources to our community when we're responding to these types of calls. Now, on further research with professionals in the business, social workers, site nurses, etc., what I've learned is, even though they may not physically be always able to attend with the RCMP on a health and wellness call, is the resource is incredible. So that if the RCMP had to respond to a call with a person with social mental health issues, the resources that are available through mental health would be able to say, because I've learned that often some of these people are frequent flyers. And so they would be able to call and say, we're in front of Mr. John Doe, he's very agitated, and the resource is able to say, listen, we understand, he has this type of complex, this is how you need to address him, he will settle down, he's not violent, and everything will be okay. So I was looking at resources, I was looking at a better delivery of the system, and I was looking at RCMP and VHA working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I support this motion. Right now, we have a mental health, homelessness, and addictions crisis, and right now, in part, we're playing the police to deal with it, and it's probably the wrong tool for the job, and we are on the hook for it. So I think this motion put forward by Councillor Martinman is a very intelligent and thoughtful approach forward to get people at the table to look at maybe we can better allocate city resources that are currently going to the police to deal with the situation where we're not finding solutions, to come up with something a little bit more helpful. And so I think that it's well worth city staff time to put time in looking into what are some potential options and what are the costs involved, so that we can have an intelligent reflection on what are our options and have a clear business case so we can have what the cost could potentially be and what are the opportunities. So thank you.
Ms. Gurry.
I would just wanted to let you know Councillor Turley was raising his hand if you hadn't seen it.
Thank you, Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess I'm misunderstanding the motion, because I'm hearing one thing from Councillor Martman and another thing from Councillor Geselbrecht. I have no problem with trying to bring VHA to work with the RCMP. What I have a problem with is setting up a city response team that goes to these. We've already heard from Councillor Martman that VHA has ample resources to deal with mental health challenges. What we just need to make sure that happens is that those resources are used in conjunction with the RCMP. I don't see a need for a whole new response team that the city pays for. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Councillor Thorpe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, when we debated this the first time at the committee level, I said through you to Councillor Martman that I thought it was a great idea, but I didn't support it because I didn't think it was the place of the city to be preparing a business case in the first place, and then perhaps subsequently heading up these response units. What I would support is the city sending a letter encouraging Island Health to do a business case and look at models that they could use working with the RCMP, but I will not support the city taking the lead on this, and I'm remaining constant in my position there. Thank you.
Anything further? This one troubles me for a number of reasons. Firstly, I've always taken what I know is not necessarily a popular position, that the province has to do what it has to do, and it's not our job to step into the provincial areas, and notwithstanding the encouragement of some in the community to do so, it's the rocky road to ruin, in my view, and certainly the City of Vancouver and the financial crisis that it apparently is facing, asking for hundreds of millions from other levels of government, tells me that with all the good intentions, things haven't improved. And then you read in the Vancouver Sun on the weekend a long article that suggests the 300 most severe cases, that's what is happening down there right now, is the worst crisis they've ever had. Now, I don't believe everything I read in the press, but having said all that, it seems to me that many well-meaning, important approaches that have been undertaken by municipal governments have not really improved the situation. My concern is that maybe in some cases, and I have no doubt it would be successful, we will get a mental health worker to a call that means the RCMP don't have to go. I get that. On the other hand, it's not going to do anything about those cases where some poor soul in the throes of addiction and severe mental health issues is going to have a response from the RCMP because the mental health worker doesn't want to attend on their own, and safety is an issue, and they're going to get taken up to the hospital. And you've heard me whine about this before. They're going to get taken up to the hospital. They may stay for a couple of days. They may even stay for a week, and then they'll be booted back out in the street. And I say booted because literally that's what happens. You're escorted to the edge of the hospital grounds. You're, out of the hospital, and away you go back to live in the streets with no improvement whatsoever in your life or your prospects. As I understand it, and Councillor Martman's thrust this morning is that she's really saying, look, let's look at a business case, reasonable request, but on the basis that maybe we'll be taking the $500,000 that would go into 3 RCMP officers potentially and putting it into delivering mental health services, or a combination, but we'd be paying for it. And we don't, nor do I believe we should, nor do we have the expertise or the staffing to deliver mental health services. And if we do, we'll end up with another management position to ensure that those services are delivered, when in fact, it's getting back to the same old problem. This is a national crisis. This is getting more and more coverage. The poor Mayor of Victoria's had to withdraw from social media because of the criticism and comments she's been receiving. Oh, heck, I got a threat this morning that they'd picket my house if we brought in a bylaw to require people to wear face masks in Nanaimo, and later today I'll respond if I have a chance and tell the poor soul that they've got their jurisdictions confused, but that's another issue. I'm not going to support it because I think the business case that's really being proposed here is one that is going to imply, at best, and direct at worst, that we deliver mental health services, and I'm just not prepared to do that, not at a time when we have so many other issues to deal with that are strictly within our jurisdiction. And I see I've inspired a few people to speak, so Councillor Brown, Hemmens, Bonner, and Armstrong in order.
Thank you, Worship. I agree we have a lot of issues to deal with, but one of the ones that I see about and hear about the most is the mental health and the homelessness issue, and how convoluted and entangled those issues are. I'm going to support this for a variety of reasons. I think we discussed it at length at Finance and Audit, but I think fundamentally I just want to know how much it might cost, and I think that's important information for our future budget deliberations, but also for advocacy, if that's the route that ends up happening with, whether it's with Island Health or the province, on how much a service like this might cost and what would the community need be, and what type of ask or resources would be required to make that happen.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Like our meeting at Finance and Audit, I'm going to support this going through. It's a business case. It's an opportunity. It's this council signaling some values around an issue that I think we've dealt with since day one of our term. In regards to the city and jurisdiction and not spending money on mental health, we are spending money on mental health through our RCMP officers. That's what they're doing, and that's not what they're trained to do. So I don't know how this is going to land, and I don't know how I'm going to vote when it comes, if we get there, but at this point I'm curious to see it go forward and to see what kind of tools we have available to us. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner and then Councillor Armstrong. Thank
you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the other two councillors who are on their position on this. I agree with them. I'll be supporting this. I do want to see the business case come forward. And that business case could be a number of things. It could be literally that the work with Island Health says, yes, we have people, but we don't have cars. So if the city chipped in some cars, the whole thing would start working, right? But to another point, which you mentioned earlier, is having spent years and years and years providing grants to agencies, many of the grants that we provided to them through various organizations I was with were to help them get started. And they weren't long-term grants, they were, say, 1-2 years, at which point it was up to the agency to find other funding. And we do have examples in our own town where the province and or the feds have picked up the funding because they found it, okay, this thing works, this isn't our mandate, we'll start paying for it. And that's what I look at this type of business plan is not a long-term health care, but getting the thing started, see if it works, and if it does, then we have the tools and we have the reasons to go to the province and say, okay, time to pony up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I won't be supporting. I don't think what people are aware of is that our briefings, the mental health team does come to the briefings at the RCMP, so that is already being done on a regular basis. Many of them won't go to the calls because of the danger. And again, I stay with the fact that this belongs to VHA. The city should not be starting to take on health issues. If we do, it's going to keep being downloaded. We've got streets that don't have sidewalks. Like, I really want to stay within what I believe our 5 key things are, and that's not health. And like I said, under the Constitution, health belongs to the province. And I think if we start doing this, it's just going to start going down a rocky road. Like, I'm all supporting to push Mike Farnworth to create these units. That's where it needs to come from, because the city can create one. There's nothing that says the RCMP has to work with it, or even a provincial that do, because we don't have that influence over them. It comes either from Ottawa or from the province. So to me, there's just so many issues with it, and not even to mention the liability and trying to get people to staff those, which is what was the issue with the previous team. So I just won't support it. I don't believe this is taxpayers' dollars well spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion? Councillors Gesselbrock, Brown, Hemmens, Bonner, and Martman. Those opposed? Krog, Thorpe, Armstrong, and Turley. Motion carries. Thank you. Let's get on to number 2. Yes? No, or 3. Pardon me.
Number 3.
We're at 3. Councillor Turley.
First, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry?
Actually, Councillor Turley, maybe perhaps, I think it was Councillor Hemmens that moved this motion. Perhaps she could move, second it, speak to it, and then you could discuss why you're not in favor. We could just do it that way.
Excellent advice, Ms. Gurry. Councillor Hemmens has moved it, seconded Councillor Brown. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you, Your Worship. So like my rationale given at the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, the Health and Housing Task Force is doing a lot of work right now to figure out what the landscape of health and housing and jurisdiction and social service agencies, et cetera, is going to look like in Nanaimo over the next decade. I think we would be remiss not to put something in our budget connected to that. Is it a manager of housing? I'm not sure. We don't have a report yet. But what it is going to do is it's going to earmark some funding for us to mobilize whatever comes from that. I suspect it's probably a position because, like Councillor Armstrong says, we don't have umbrella jurisdiction over health and housing, but we do have the ability to work with our agencies, and right now our staff is running flat out in this file. So that's my rationale. Thank you. And again, it's a business case. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Again, I'll be opposing because, again, housing and health belong to the provincial government. Again, we're in the middle of a COVID crisis where we have businesses closing. We can't do some of our own, what we need to do, and to take on another jurisdiction. And again, I'll use what you said, when you look at Vancouver, you even look at Toronto, those that took on these issues, Toronto's looking for $2 billion because they took on provincial issues. Vancouver's looking at over $200 million. And those are provincial issues. So I think we have to remember that we are a municipal council responsible for 5 key areas, and this is not one of them. So for those reasons, I will not support.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have as big an issue with this motion as some of the others. My concern is the title of the position, Manager of Housing, which gives the optics that we are in the housing industry. In business of supplying, which of course we're not. I don't know if we could maybe, and this might be something staff could consider if the motion passes, of looking at kind of a co-manager of what was I going to say? Supportive, no, that's not it. I'll read what I wrote because I'm getting confused here. I have a concern regarding the optics of manager of housing. I'm not concerned about the need for an employee to help enact housing and health issue recommendations. Council has been on record as saying that supportive and affordable housing is a provincial responsibility, and to their credit, BC Housing is working to provide it. Those neighbors of facilities can now say, we know you were always involved in locating the facility in my neighborhood. I believe the title should include social planning, as I believe the collaborative work has and will involve more than housing. So I think it's the title of the position, as opposed to just defining it as housing, would be more appropriate in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Turley. I'm going to go to Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my understanding is when the motion was introduced at Finance and Audit, it was a placeholder, and I think Councillor Hemmens indicated she wasn't sure the title was correct, and I wouldn't get necessarily concerned about the semantics of it. One of the things that we should be expecting is that this task force on health and housing is going to be delivering at some point in time to council, hopefully sooner than later, a set of recommendations. So it can be expected that there will be some recommendations that may have financial implications for the city. One of the ideas that has been floated at the committee, and I know there's some interest in what's the city's role, and do you need a position to facilitate that? Some of the cities have homelessness coordinators, and I think the committee heard last week from the one in Kelowna. There's a staff person, and there's other cities like that. So I guess even if this gets defeated, one can expect that we will be receiving some form of recommendations, I hope, this fall from the committee in terms of next steps. So, and this may be one of those recommendations, or it may not be. And I don't believe it's necessarily just housing. It's probably something more generic, but that work has not been produced yet. So it's sort of somewhat, as Councillor Hemmons indicated, it was a placeholder. So I understand where she's coming from, because there is talk there, but I don't know if the committee itself is going to recommend this, and specifically what the mandate of that position would be. So that's all I had to say.
I'm going to go back to Councillor Turley, since I think he wanted to say something further that he didn't quite finish. Councillor Turley.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to hopefully get an amendment made to the motion. It's not in my mind, changing the intent, and that is to remove, I'll read it out. The council directs staff to prepare a business case for staffing to support the ongoing collaborative work identified by the Health and Housing Task Force.
I'm looking at Councillor Hemmons, who I don't think sees it as a friendly amendment, so I'm going to ask for a seconder, if there's a seconder for Councillor Turley.
So it's just a point of clarification on the process here. So we've got a motion on the floor.
Wants to amend the motion.
Amend the motion, okay.
Yes.
And the amended motion, the amendment sounded like a new motion.
No, he basically reread the same motion. He's just saying,
Just with a different title.
Changing business case for staffing to support as opposed to a manager of housing.
I'll second it and put it on the table.
Do we need discussion around this? Councillor Brown.
Yeah. Thank you.
Worship, I definitely won't be supporting this, because staffing to me is very open-ended and could be an entire new department or complement of staff. So I don't think it actually provides any clarity. I think it further expands the potential scope creep.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Bonner.
Voting against the amendment. The co-chair of the Health and Housing Task Force put this forward to this motion. We've been tasked to do this work, and it has been onerous, and I don't think that she would bring this motion forward lightly or wished it to be changed. So I won't be voting in favor of the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the amendment? Councillor Armstrong.
I won't be voting for the amendment either. I think we should be actually waiting for, as you said, for the Health and Housing Task Force for the recommendations before we vote on anything in this area. Thank you.
Anything further on this, on the amendment? I just want to say, Councillor Turley, I appreciate your concern, and my only concern around the title is, of course, the concept that the media may not report it appropriately, but I would hope this discussion has been fulsome enough this morning to make it clear that what we're really looking for, as I see this motion, the original motion, the main motion, is to simply have a staff person who will carry the can and be the point person within the city. And obviously right now that is falling, I believe, in fairness, on the shoulders of one person who has many other responsibilities. So I think we have to be realistic. So Councillor Turley.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. My concern is solely the title. So I'll vote for it. At least I'll withdraw the amendment with the secondar's approval and vote for it on the condition that hopefully discussion over the actual title of the position will be thoroughly vetted. Thank you.
I think that's fairly understood. Councillor Gusser-Brock, are you in agreement with withdrawing the motion to amend the original motion?
100%.
100%? All right. Do we need more discussion on the main motion? Councillor, I've got a number of people. That's why I'm asking. If you want to speak and stay on the list, I'll let you go. Councillor Hemmons is next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to Mr. Rudolph's point, I understand that the consultant is set to bring the recommendations forward in September. They're being vetted, I believe, next week by the Health and Housing Task Force. Regarding the title, my rationale for choosing housing was we currently have 2 social planners, and they do housing, they do health, they do OCP review, they do neighborhood engagement, and it's a massive portfolio. And whether it's housing or the title doesn't matter so much to me as distinguishing that this huge file that people seem to be doing kind of along with everything else actually gets pulled out because we know it has huge importance for this community. In terms of jurisdiction and the city not doing health, we are doing it. Just like we pay the police and they do mental health calls, we pay our social planners and they are sitting down with everyone who does housing in this city. So I agree, we don't want to be pulling, we want to stay in our lane, but we also want to acknowledge the work we're doing. And then that gives us a platform and an ability to say, okay, this is, maybe this is outside of our jurisdiction, and look at all the work we're doing. If we wait for the province, I'm afraid we're going to be waiting for quite some time. Thank you.
Councillor Gasselbrock?
I just would like to strengthen the comments of Councillor Hemmons. We are paying through the nose because of our social issues in this town. We're paying through the nose of policing, emergency service, public sanitation, loss of economic opportunities. Having added capacity in our city to help with the coordination of social services and what we provide here, added capacity and advocacy in increasing provincial investment in our community to solve these issues is well worth the investment and something that I would really be looking forward to hearing a business case from. Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion. And there's a couple things I did want to bring up. For those that are watching, these are recommendations preliminary to the budget. So I don't want anybody who's watching believing that we're actually discussing the budget. We're asking for these ideas to come back, and we will make a decision whether we want to move forward or not based on the business cases. As for housing, and I always look at this as health and housing, but we've been working for housing with decades in this city. I know as the Social Planning Advisory Committee Chairman for 8 years, housing doesn't always mean the homeless. Housing can mean discussions on carriage homes or basement suites or bylaw changes. Housing incorporates a lot, and I think we will always continue as a municipality to look after housing and see what changes need to be made in the future. I heard Councillor Hemmons talk about this is about planning for the next decade. Maybe 2 decades we should be looking ahead. And this type of staffing is needed. We have a fantastic staff who work really, really hard with many, many issues. And if we can get staffing to focus and be able to know what their mandate is, I think it works better for all of us. So thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did want to comment, albeit briefly. When we discussed this at the committee level, I supported this recommendation, and I supported the other recommendations that we're going to be talking about in short order. I'm not going to support any of them today, having given it some thought over the past several days. I recognize that these recommendations are simply to gather information and get a business case, and I'm usually all in favor of getting as much information as possible. But I think just doing that also does send a message that this council considers these as things that we might well want to add to our budget deliberations. And I come back to the fact that we are going to be in a real budget crunch, and we are going to have to make tough decisions. And this is not the time to be adding on extra positions. Even though I acknowledge that I like to support my fellow councillors, especially when their motions are well-intentioned, and I accept that. but I just really feel that now is not the time to be looking to add positions or even getting a business case to add positions. That's not the message I want to send at this time. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this or the other ones that we'll be talking about in a minute. Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Just in short response to Councillor Thorpe, I don't believe every item or what we're looking for necessarily has to increase our budget. We can look at our budgets and we could say, oh, 2 years ago when we were brand new, this was a priority and we agreed on this expense. But now, 2 years later, we would not rather spend money on ABC, and we'd rather do it on DEF, and we'll take that money. So we don't always have to increase taxes. We can play within reserves. We can take, and I don't mean to say play being not the proper language. I want to say that we can work with this. And we have much more knowledge of our budgets this year. So I think we have to look at what is our priority and how we're going to spend that money. Thank you.
Councillor Brown, then Councillor Hemmons again, and then maybe we can get to a vote.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I definitely will be supporting this to get the business case. I think it's often tempting to focus on the cost of doing something or adding something, but we often don't orient our minds to think about the cost of doing nothing or the cost of not acting. You know, like I can just total up probably over 300,000 that we've probably spent on this issue, whether it's increased cleaning on Wesley Street or security for the old city quarter. I'm not saying that this is going to make all those problems go away, but I think there's more to the equation than just the cost that may come back through the business case. And the other item that someone at the Mayor's Task Force actually said something that's really struck with me is that there's a lot of groups in town that are doing this work. We're doing very similar work, but they are established based on a particular issue that arises, and their mandate is really limited to that issue. And so when it comes to overall coordination, that doesn't really fit on anybody's desk, and that can produce a whole bunch of problems, from redundancy in services delivered to redundancy in resources being spent on those services, who applies for a grant, competition, etc. So I think there's a lot of organization that could be done that would benefit the community that might not necessarily be being done right now, and I guarantee that some of those efficiencies probably would pay off with someone doing that work full-time and helping assist that.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Briefly, Councillor Brown touched on some wonderful points, and I just, I'll follow it by saying that the Health and Housing Task Force is a committee council, or pardon me, a council committee, and I think we would be remiss to say this is an issue enough to we're gonna bring, you know, all of the stakeholders from the community to strategically discuss this, and then not have some sort of outcome from that. And as Mr. Rudolph said, we don't know the outcome yet, but I'm fairly certain there's going to be an outcome with a dollar price tag that, you know, the community sees us as holding, and this is earmarking funds, whether it's a position, et cetera, that council committee is advising us on. Thank you.
Very, very briefly, I well appreciate Councillor Turley's position on, Councillor Thorpe's position on this in terms of the cost and adding new items. But Councillor Brown summed it up rather nicely. We're already spending a great deal of money. We already have work undertaken by the city directly and indirectly through various staff members to do this. The Health and Housing Task Force, I have always hoped, would give us, if you will, the ammunition and credibility to force Victoria and Ottawa to do their jobs in what is the social crisis of our generation. And so I think it's worthwhile investigating this, and as Councillor Martman pointed out, it is the argument for a business case, and yes, it does send a signal, there's no question about that City Council is considering other expenditures, notwithstanding the difficult economic times that many find themselves in. However, I'd rather be making the decisions down the road with a little more information, and particularly as it may assist in determining what our already existing costs are in this area. All those in favour of the motion? Councillors Bonner, Martman, Krog, Gesselbrock, Brown, Hemmons and Turley. Opposed? Councillors Thorpe and Armstrong. Thank you very much. It's time for recess, so to speak, or lunch. So we've done item 3 of 6, so we're making progress. And then we will return to this afterwards, carry on with the regular agenda at 1 o'clock. Ms. Gurry, so we look forward to Mr. Tessier at 1. Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in. It just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Down here, okay? There we go.
Oh, hey, Tiana.
Hey.
It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front. front. Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere. Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there. We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes. So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out. And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just going to make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. It's during a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin, by all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately going to save you from flooding, the road, or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's Voyent. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Down here, okay? There we go.
Oh, hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere. Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there. We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes. So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water. This is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out. And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other two arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are
I'd like
LED
to
lights.
reconvene, please. And the first item on the agenda this afternoon is item under reports is item 7B, which is Ocean EXP presentation. Mr. Tessier. We have you as the official delegate, but we're always happy to see you. You just introduce yourself for the record and
My name is Tim Tessier. I sit on the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Association Board representing the Ocean EXP, Canada's Centre for Ocean Exploration. With me is Lauren Hildebrand, also a board director, who will conclude our presentation today. I'll start with making sure I have this. I'll start with stating our objective today. While we were invited by yourselves to come and present regarding the M&P feasibility study that was done in 2019, our objective today is really to find out, to get your acknowledgement and support as per a motion I've forwarded to each of you today. When I got involved in this project in 2016, it was based on a report, also a feasibility study that was done in 2015. Some of you may have been aware of it, but it identified a project similar to ours and the economic impact, both direct and indirect, would make in our community over an initial construction and 5-year period. Those numbers are available, but it got me quite excited about the possibilities. I looked further into it, and I become passionate about the need for a center like this, not only here in Nanaimo, Central Vancouver Island, British Columbia, and Canada, and I'll talk to that in a moment. The study that Council helped fund, done in May of 2019, when I was reviewing this in preparation and based on our current reality, this is old news. And a couple of the things that we have done as an association and as a board to move our project forward was really to take a look. First, we started looking at this in depth before COVID hit us. And I'll talk to some of the numbers when we answer your question. We went out and got, in addition to this study, we engaged architects to come up with a world-class design, which you see on the screen today. Included in that exercise was outsourcing and identifying organizations, individuals, ambassadors, and such that could bring technology to Nanaimo that is nowhere else in the world. We did all of those studies with those funds. Compton Consultants did a study, and the question we asked them, can we raise $5 million in our community with a project like this? Now, we didn't engage the study because we were very conscious of what we were spending money on, but they said, yes, it's real. Here's what we will need to do, and they gave us the formula. One of the challenges we were faced was a question was put to us, who are we? Albeit we became passionate, and we've been in front of council, this council, previous councils, we've been in front of members of parliament, MLAs, and so forth. The question is, who are you? We went out and we took our report and we created a stakeholder analysis, because without the key stakeholders in our community, that being the city of Nanaimo, the province of British Columbia, and most importantly, Tsunamic First Nations, that question was asked to us each and every time. Where do they stand? So we took and answered those questions, and many of you have received this stakeholder analysis. We created not one but two proof of concept, because we started to look at where are we going to get the funds, what's available, both from philanthropists and donors, organizations and such. We provided a media release which was all-encompassing, and that went out in January. We had established a meeting with Minister Wilkinson, Minister of Environment. Unfortunately, that April meeting was cancelled. It's still there. We updated and provided Council our March 2020 proof of concept. But most importantly, what did we do over those months after we had all of this information and not taking into account our current reality has changed, and we have an opportunity to develop and design this facility like no other in the world. And we're getting the attention of organizations around the world. The Royal Canadian Geographical Society want to recognize and partner with us to have a physical presence here in Central Vancouver Island to become the center for Canada's ocean exploration. Imagine. That got our attention. So what do we do next? We had to go back to that stakeholder analysis. Where's the city? Where's SFN? And where's the province? You all saw a copy of Chief Weiss's letter to us. This was about 4.5 years to get. I was able to confirm just last week that yes, they are on site. And if you look at the last paragraph that Chief Weiss had stated, we look forward to collaborating with the NDDA and recognize that this initiative is an opportunity to continue reconciliation by collaborating together on issues as important as ocean sustainability, education, and economic development. I've been in Nanaimo 12 plus years, and I've never seen that type of and I'm sure some of you have, but I haven't. I haven't seen it come out in the public. We respect SFN, and we haven't made it public because the question they asked us, where is the city of Nanaimo and the community as a whole? So as per our motion, and I may take you through these, you'll see there, this update was provided. That lists all the things that I just talked about. Sinimaq First Nation and where they stand, the Nanaimo Ladysmith Public School and their district. This is from the Royal Canadian Geographic Society. And at the end, this is where we are here today. At this point, I'm going to pass it on to Lauren. Thank you.
Mr. Hildebrand, good afternoon.
Your Worship, council members, thank you for having us. I'm Lauren Hildebrand, and I think what I'd like to do is see if you have any questions, because I think there are some questions you want answered. So do you have any questions? I was president at the time we got the money and spent it, so perhaps I can help with those before I say that little piece that I'd like to.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Worship, and thank you too for coming today. Has the MNP business case been made available for the public?
No, I don't think it has been made available to the public. We made it available to you, and I think you may have put it on your website. We have not made it particularly available, no.
Okay, I can follow up with staff later if there's any reason we can't
You
make
do
it
have a copy, though.
Ms. Gurry, is it?
Your Worship, yes, based on the previous council's decision to support and fund this study and then come back with the findings, I do believe we have an obligation to make that public, so we will be doing so.
Thank you. Anyone else for questions?
Okay, well then if I can just carry on and there may be some questions from this. If you remember the MMP study had a look at this whole project, and we looked at it from a financial and tourism perspective. And the financial perspective was that although we would like to bring in a whole bunch of brand new tourists into the city of Nanaimo, they would not come here because there wasn't enough here. They did say, and they talked to 68% of people around Canada and the US, and they all said, we would love to come to this place, and if we saw it was available, we would come. Then if they were asked, would they come to Nanaimo, the answer was no. So this was a kind of a wake-up call for us, because clearly we thought we'd bring in a whole bunch of tourists. So what we've done since then is we have engaged somebody. We brought someone from Royal Roads University. They're doing it on a voluntary basis, and we're looking at ways in which we can change that, and we have several strategies and solutions in which we think we can make a big difference. So we're quite happy that, in fact, we think we can do that. But the most important thing about that study was it said this will break even with the tourism you have coming now, and the folks that are already in the island. They will make a trip, and they will stay longer, and they will stay here. So I think for us, the real question is, how do we move on to the next step? The next step is clearly we need some funding from the provincial government, not from the city government. We also need some land, and without having to look to the city for land, there are now some options that we might be able to have some land from a different source altogether given to us. So we really are sitting on a point where we think we can move this thing forward. What happened at the provincial government was, and I'll just be very clear about this, they said, unless the city makes us a priority, we probably can't give you money. We'll look around for it, but no, I understand that making this a priority is very difficult. You've already gone through a process of identifying your priorities. But we kind of kept making the case that, look, when you talk about social structure, you talk about infrastructure, when you talk about tourism, when you talk about economy, when you talk about jobs for people, this meets all of those things. So I guess we're sitting here now saying we still have these great relationships with folks. At this point, we think the money has been well spent. We've stopped collecting money because, quite frankly, until we have another major thing to move on to, we're not going to go ask anybody else for any more money, because we're going to spin our wheels until we get a number of those stakeholders saying, yes, we're in. So that's where we're at. We need the city to support us. If you, of course, it's your choice. If you want to see something like this thing happen, then we get to go back to the city where we've been asking for $2 million of seed money so that we can start the thing within a couple of weeks. We hope the negotiation on the land will actually have started and moved forward. And we think we're still in a really good position to do this. But we're also clearly, both Tim and I have spent 4 years doing this, and we're pretty well at the end of our rope. So we've started to pass the reins over to other people. They've done some amazing job bringing on educational boards and educational groups around the country that want to be part of this. But I think we really are at a crossroads, and we're not really sure where the next step is. We can see the path, but the provincial government's going to have to step up. We think SENAMO has and probably will continue to do so in a great big way. And we think the city needs to get on board and say, yeah, this is great, let's get going. What do you guys need to go to the provincial government and get the money? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other, Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If nobody else has any questions, again, thank you for the additional information. One thing I'm wondering is there intention to update the MNP study with sort of a COVID/post-COVID analysis on what the tourism sector or the just even?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, answer your question, yes. To give you, when this began, this tragic reality that we're all living in, back in March, we met as a board and we took that into account. We saw it as a great opportunity because not only does the physical facility change, albeit when you look at the picture and such, we have the opportunity to create a static, almost a virtual reality to experience this stuff. So we're looking at it in phases. That's why this next phase of schematic design, proof of proposal, which is in the big scheme not a lot of money, but it will be designed based on the current COVID reality. And it'll be one of the first projects, the new projects like that. And we're pleading as volunteers and citizens of our community. We're not coming here for money. But when we get asked that question in Minister's office, where does the city stand? We go, we're waiting until July such and such for an answer. Did I answer your question? The short answer is absolutely yes. It's already in the works.
It's on.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the answer. The other sort of question that I have lingering in my head, and it's more of a comment, but you might want, is where we're talking about provincially a $12.5 billion deficit budget, and I can't even remember the latest count federally. It was 300 and something billion. How do you envision funding opportunities within that sort of environment?
Well, what we envision, first of all, on top of, again, the financial mess, the economic mess that our country is in, there will also be opportunities to stimulate the economy. This could be with us for several years. People are looking, where I live in Departure Bay, there has been more boats in that bay than I've seen in 12 years because people are recognizing Vancouver Island. So that's where, again, what it looks like and what we develop, to go to that next level, to define it, what are going to be the actual costs to build this facility based on the current reality? What will it return to us in economic development? I don't think there's a business person in British Columbia, if we were to truly show the numbers and say to that person, the investment is $35 or $50 million, but we're going to return well over $250 million through direct and indirect economic development in your community. Would you not want to hear the rest of the story? And that's where we're at.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, I think I just heard the answer, but you're here you're here to just have a letter of support similar to the letter that Nanaimo and School District supplied?
That's correct. That's all we're asking
Thank you.
for today.
Councillor Thorpe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the delegation. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in front of us again this afternoon. Perhaps just for the benefit of myself as well as people watching or listening, could you explain to me very quickly and simply what your current vision of this project looks like? Because we're seeing a very futuristic picture on the screen in front of us, right on the waterfront. It looks like it could be part of Maffeo Sutton Park. And I know originally your vision was something on the water where people would actually go down, I think, under the water. And then there was another iteration where it became more of a digital experience. And I'm just wondering what the project looks like now, how big an area you would require, would it need to be on the water, and so on. Because I think, and I recognize your efforts, and I recognize your frustration in getting the first domino to fall in terms of concrete support, but I think as a city we need to be very clear on exactly what this project would look like before we could really commit any type of support, even a letter. So if you can just clarify and explain it for me, Mr. Tessier, I'd appreciate it.
Well, further, I welcome you to go back to the proof of concept document. It details it. But it will, yes, when we first came to you back in 2016, we were talking about elevators going down below the water surface and so forth. This is a project that has evolved significantly. And when we started to look outside of Nanaimo and started to attract the attention and dropping names, the James Cameron Foundation and Tim Boldman, who works closely with him, as well as the people at National Geographic Society, the Royal Canadian, they all went, do you realize what you have? So what we envision is a center where individuals, young and old, schools, teachers can come and engage what's going on below the ocean surface by way of some static displays, but also interactive virtual displays. And the best example I can use, Disney did a wonderful project down in California around the Star Trek franchise. That's what we're doing. But it's also a meeting center where you will come and there will be speakers that will be featured and hosted around the world. We have engaged the support and the technology of individuals that are looking at it as how do we create this where every school in Canada can tap into the amount of knowledge that we're starting to gather. Sure.
Sorry, if I can just jump in for a little bit. I think one of the things that happened when we started to look at the physical structure of this and we brought some architects on is the first thing that became really clear was elevators into the water were probably not going to work because the visibility wasn't great all the time. So as we had the various experts come and talk to us about what we needed and what we should build in a physical way, we started to come to the conclusion that while putting elevators and pools and all those things in would not be terribly effective, they would also be really costly. For instance, we looked at putting a wall down into the sea, 15 feet, and apparently it had to be a 3-foot plexiglass wall that I don't think anybody in the world could afford. So as we had the architects come in and talk to us about what we needed to do, we realized that what we were doing was just not going to work. So we developed the project by saying, okay, if we're going to be in the water and it's going to be a muddy and dirty experience anyway, can we bring a digital water into the place? For me, and we have all of these things that we've hooked up electronically that we'd like to do and digitalize it and make it available to everybody. But for me, it's essentially the same place, except that it's not in the water. You're using digital screens around it. As an example, we have a room where you could walk into and the ceilings and the floors and the walls are all eventually digital screens. And they all play the same picture, and some of that would be real-time movie of things like the Saskatchewan out in the bay playing on that. So you would be there, you would be in perfect visibility, you would be in perfect safety, and you would not have to worry about the expenses of keeping tanks clean, keeping fish in it, keeping all of that stuff. So we've changed based on what our experts are telling us is buildable and maintainable. So the only condition that we think is really terribly important is it needs to be on the water somewhere, because you can't really have an ocean center in Kelowna. I mean, what's the point of that? So for us, if we're going to build this, it probably needs to be on the ocean. We've always thought that it would be nice to be somewhere where there could be a dock going out and where fast ferries could come in and where boats could park and tourism boats could leave from, and we could build something around that. So for us, being near the water or being on the water is terribly important. So as we've drawn our plans, we've drawn, what could we look like if we were on the water? And frankly, I think if we're not on the water, the project's probably not going to go, because honestly, it just seems stupid to have an ocean center inland somewhere. So for me, other than we don't have elevators going into the water for financial and practical reasons, for me, the thing is really the same project. I don't see it really being any different in that you're going to go down and you're going to be able to see ocean stuff, and it's going to be set up in a digital way that you can actually interact with all this stuff, and probably as realistic, but in a more functional way by using stuff digitally. So we'll still have cameras in the ocean, but they'll be playing on these walls. You'll still see divers. You'll still see what's going on with the environment and the ecology. But the interesting thing about this, at one point we had talked about having that digital display moving through all of the rooms. So as you walk from room to room, you're actually walking under the water and seeing the same thing, but you're moving to the next room. And in fact, that whole thing could be reflected up onto the roof. So as you flew over, you'd see that whole underwater thing coming down from the roof. So I'm excited by the technology. And I'm hoping that we're still going to be able to connect to the ocean, but it was really a financial and a practical reason where we said a digital way is going to be the same. So honestly, I know it sounds very different, but in my mind, and being a diver and loving the ocean and caring about it, I really see this as honestly the same thing, except looking at through a 3-foot plexiglass wall, you're going to look at a 3-inch LCD screen, and you won't be able to see where the screen stops and starts. It'll be under you, it'll be over you, it'll be on the sides of you. Did that help?
Yeah, thank you very much for clarifying the vision.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. So basically it's all virtual and digital, and there would not be any hands-on experience like UCluelet does with their...
No, that's not. In fact, we even talk about putting hands-on experiences in. We had a whole bunch of people say that was something they wouldn't support from an environmental perspective, and even people like the National Geographic Society and others are saying, don't do that stuff.
Okay. And second of all, when you say, because you're not here for land, you're not here for money, you're simply here to look for the council giving this project support. However, I believe a key word in that is saying that this is a priority for the city. A letter of support omitting that word would not be helpful?
Yes, I think it would be helpful. I do know that we still would have to try to get around talking to the provincial government.
Put the motion back up on the screen. That would be... Sorry, please carry on.
I'm going to step in. Lauren and I talked, and I said, Lauren, lose the word priority, because we've gone that. But with that said, thank you for bringing it up, because it is a reality. But in my discussions with our MLA and some of the ministers, we can evolve. This is simply the logistics to allow us to go to that next step. That's what we're looking for today, is for you to endorse the concept of developing a Center for Ocean Discovery in the Nanaimo community and recognize the Ocean EXP project as a unique and positive endeavor for the community and consistent with your strategic priorities. We're not calling it a priority, we're saying it is consistent, because when we look at each one and say, is this livable, environmentally, I mean, we're at a time on this planet, and the current reality with how society works, more than ever, the opportunity is attracting attention. So that's what we're asking for today, Councillor Martin.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Oh, I was just going to move the recommendation if there's no other discussion.
Second. Any discussion? Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. It's less of a discussion, more of a question.
In your earlier presentation, you mentioned that once you had these letters, then the land negotiation would commence. Do you have, without necessarily telling that it's here, is the place that you're looking to negotiate within the city limits?
I don't think we're in a position to say anything, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think, Councillor Bonner, if I can save any embarrassment for these gentlemen, I don't know that I would answer that question if I were them.
Okay.
Yeah. We've been asked to be in confidence. I will say this, and what drives the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Association, and it has from the get-go, is it needs to be located in this region, in predominantly Nanaimo. So it is, all of our key directors on the board have consistently said that. If this is even going to go to Ladysmith, then someone else is picking up the project.
Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, the reason I'm moving the motion is I do think it's just asking for a letter of support, which I think is a good thing. COVID could bring really good opportunities for this as we see more people are doing staycations, et cetera. So it would, I could see it as driving people here, which will help economically as well. Like people may hotel or restaurants as people get more comfortable. They're not asking anything further from the city. I voted against the $65,000 previously because they had said they wouldn't be asking any for more, and that still remains my position. However, I believe that the project is very tangible, and I think it could be very exciting, and I could see some linkages with we have some of the best cold water diving in the world. So I could see linkages with that. So for those reasons, I will support the motion.
Councillor Gesselbrock?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of a vision of having a place where people can visit and there's opportunity to experience the ocean digitally with sensors that are out there in different parts around the world, and I think those experiences are critical for youth and for people to develop a relationship with the ocean. And it's sometimes I get worried that we're not building the relationship with direct contact with it, and things get more and more removed. But there is something that I like about the idea of being able to, experience other places and in this immersive situation, and building a bit of an identity of Nanaimo for ocean exploration and education, and especially during this time where the ocean's under an enormous amount of threat, ocean protection. I think I struggle a little bit with this project during this time with COVID, and looking at the MNP study, I wasn't overly blown away with sort of the economic potential of it. And right now, our city is under an enormous amount of economic pressure, dealing with things, very, very prominent things like homelessness, addiction, mental health. And there's a lot of asks to the province for support in many different areas. And sending out a letter saying that this is a priority for us right now is not the message that I think I'd feel comfortable sending out when there is competition for provincial money. And so I think I'm more comfortable without the word priority in there. Pardon?
It says with its strategic priorities, consistent with its strategic priorities.
In terms of, and so I am...
I'm sorry, everybody keeps talking about a letter. The letter is simply going to say, and Ms. Gurry will correct me, I'm happy to advise that Council on, July the 27th passed the following motion.
That's it.
It's not... We've moved beyond a letter. The delegation has provided us with a very specific motion. The wording is very clear, I think, with no disrespect.
Excellent. I don't think I see the word priority in there. So I do like the vision. I also am incredibly grateful for the amount of time and effort that your board has put into promoting this vision and this idea. And I think that we need to leverage that type of community participation in moving our community forward. So I want to thank you, and so I can support this motion. Thank you.
Mayor, can I respond? Thank you. Everything you said at the start we've been living for the last 6 months and recognize the challenge with our current economic realities. We're not standing up here. I mean, the energy that we put in, and it's not so much as the time, the file folder is always on our desk. It's always there. And what we look at is this might be the biggest opportunity to make this thing happen because of the current reality, because we are also attracting the attention of private and corporate sponsors to this project. So, I mean, we don't go anywhere unless we need some seed money, and yes, we will be asking the province. But there are funds that are being set up, both with Minister Wilkinson said, yeah, there's things that we might be able to help you with. But we need to explore that with the consensus of the stakeholders, SFN and the City of Nanaimo, saying we endorse the concept of further exploration.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and again, thank you. I echo Councillor Gesselbrock's comments that I think it's a wonderful vision, and the amount of energy behind it is great. I do struggle with supporting it, not because I don't think it's wonderful, but when I put on my wider community perspective and I think about, even if the ask is coming from somewhere else, millions of dollars in different asks, and I have to be honest, I think what our community needs when it comes to millions of dollars asked is detox, treatment, and housing. To me, that outweighs any other sort of economic consideration, what I think it would bring. And although I agree the motion just says it's consistent with strategic priorities and consistent with the city's vision, I do note that effective strategy is knowing when to say no. And that can be tough, I think, especially when you personally think a vision is great. So I really struggle with supporting it as much as I think it's a wonderful project and appreciate all the time and effort, not just by you folks, but even and the architects and probably countless volunteer hours at this point. So thanks again for presenting, and just sort of voicing my internal struggles with supporting this.
Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the delegation. Obviously, a lot of years in research and passion. I won't be supporting the motion today for the very simple reason that no community member has ever discussed this with me in the way of this is something I want, need, and I believe I also represent a demographic at this table of probably, the family user. It's not something I've heard from the community, so I won't support. Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering if there was a slight adjustment to the motion that would make those councillors that are uncomfortable with it more comfortable. And the wording I'm looking at is the deletion of the words "with its strategic priorities." So there's two sets of "and consistent" there, and so if it just read a project as a unique and positive endeavor for the community and consistent with the city's vision. So it removes the word strategic priority. So that's just one modification, which would just give a signal of support, but it's just one idea that might help some of the councillors if they're struggling with the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I want to say a couple of things and pick up on a couple of threads through this discussion. Mr. Hildebrand mentioned, that no one's going to go to see an ocean center in Kelowna, and he's quite right. You don't go to see the Tyrrell Museum in Medicine Hat because it's located in Nanaimo. You go because it's dinosaur country. We are one of the few ports in this country, and certainly on the West Coast. We are, as Councillor, I think it was Armstrong reminded us, one of the top 10 dive destinations in the world. We now have the city of Langford, that well-known maritime centre, fighting to get the Maritime Museum, which is completely incomprehensible to me. This is a port town. This is a city that the Snuneymuxw populated for thousands of years because it was a beautiful coastal location. What is being asked for today is not a dramatic ask in my view, and I believe, frankly, that it is consistent with our strategic priorities. Imagine blue skying this for a moment, that if Langford isn't successful in becoming the Maritime Museum Centre on the West Coast, You couple this with the fact we're a port city, the top 10 dive destinations, a city that has been welcoming to visiting boaters in the hundreds for a very long time. It just seems to me that the concept that we would sort of kibosh this at this stage for such a modest ask when so much work has gone into it, and frankly, the city has already invested substantial monies, relatively speaking, in this concept. I think it's just time to pass this motion, get on with it, and see if these folks, together with the younger members that they mentioned in their presentation, have an opportunity to carry this forward. You know, it's not any time to dream any small dreams, and I appreciate the discussion around COVID and its impacts. COVID is not going to be with us forever. The Second World War didn't last forever. The Great Depression didn't last forever. COVID's not going to last forever. There will be another pandemic at some time, but it's not going to last forever. There will be a vaccine found, and life will not go back to normal necessarily, where there will be adjustments. But the concept that we're not going to consider building or creating attractions for our city to enhance our very important tourism industry, and let alone allowing for recreation and the wonderful educational opportunities that this provides. Councillor Gusselbrock is absolutely bang on. Understanding the importance of oceans for the planet, for planetary health, I just think is really crucial. So I, for one, will be supporting the motion as made today. Any other discussion on this? All those in favor? Councillors Bonner, Martman, Krogh, Thorpe, Armstrong, and Gusselbrock. Opposed? Councillors Brown, Hemmens, and Councillor Turley, where were you on this? In favor? In favor. Thank you. Good. Much appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Council.
Outdoor stadium improvement options. Mr. Harding.
Just one moment, Your Worship. Hi. Your Worship, thank you. This is a GPC topic we've been meaning to bring to Council for quite some time, and just similar as what you mentioned about COVID, of course, we're talking about a stadium in the middle of COVID time. It may not seem like the right timing, but it's something we've been working on for a number of years, and with some developments that we've had and purchases we've had over the last 3 years, particularly the purchase of Rotary Bowl, Roxman Stadium, and then the building of the NDSS community field. We've had some ability to change and relook at some options, but in general, I'm going to turn the presentation over really soon to Mr. Doug Warnell, who's a sports architect and an architect that's worked with us on a number of projects, starting with our artificial turf fields at Bevan Park over the many years ago, also Rotary Sports Field stadium studies, and NDSS community field, and a number of other things. So he knows our community quite well, knows some of our users. But just going back, what we're trying to do with this GPC session, I know we're a general open council today, but this was really a GPC topic, was look at, with some of our amenities, be it Caledonia, be it Bevan Park, where can we focus some of our attention on to create a good medium-sized stadium that can facilitate a number of outdoor sports and recreational uses. With that, Your Worship, if there's no questions, I'll answer a bunch of questions afterwards. With no questions, I'm going to turn this over to Mr.
We
Warnell.
won't let you escape without questions, Mr. Harding, you know that.
What's that?
We won't let you escape without questions, don't worry. We're very pleased to receive the presentation.
I just did. I wiped it again. And I'll wipe it afterwards for you. There you go. Oh, wait, let's see more for you. There you go.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Warnell. I'm a sport architect, which is pretty self-explanatory. And so today what we're going to talk about is basically the idea of a medium-sized stadium. And I'm going to sort of go through some steps just to give you some education on stadiums very quickly. And then we'll get more specifically on some of the sites we looked at. So stadium size, there's basically 3 different types. There's a small-sized stadium, a medium-sized stadium, and then a large-sized stadium. And really the difference is as you move to a larger stadium, the focus is less on the athletes and more on the spectators. So all of a sudden, as you get to a certain size, like, well, let's say over 3,000, like 3,000 seats is not a lot. It's pretty small when you look at it. Swangard Stadium, which is showing in the second picture there, is 5,000. So what happens is all of a sudden washrooms and concession and garbage collection and TV trucks and all these things are more, they represent a larger section of the budget than the field and the locker rooms. And so what we're looking at is, okay, so of a community of the size of this city, a small stadium probably is not adequate for your needs. I mean, obviously we're not always looking at a 5,000 plus event, but when you have them, you really don't have that ability. And a city of this size normally would have a medium-sized stadium. The question is, you know, do you need more than that? Well, a city of Surrey or a city of Vancouver, yes, they'll have all three, because they'll have all levels of events and enough people to come and support them. But for the city size of Nanaimo, it's probably not necessary, because a medium-sized stadium can host small events, and a large-sized stadium is just not necessary. So some of the things that, just to quickly educate you on stadium, is the things that go into it. So one of the things is it is an event, whether it be a rally of some kind, or a Canada Day celebration, or a championship sport event. It's an event you go to and you want to feel good about it. It's sort of like when you go to a movie theater, why it's not just, you know, a metal chair in front of a screen. It's an event. And so you try to create that event, you know, initially with parking, that there's decent parking, and that there's a procession from the parking lot through what we call a crush space, you know, before you get into the stadium or when you're pouring out. And there's, you know, the stadium has a presence, a name, a recognizable icon that you're coming through, and that there be ticketing, because obviously, you know, you want to be able to recover some money from this. So and landscaping is part of that, you know, so it's an attractive environment. This is a part of almost any building, and more so for stadiums. There's also simple things like operational amenities. You see the guy sweeping there. There's a whole science behind designing seats so you don't take 3 days to clean a stadium after an event. You know, just even figuring out the size of a Coke bottle to see if it'll roll under the seat or not. The type of seating you put in, the worst kind of seating is ones that doesn't have a back to it. And unless you're 6 years old, you need a back to a seat. Whether or not you want, you know, individual seats is something, but you also, there's the other things that are operational, like an events room where officials might meet, or where operations of the stadium might take place. Of course, the press booths up there. There's a whole science behind how do you get the press to your event. You know, either give them free beer or give them a washroom, or both. And then there's even private boxes, which, you know, you might be thinking of the, you know, the big expensive ones, but just private boxes that can be rented by party groups, you know, like your birthday party or your company party or something like that, can be beneficial at any stadium event. Next thing are the basic spectator amenities. So concessions, washrooms, scoreboard, food in some way. Food could be food trucks, are often a better way to supply than concessions, because concessions are, nobody can actually make a living off a concession at a stadium because it's not an everyday operation. So sometimes providing for food trucks is better. And of course the sound system, and the one showing there is what we did for the U of A, because we recognize that you're in a small community that's tight, dense, and just having loudspeakers blare out in the community is no good. So there's ways of creating speakers that basically deliver the sound directly to the audience with that minimal noise going out into the world. So we looked at 3 parks. So that was for your basic education of what's needed. So we looked at the 3 parks. All 3 parks offer great opportunity, but 2 of the parks just are missing that one little element. So if we look at Caledonia, a great spot. It has enough size to do things, but it only has enough size for a small stadium. So as soon as we start to try and stretch out into 3,000 seats or a little bit better, you know what's behind. There's just that tiny parking lot behind, and we basically eat all that up in crush space and seating. I suppose we could put seats on the sides and things like that, but what happens at Caledonia is you start doubling the cost of basic amenities, which then if you were to go to any other site, you could stretch your budget more. So the trouble with Caledonia, it's a very small site technically, and it's hard to get all the things you need for a medium site. Like as a small stadium, it's a great site. But the other thing about Caledonia is it also is a single destination site. It's meant for rectangular fields, and that's about it. And so while it is an attractive site, it's probably not the best site for looking at a medium-sized stadium. We then looked at Beaven Park. Beaven is an excellent site. It's a blank slate. It has all the room you need for anything you need to do for a stadium. So it has, enough space for not only a stadium field, but several practice fields around it. It's got parking already there. It's transit's there. It's a good location. But again, it's sort of a single destination. It's for something that is only at that particular stadium. And so again, if push comes to shove, it still would make a good site. But then we come to, I'm sorry, this is not the most recent picture, but NDSS Field. The reason this one is so attractive is it meets all the requirements that the other sites did, but in spades. So you have 3 facilities already there. So anything we build, so for spectators, we're doing washrooms for spectators. Well, now washrooms for spectators can service people from Sroxman, people from Rotary, as well as NDSS. If we put in concessions, it's the same thing. It serves more than just one stadium. Any event areas, we can service those 3 areas. So by looking at NDSS as a medium-sized stadium site, what we're doing is money that goes into NDSS ends up enhancing 2 other facilities. And that's what gives this site probably the edge over the other 2 sites in terms of what we'd like to do. And what we'd like to do, again, is if we go back to those elements, is to take what we have here and then enhance it with proper parking, proper crush space, signage, seating, washrooms, change rooms, and things like that. But this would become the site of a medium-sized stadium for the city of Nanaimo, where you could host a number of social and sporting events. And that's the end of the stadium presentation. So questions?
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do we have like a design mock-up yet on this, or?
No, this is the report is basically for site identification of what would be the best site to go forward with this. With this site, if it's identified and accepted, then we would move forward with some concepts at first, and then as concepts are accepted and costing is accepted, we can get into greater detail.
You mentioned parking. There's a fair amount around there. If I look it over in the ice rink on the other side and NDSS parking lot for the school. But do you think there'd be enough for, are we looking at, let's say, 3,000?
Yes. So, and remember we have parking on the other side from the pool as well. So the important thing about a stadium as you move up in size is you don't move up in size of parking lot because we used to. I don't know if you remember the stadiums that would be surrounded by a sea of asphalt. We don't do that anymore because it's not socially sustainable. We want to look at transit and shuttle and things like that. So for instance, if you go to, sorry, I'm an Edmonton E fan, and I was going over my head, what other name could we come up with E? The Edmonton Electronics. But the point is that they have quite a system of shuttle buses now. So you can park in remote lots or get there by LRT and then be shuttled to the stadium. And so the same thing here is this is well served by transit. The other, oh sorry, I missed that. The other advantage of this is it's right, next to the school and also to the university. So it has a lot more users as opposed to the other 2 facilities. But in terms of parking, there's more than enough what we'd want to provide. Even if we'd started with a blank slate, we wouldn't want to provide more than there's now because we actually want to encourage people to transit to the site.
I think you just gave Councillor Bonner the best answer you possibly could, knowing Councillor Bonner.
I'm going for more parking. What are you talking about?
I assume there's a follow-up for parking electronic bikes, though. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Warnell, or perhaps to Mr. Harding. So to start with, let's be clear that we're talking really long-term here. We're looking to the future as Nanaimo grows, that if we don't already, we'll be a market for a medium-sized stadium. And this is basically talking about where should we put our money into which site if we wanted to develop such a facility. And I think you've, in your report, summarized the pros and cons of each one quite fairly. And I think in my mind, there's only one best answer, and you've identified that. My question is, first of all, just to be clear, the actual stadium field would be the NDSS?
That's correct.
Artificial turf field? And the other, the track would be ancillary to that?
Let me retract that. NDSS would have its seating capacity enhanced because already Sir Oxman has its own plan for that, and of course Rotary has its own seating. That is one of the things that makes this site so attractive, is that we try to call this the NDSS District Stadium or something like that, because after the seating portion for the actual playing field, all the other amenities that we propose benefit all three sites, which is, again, why this site was considered the most advantageous. So if we build, and we're, this is a good picture. So that corner, between the corner of Sir Oxman and the finish line stadium block of the Rotary, and of course that space between the seats, the benches and back. If we could put something in there, now you have the ability so that any washrooms are built are easily accessible to all three facilities. Any change rooms for athletes are easily accessible for all three. So I would say no, that the stadium precinct would benefit, even though there would be some improvements for the seating at NDSS. I think that anything else could easily, from parking to washrooms to concessions, would be attributable to all three facilities.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
And then just a little bit of background too, is that some people may not know, council, maybe those watching, is this pitch right here with the NDSS community field is large enough now, and everything within the fence line, we like to say, is 100% ready for any event. So you can put CFL football there, you could put any soccer games, any rugby games, because it's long enough for CFL, it's wide enough for rugby, the lines are in for high school football, the lights are there, this major scoreboard, everything within the lines. You're not going to find a better field to put on any sporting event right now. As Mr. Warnell says, it's the amenities outside for us to put on a ticketed event. And so when you say, is it long-term, I'd say there's some initial phases we need to do. The junior football team, the Raiders, are at Caledonia. They can't host. They're going to be limited more and more if they're we either put money into Caledonia for lights and other amenities, because they're going to be limited to host any more. They can't host any nighttime events, for example. So there would be some interim issues we'd come back with to council on, some interim seating and some other improvements, so we could initially make it available for something like junior A football. VIU, for example, uses this site now for all their games. They do a lot of live streaming, and of course, the high school football teams are here also on Friday nights for events, and they're getting busier. So just add that to it. Another amenity here is that it's ready to go inside for the sports. It's just, again, it's the outside.
So if I may, Your Worship, thank you, Mr. Harding. So again, thinking ahead to your next report, which is long-term improvements to Sir Oxman Stadium regarding seating and so on, fan capacity. So I'm thinking ahead here for not just the Raiders, but maybe in days of future, the Edmonton E's would want to come here and play an exhibition game, or a farm team might want to come. So if we were going to build seating facilities, it would be on the NDSS field rather than enhancing the two smaller grandstands currently at the track bowl. Am I right? I'm just identifying that this is the main field.
that for these sports, for those kind of outdoor sporting events that need to be in a major field like this, yes. Of course, baseball, quite different, and there's some other issues there we'll get to in the next report. But some of those amenities, even if we had some movable bleachers, for example, we may have a point where we have maybe 2,000 seats here or all east, but then we have some mobile seating that goes around as we need for other events.
And if I may, Your Worship, and maybe this is getting into too much future detail, but it seems to me, although I certainly support this option, one of the main challenges will be the crush point or the access for ticketing. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that whereas Caledonia Park is very confined, there's one official way in and out. Right. With this area, right now there's a lot of ways in and out.
There is. Mr. Ronell's looked at that a little bit, and he can talk about that and what we could do and what other communities have done on that very issue. Is that you okay with that?
Sure. Yeah, so again, the improvements to NDSS as the field itself is mainly in seating. In terms of crush space, we specifically left that triangle, which is just off the rear of the Sir Oxman Stadium, where they have the main bulk of their parking and, of course, parking across to the Aquatic Center. Mm-hmm. That's where we envision crush space, and then people can migrate from that area on both sides of the baseball stadium and both sides of the field to get to the seating area. So we have the ability, it's that people, the way a stadium works is everybody comes at once, everybody trickles in and then everybody leaves at once. And so the crush space is really there for the beginning of the trickle as people start to come out of their cars, they gather, talk, and then they'll slowly get in their seats. And that's what's missing right now. And so we've allowed that little triangle to become that space. It may also end up being space for food trucks. As again, that whole area, right now you're visioning it as, well, you see the parking lot set and you see the road set. You have to sort of erase all that and imagine that's just a blank space, and somehow we're going to create parking, food truck area, and crush space in a feasible manner to make that corner work. So we're confident that can happen. And we are, one of the proposals is we're working on the fence line of Sir Oxman, so we might be able to grab a meter off that as well. In terms of the plan, we've gone through great pains in order to make this the ability to phase it, because we recognize that you're not going to throw millions of dollars tomorrow into it, but we do know that we can make incremental phases, which start with safety, which we'll talk about in the next presentation, and then basic things that you need to have a provincial football. Now you have to host it, you got to have artificial turf and seating for a certain number. So we'd like to see that achieved. So it's a little incremental pieces that will over time create your center, but it doesn't have to be done all at once. And that's the nice thing about having it here is that a lot of the stuff already exists, and we just have to make the little pieces as budget allows.
Absolutely. So, Your Worship, just to finish my comments, if I may, as I'm sure everybody around this table knows, I'm very much in favor of expanding and improving our local sports facilities, and it just seems to me, based on your report and my own personal knowledge, that this is the area that we should be focusing our attention on. So I'll be supporting the recommendation when we get to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I think this question is probably more for Mr. Harding. I'm just curious, in this report and the staff work with the recommendations and also the next report, how they actually, moving forward, how they are incorporated or not incorporated, how do they fit within the Reimagine Nanaimo process that has the 10-year facility and culture plan?
Right, a good question on the Reimagine. These kind of questions will come up, I'm assuming, as we go out to the different stakeholder groups, and they'll want to know where are we going to invest in some of our sports venues. So we can include some of that in some of those stakeholder groups when we go out to the different sport groups, if that's kind of what you're meaning. But I also think as we've been working on this for quite a while, in a sense of where we have some relatively immediate needs. If, for example, junior football gets back in, and if VIU gets back in, and some other sport groups start to do more ticketed events or more controlled events or larger events, that would be good to have a bit of a vision going forward. So I'm not sure if that really answered it, but I think we could also test it through the Reimagine process and say, is this a priority for the community here and how we move forward, if that helps.
Yeah, I think that I'm just trying to get to, if we endorse it, but then, through that planning exercise, it doesn't really come back as a huge priority for the community.
Right.
How do we sort of...
Right, and then that would get that, as we get into the budgeting cycle, if it comes back, so it's not, then council can look at that and say, well, we're not going to, do we put so much money here for that, or do we put it for something else that came up higher for a broader use of, for community use?
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I would just like to move both recommendations.
Please do. Seconded, Councillor Martin.
And I just want to speak to it. I just think this is a grand idea. I agree with, this seems to be the best place for it. And the most important thing is that, is my short political career so far, in order to be able to put forward a motion that Councillor Thorpe supports is unique, so I thought I'd take advantage of it.
Your Worship, I did have
I think that may be fake news, but...
Your Worship, I had a couple more little slides just to finish off that I know sounds unrelated, but if I just could...
It's already sold.
Killed the lily,
and this
Mr.
is more for
Bartlett,
councils, you'll get questions. So NDSS Community Field, like these are our fields at Bevan, which are also heavily used. But NDSS Community Field is, since we opened it, very, very busy with rather different groups and organizations. If we did consolidate some of our events, our larger events, into NDSS Community Field, that of course will take move off some other practice time and other youth time. So I just would say that if we move forward to that, there would be requirement or desire for the community to do at least another artificial turf field. So what we could do is do more improvements at Bevan Park, which is here, or another option is looking at another site in the future. This is Harewood Centennial Park in that plan, also called for artificial turf fields in the future. And so I just mentioned that if the community is listening to this would be other options. We'd come back with the recommendations of improvements. If NDSS becomes the stadium, that recommendations for some possible other sites that would help take some of that other regular game use and other use towards it. So just wanted to make sure we had that on.
Mr. Warnell, Mr. Harding, thank you very much. All those in favor? Any contrary? None? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Harding, Mr. Warnell, the tag team back again. Mr. Roxman Stadium Improvement Plan.
Right, I'll just wait till the PowerPoint comes up here again. So similar when we purchased Rotary Bowl and Roxman Stadium, and we still need to come back with you with Rotary Bowl, but one of the recommendations at the time when we created the, in purchase of the Roxman Stadium, the new Roxman Stadium Society was formed. And with that was a motion and a desire that we work with that society and come back with a detailed long-term improvement plan. And so I really do mention that what we're talking about today is a long-term improvement plan. Even though there's some budget numbers in here and some priorities, it would get back to a little bit what Councillor Brown was mentioning, where is it in the priority of budgets and stuff, so we come through it. Just want to highlight that. But it's also really good for groups and organizations to have a plan in place that allows them to shoot for what we're trying to shoot for, rather than always coming back and amending a design or a concept. So we spent time, and Mr. Winnell spent a lot of time with the different baseball teams and the society to come up with a long-range improvement plan, which we're actually way ahead on schedule, thanks to council supporting the lights and the scoreboard and some other improvements. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Warnell, who will go through the process of what long-term the stadium could look like.
Hello again. So Sir Oxman, with Dialogue at the time, we did an initial design and costing report. Now this was very broad, and it had a number of recommendations on what we could do to maintain the stadium. So I have to say the stadium is in remarkably good condition for the amount of maintenance it's received over the years. But eventually things do fall apart. And what happened there? Okay.
Things falling apart.
So. The first slide was your peanut slide, wasn't it? No, well, it'll come next. Yeah. Peanuts. So what we did is we looked at every aspect of the stadium the interior, the exterior, the field areas, field amenities, spectator amenities, and just sort of assess them where things are at. So, we looked at the Green Monster, and it's falling apart. It's a safety issue. As you know now, it's gone because it had to be pulled down before it fell down. We looked at synthetic turf as an option to having to do constant maintenance on the infield. We looked at spectator amenities, adding seats, things like that. So we went through a whole list of things, all which were vetted. So we had, there's the peanuts, a number of stakeholder meetings with all the user groups. So there was a multiple number of meetings. Baseball is a unique sport. They're very hands-on, and they're willing to contribute in costs or in-kind services. And this is true anywhere you go. Somebody is passionate about maintaining the infield, things like that. The desire was to bring the stadium into being a good condition and create a functional stadium with greater utility for the community. So while baseball would be a high beneficiary, it would benefit in other ways for minor baseball and things like that. So then there was again what we talked about before, player amenities and spectator amenities that we wanted to look at. Both are equally important in terms of overall, but initially you want to look at making it a playable facility. So you look at the player amenities first, and then you really want to help so that spectators want to come there and enjoy the afternoon. So we had an action plan. So we looked at the stadium itself. The bones are in good condition, and it's just a matter of when you got a 60-year-old washroom facility, eventually you need to put new tiles and new toilets and things like that down. The press booth, which was morphed into a press/concession, needs to be just a press booth. Seatings need to go from wood seats to maybe something with a back on it, more comfortable. Proper ticketing and a number of spaces for teams and things like that. The dugouts, as you know, are as minimal as a dugout as you can get, and things like that. So there's a number of interior improvements that would have to be made. And again, the nice thing about it is that it's not if I don't do this, I have to do this all at once, otherwise it doesn't work. All these things can be done incrementally, almost one at a time. And then there was the exterior improvements, which involved batting cages, bullpens. By the way, if anybody knows, I've done the research. I cannot find where bullpen comes from. Even Google couldn't help me, or Wikipedia. The infield, the batter's eye, that's just a large fence right in line with the batter and the outfield so that he can see the ball better. A number of these things were discussed. Then I was asked to update this report this past year. And so what happened is we had some more stakeholder consultations. And the point here was to prioritize those needs. So while we had a big wish list of needs for improvements and just sheer maintenance, we needed to know what were the priorities. And so we came up with these priorities, which was spectator safety and viewing, the safety part being replacing that cage that sits in front with something more like netting, which is easy to see through, renovated dugouts, synthetic turf on the infield, the perimeter fence, which is falling down, that was a safety issue. Add the batter's eye, replace the Green Monster. We still want to do something because I was just recently back from vacation. My nephew is one of the top pitchers at UBC, and he and all his teammates know Serauxmen Stadium, and they know the Green Monster. And so it's not a stadium without a great reputation in the greater baseball field. So we'd like to try and mimic something there in the Green Monster when we replace it. We need to add high mass netting not only at the Green Monster, because we can't just keep building it higher and higher. At some point it'd be economical and just put netting above. And then also netting along the sideline next to Rotary, because a lot of balls are ending up getting on where people are trying to do pole vault and other things, the finish line. So there's a need to stop those balls. And simple things like padding behind home plate, replacing the wood benches, and getting some paved parking, crush space to enable us to have the crush space, have food trucks, things like that. So of all those bigger, like if we go, so of all that, which are all important in long term to create a good facility, with proper meetings with the stakeholders, we managed to get to their priority needs. of which you've already addressed two of them, which was the lighting and the scoreboard. So those things are done. And then a phased improvement plan. And the way we looked at phasing is to try and make it such that we don't create extra costs. So if we're going to do netting above the Green Monster, well then economically, if you're going to sign a contract, you wouldn't do one year and then start it all over the next year. So netting down the side that faces the Rotary Bowl would be part of that contract. So those things make sense to be done together. And since you're tearing down the middle of the outfield for Batter's Eye and then for the Green Monster, it's a logic to putting in the sections of chain link fence in that package. So when we looked at what would be a good phase one, the fencing seemed to be, because it was, first of all, a safety item, a lot of that wood is ready to, it's just old. So it was pressure treated wood, but it was just set in the ground, and after 40 or so years, rot has finally taken hold, and there's nothing was wrong, it's just that it needs to be replaced. So the first phase, we just said, you know what, let's do all the fencing as a block, because it'll be more economical doing that way, because it's one trade, more or less, and we can do a lot of that, an effective improvement in safety and spectators, and feel that, you know, just the feel of the stadium can be achieved in one block. Phase two, we made it phase two because it was actually the priority with the baseball groups to have an artificial turf infield. But safety trumps wants, and so it became phase two. At some point, they would like to see the infield. And of course, it improves the number of hours you can use a field. So now you can have practices all day long, and you can have games all night long. Artificial turf just doesn't care. It has almost unlimited hours to it. It just doesn't wear out. Only, for anybody here who is a sun worshiper, only UV can kill an artificial turf field. So just being out there in the sun is the hard part. Phase three would then look at sort of the spectator amenities, the idea of getting some paving instead of gravel out there and creating crush space. And this is important, just to organize that space for maintenance, for emergency vehicles, for just generally making it a pleasant place to be instead of kicking through the gravel. That was considered the next phase with the user groups and stakeholders.
Councillor Bonner has a question.
Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm about to show everybody in the world my vast knowledge of baseball. But my understanding is the infield is the part in between all around the circle where everybody runs around, right?
Yeah.
So, but everybody runs to the outside or they're out in the outfield catching balls. How many people spend their time on the inside of the infield, and why would that need to be artificial turf?
It's, in terms, you're thinking of the games, and games go very slowly in baseball, but in practice situations, the infield gets used a ton for all kinds of drills. So and of course, being in the baselines in there, that's what gets the most abuse. And so if you were to look at a baseball maintenance schedule for a typical baseball field, you'd find that 90% of the maintenance is the infield, and then the outfield just gets mowed. So it is the one area that gets the most use. And of course, once you introduce synthetic turf, you start to eliminate a lot of weather delay stuff. So obviously you can't play in the rain because the ball gets too wet, but you can play immediately when it stops, which is not true of a regular baseball field. So it does enhance the amount of hours you can play on it.
Okay, thanks.
And just to finish out, phase four was just the
Councillor Shirley has a question about as well.
Oh, sorry.
He's on the screen.
Oh, there we are. Yes, sir.
Sorry, it took a while to unmute myself. So my question is with regard to the safety netting. There obviously must be different grades because at some golf courses, I see it tearing in short order. In other cases, it seems to stand up. The type that you'd be using here, what is the expected lifespan?
Lifespan.
Sorry, what? The life of the netting? Yeah,
yes.
Well, there's two types of netting. There's nylon netting, and it probably has a lifespan. It's not like maybe 10 years. Netting, the great defeater of netting is, again, UV or high use. So if it was like a discus cage, it's getting hit all the time, whereas here it's getting baseballs. It's not quite as much. So you're looking at 10 years before it finally dies, or you do what the Europeans do and you put a lot of money up front and go with stainless steel netting, and then you never replace it ever. But it's a matter of, sometimes you just can't afford that, and so you say, I'll do it in 10 years.
Great, thanks.
And I learned an interesting stat. On a typical game, they lose 12 baseballs because of the lack of ability to stop the balls into that bushy area. So I don't know if you want me to I don't have a conclusion here. Okay. The conclusion is that there is some priority items have been carefully worked through with the stakeholders. Each of them is eminently feasible. This can spread over a 10-year period. They do have some immediate priorities that have to be dealt with, which is, of course, the fencing. But that we're able to do these, each of the priorities you saw there is easily put into a different year's budget along the way to make these improvements as monies allow.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harding has a few words.
Do the grand finale.
No, I just wanted to highlight, because you notice that the improvement priorities that we put on don't equal the overall improvement cost for the overall stadium, which is quite a bit more. But these are ones we've identified as key priorities of the user groups. And they could change over time, particularly with the professional or the semi-professional team coming in. They may fundraise and do other things, but the overall improvement plan is there. These are the priority ones that we have worked on with this society and see need. But you may just, as council may see a discrepancy between that bottom line dollar and then the overall long-term improvement.
Anyone care to make the motion? Moved, Councillor Martman, seconded Councillor Bonner. We're happy with the Sir Oxman Improvement Plan. All those, sorry, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. You knew I'd have to say something on this one. As somebody who's very familiar with the stadium inside and out, this is very exciting for me. And again, recognizing it's long-term, but it's maintaining and enhancing an important facility in our city. I know when the stadium was first built, the emphasis was very much on the field and the outfield fencing. That was seen as most important. And when the actual, what we'd call the stadium, the seating area was built, that was very much bare bones. Well, it still is. It's basically concrete with some wood slabs to sit on. And that has been improved slightly over subsequent years, but it's still fairly primitive. And I'm just wondering, looking, and it's on page 238 of my agenda, the long-term improvements for the seating area, the concession area, the change room area, and all of that. And this sounds heretical, but was there ever any consideration given to taking down the concrete existing seating area and simply rebuilding with a new facility? Being careful not to touch the playing field.
Truthfully, given the bones of it and the ability to make the enhancements and the number of seats, like we do in the report call for the adding of the second wing, which is, it's lopsided stadium. It has the main body and then has one wing on this side and the other is missing. So the adding of that wing and some seating in the outfield area will bring it up to as many seats as even the professional team was looking for. So it actually didn't really make sense to tear it down because it had good bones and it had everything we needed. I mean, like especially if we do build the stadium piece, again, that takes away a lot of the pressure for some of the guts inside in the stadium and allows us to do other things in there. It just made sense that we could renovate it. And a good example of this is I did the renovation for Centennial Stadium, which is almost identical to this in Kamloops. And once we got down to it, the space inside there is actually adequate. It's just badly cut up and misused. And if you go at it again and renovate the guts, you'll find that it's just perfect.
Oh, good.
It is, yeah.
I'm actually very pleased to hear that answer. Thank you.
Forgive me for
It saves
saying,
you quite a few millions.
forgive me for saying it, a facelif's cheaper than a divorce.
Sometimes if you're renovating in a big way where you have to tear down and rebuild, that's when it doesn't make sense. But here, we're not tearing down anything down, we're actually just adding on. So seats would get replaced, paint would be applied, a new wing would be added. And so it's as cheap or better than starting anew.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Contrary? None. Well done.
And I'll have my colleague wipe down now.
I'm back up again.
Your
We're
worship.
told that Mr. Harding's skill is in cleaning up.
He's my cleanup back.
Your Worship, I do regret, I did have another slide that I didn't get on the presentation. It is of Mr. Thorpe actually putting up the original fencing. What year was that, Councillor Thorpe?
74.
74. It had a picture of him, and he looked the same.
Ms. Gurry.
Yes, sorry. I was trying to just get in there before Mr. Harding again, but I just wanted to bring council's attention and your worship that there was another scheduled recess at 2:30. It's 2:25. We still have you're probably here till about 5 today, so I just wanted to let you all know about that.
Should we take the break now? Or keep on going? We will take a break, but do you want to take it now, or should we hear from Mr. Harding first?
So there is still, there is the reopening for aquatics, the reopening community recreation centers, downtown Quicks Win project update, proposal for civic precinct real estate strategy, bylaws, and other business items. So there's still quite a bit of meeting.
And we have the consent, non-consent items. I'm going to suggest we have Mr. Harding and then consider taking the recess after that, or potentially. Something, if we are going to be here till 5, something midway between the finish of lunch at 1. Mr. Harding, please.
Your Worship, thank you again. I'll turn this over quickly to Ms. Wark, who will run you through the aquatic reopening. But I did want to show you, it comes back up. Just based on Council's decision a couple weeks ago of helping us reopen the arenas. This is pictures as of this morning with minor hockey starting to utilize the arena. This is all this morning. So again, the reopening has gone very well. Mr. Johnson, David Johnson is saying it's going really well. Minor hockey's done an incredible job in dealing with the situations, being well organized. And you'll notice the Reimagine center ice there. There we go. So we're open for business today. So thank you, Council, for your support on that. And with that, we have some more. We separated the aquatics with recreation facilities today because aquatics is a little different in more moving parts with that. And so we'll do aquatics first, and then we'll come back and we'll do our larger rec centers. With that, I'll turn over to Ms. Wark.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wark.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I think that you'll probably find that the presentations today are very similar to the arena presentations. Just as a reminder, the plans that we developed in regard to reopening our facilities were all done, these ones, in the same manner as they were for arenas. So for each facility, we needed to do an in-depth risk assessment and then create the site safety plans that are required by WorkSafe BC. And then once those were complete, we did a service delivery review to take a look at what are the services we're offering in our facilities, what can we continue offering, what needs to be modified, and what are we no longer able to do in the current situation. And once we figured that out, we then revised our operating schedules And we had to take a look at what our staffing requirements were, the fact that staff are redeployed and need to be called back. Some of them need to be recertified, and we need to retrofit our facilities and purchase all of our protective equipment as well. And of course, all of that had to be done in alignment with the BC's restart plan, the city's reopening plan, and the BCRPA reopening plan. So for aquatics specifically, which I'll speak on first, the reopening plan proposes that we reopen the Nanaimo Aquatic Center. And the reason that we chose this facility is because it's much larger and well more laid out, so that being able to meet the physical distancing requirements are much easier. In particular with the weight room as well, because it's on the main floor and there's a lot of equipment in there, and we don't actually have to move much of it to meet those requirements. And also it's the accessibility in the Nanaimo Aquatic Center is better as well. And because of the size, we also have a higher capacity per hour of the number of people that can come in and out of the facility. And we're able to offer more diverse programming and more diverse rental opportunities for our clients there as well. So the benefit to opening the Aquatic Center is we will be able to offer swim lessons, aquafit exercise classes, length swimming, some family swims, and we'll be able to rent the facility out to different clientele, things like swim clubs and organizations that do rehabilitation for their clients, that kind of thing. And in the site plan, if you take a look at the hours, what you'll see is we can offer about 50% of the regular number of operating hours that we traditionally offer. And so we've reflected that in our budget projections. And at the end of the day, it will cost more to operate the Aquatic Center from September to December than it typically would. It's an additional $490,000. However, by keeping Beban Pool closed, we have about a $341,000 savings. So that makes a net operating additional cost of $149,000 in order to open the Aquatic Center for the fall. And because we've had both aquatic facilities closed since March the 16th, we actually are going to end up saving $1 million. So that helps offset this additional operating cost. And another benefit, I think, similar to arenas, is that if we operate with this revised operating schedule for the fall, we can really consider this a pilot project to see how it goes, if all the changes that we've made are working, and it will inform us as we move into 2021 and see how the situation changes and what things need to look like for the following year. Are there any questions?
Councillor Martman and Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, and thank you very much, because I know that we have many swimmers in our community who are anxious to get into a pool, as not everybody feels as safe at the lakes and rivers and oceans. With that said, I see that we'll still be able to do drop-in, because that's my favorite with my little pass. But would we phone for an appointment, or would you do that online, or both?
Yeah, through the mayor. How we're going to set this up is you would have to go online and pre-register for your drop-in.
Okay.
We recognize for some people that might be problematic if they don't have access to online, so we'll be probably making a phone-in option available as well. So technically, it's not really a drop-in. You do have to register in advance, and that's so that we can control the number of people in the pool.
But they're slotted for different times?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not like your children and grandchildren showing up on Sunday afternoon at about 4 o'clock expecting to be fed. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there's a story there. My question is regarding is money, and you mentioned that we've basically saved almost $1 million. At the end of this, do you have any idea where we might be in terms of our budget for next year? Are we going to be basically breaking even, or?
So through the mayor, that projection actually it takes into account the full year. So at the end of this year, if we operate from September to December as proposed, we will still end up with $1 million in savings.
So we're ahead of the game.
Yes. It's specifically just in the aquatics area.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Councillor Bonner, before you spend that money,
No intention of spending money. I'm just thinking long-term here.
do keep in mind it also means that people aren't working and that the opportunities for recreation activity are diminished by $1 million as well in some respects. I mean, we're overall saving money, but not as many people are going to get to use the facilities. So, Councillor Martin.
I'll move the motion as recommended.
Seconded? Councillor Armstrong, all those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Unless I hear protests, let's carry on with the recreation center openings.
Okay,
I
so
don't
for
think
the...
Mr. Harding's going to bother to get up and introduce you.
No need. We can just move right on to the community recreation centers. So the same prologue as for the aquatics, just all the same factors were taken into account as we built our reopening plans. And what we're recommending is that Bebin Social Center opens August 4th and that we can start beginning to take rentals in the facility for the month of August. And then on September 9th, we would start also having programs take place out of the facility. Our staff have continued working in that building, and we have been running essential services and staff meetings and workshops there, and currently we have some summer programming that is using it as a home base. So the facility is already set up and COVID ready, and we've had the opportunity to practice the setups and how we accommodate groups in the building, and everything's running quite well there. Oliver Woods has been closed since March the 16th, and it's a typically very busy facility with a lot of turnover. So the proposal there is that we reopen on September the 9th for programming, and we start by opening the main floor first and ensure that all of the activities are running well on the main floor before we expand and open up the upper floor. And then at Bowen, at the complex there, the majority of the space in that building is actually used by staff. So we have been in there working in that facility. Right now, lawn bowling on the outside of the facility has started, and there's also a summer camp that is headquartered out of the building, and there are a lot of different summer programs happening in the park around the facility. What we're proposing for Bowen is also reopening on September 9th, and what would be available to the public, and in this case mostly the seniors population, would be the two larger rooms on the main floor, so the auditorium and the large activity room. And then the lower floor, there's some activities there. There's the billiards room, the pottery room, and there's an out-of-school care space downstairs as well. So those would all open up on September the 9th. And the benefit of reopening our community recreation facilities are that we can get people back to doing the things that give them good mental, physical, and emotional health, get them socializing a bit more again, all under COVID protocols. And we'll be able to host more recreation programming out of our facilities as well. Right now, currently, we're doing all of our recreation programming in the outdoors. So as the weather changes in the fall, it's important we have a space to move into. So the net operating cost of reopening those three facilities is $37,000 more than would typically be for September to December. There was a second page added on there that Finance did for us, and it included everything that falls within the recreation services budget. And what that shows is that overall, we'll be spending $175,000 less for this year than we typically would in that budget area. So that helps to offset that $37,000 more to reopen for the fall.
Councillor Martman. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I do have it on. Well, since it's on, I might as well move the motion that council approves the reopening plans for community recreation centers.
And a seconder. Councillor Thorpe, Mr. Rudolph.
Just, well, I'd go last if Councillor Thorpe is. I'm just planting the seed of, firstly, we expect to have the year-end forecasts, I hope, for the finance and audit in September in terms of all the departments and our surplus. So that's one piece. The second piece is, I think the word pilot was mentioned, and we don't know really, nobody really can totally forecast the future and what the future brings. So there's an element of caution that we have to have in terms of going forward. It's a bit based on what we know now and how things are going. But decisions will have to be made, and this will impact on next year's budget. Where do we go in terms of our facilities and net savings and so forth, because the closures are going to be different next year, because if we budget for an entire year, partial openings or full openings, there's differences. So we'll have to visit that with council during the course of the fall and ultimately in budget time. It's not necessarily this is the way it's going to be. I think we have to, there's a two-phase to this at least. The first phase is this. The second phase is hopefully we don't have to undo this, but we may have to make some decisions around how much is it going to cost to maintain these service levels or enhance them even further. For example, opening the second pool or not. There's some significant decisions will have to be made as part of budget, and there's a large fiscal piece to that. So just wanted to plant the seed that we're doing what we do now, but only because we know what we're doing. It's great and all that, but there will have to be further conversation later in the fall about what are we doing next year.
Unlike prosperity, uncertainty is just around the corner. Councillor Thorpe, did you? No?
I was just
All right.
seconding the recommendation.
Before we vote on it, I just want to say thank you to you and all the staff in your department. I think all of council really appreciates, as does this community, I hope, how difficult it was for all of you to recommend the decisions that were made around closure of these facilities that are important to this city, and how difficult it is to reopen them in a safe way, consistent with public safety and directions from the province. So compliments to all involved on behalf of staff, on behalf of the council and the city as a whole. All those in favor? Any opposed? I can't see Councillor Turley. He's gone, sorry.
Yes, he had to step out for a little bit.
Thank you. All right. Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at the clock and I'm wondering, Mr. Corson, how long do you think you're going to be?
As fast as you want.
Well, then why don't we do the quick wins quickly? The next is item G, Downtown Quick Wins Project. Mr. Corson, thank you very much.
I will be quick. There's also a delegation outside, so I might,
Okay.
Here she comes. Great. Great, so thanks, Your Worship. I just want to spend a few minutes updating council on the quick win projects we started on last year and request a relocation of funding from one of the projects to another one. Council, remember we had a visioning session last July about downtown. We identified 5 areas of priority, which included public realm and beautification, One Port Drive, redevelopment of key sites, social issues, and then mobility in Front Street. On August 26th, we came back with a series of projects that we thought could be implemented relatively quickly, under a year, and got your approval to move forward with those. The idea behind these projects was a lot of them were already budgeted for in different projects. They were leveraging other works happening in downtown, but we did ask for a budget of $200,000 to do some of the smaller projects. And I'm just going to take you through those now. So this is the project I'm actually asking for the money to be reallocated from. This is the Great National Land Building. And the lighting wasn't working on this building, and the idea was to work on either uplighting or some different downlighting on the building. We met with the building owner, and he actually fixed the lighting himself and wasn't interested in the other upgrades. So this funding is available for other aspects. And that's where it's coming from. So the lighting is working on this building now. It is improved. This is around the Hilton site on 10 Front Street. The developer paid for these, and our staff developed them. Those were just installed last week. The wayfinding is the one I'm asking for the money to be allocated from. So our staff been working on the development of these new wayfinding signs downtown consistent with the Bastion Bridge. And in the project we designed, it included these 5 signs that will be allocated in the downtown area. The old city quarters asked that we expand it to include 2 one on Wesley Street and Fitz, and 1 on Selby Street in Fitzwilliam. And they've already done the design work for those, so the goal is to actually package these in the same tender package and get that out soon. And that's just showing where the current signs would be placed in the downtown core. Tie-Line Park is a project no council is well aware of, being led by Plan Design Development in IMO, and that's been delayed to the fall of 2020. But the funding is in place for that. Mr. Harding's been working closely with the group on that, and we'll come back to you once we're ready to move with that. This was a project that seemed really easy, was just repainting the blue lights, and we were going to use the existing bridge contract to paint those. And then when we actually looked into it, it got very expensive per light, and there just wasn't enough budget to actually do it the whole way up Fitzwilliam Street and Bastion. So we've removed that from the quick wins. It's a slow win. This is the end of Robson Street. This area was not well maintained. We've improved the walkway through there. There'll also be some lighting going in there too, but that's been upgraded just recently, a few weeks ago. The crosswalks in downtown needed a bit of a refresh, and Public Works looked after that for us within their existing budgets. Mr. Harding and his team installed these new water fountains in downtown core, which were a big improvement. You'll remember on our tour we found quite a few of the water fountains actually weren't working. So these have been installed as a replacement. The Eternal Light is still not burning, but hopefully when Mr. Rose works on his Front Street cycle improvements, that will be taken care of then.
Hope springs eternal, Mr. Corson.
Yes,
Hope
indeed.
springs eternal.
#1 project. We've obviously increased sweeping and sanitation downtown. Council's well aware of this, and maybe it's not completed, it's certainly ongoing. One of the projects we wanted to do was to not just have temporary public art in Mafale Sun Park, but pull it up into the downtown core. And we identified a spot on Wesley Street. And the red image you can see there is the art installation that's going to be installed on Wesley Street, just near the corner of Fitzwilliam. So it's the wrong context, but the right art. And then the mural program, that's obviously we had great success with the A&B Sound Building, and this was funded through the downtown grants and private contributions, so that's going to be ongoing just in a few weeks, which will be exciting to see in the downtown core. I know council was at the opening of the whimsical art that we talked about, and that was a nice way to clean up an area of downtown that can be forgotten sometimes. Mr. Harding and his team did a great job in getting the new park in Mafale Sun Park organized, and that's been a great success. Diana Krall Plaza, we did start the process with Dr. Whitty in terms of trying to reimagine Diana Krall Plaza, and then COVID hit, so we did have we did a lot of background work. We had a bit of a design discussion, and it's just on hold at the moment, so we're hoping in the fall, once we have an idea of where we're at, we can get back out there and work on this project. On Fitzwilliam, there was an issue with people speeding, and Public Works installed these little signs to help slow people down. They've been quite effective. And tree lighting in the downtown, we spent time just before Christmas last year trying to get more lighting up to improve the ambiance of downtown. We spent quite a bit of time working on Wesley Street the last few months, taking out some of the landscaping to create a patio area in front of La Stella there. And on the right-hand side is where that temporary public art is going to be located in the coming weeks. We had no proper lighting in the Selby parking lot, so that's been done. And we brought more planters down to the Crescent to give that more of a unique feel, as well as we installed some branding for the neighborhood in the sidewalk for them. And we're working on the Big Nanaimo sign. That's going to be tendered soon, and we'll come back to you once we have some more information on that and a permanent location for it. On top of the quick wins, council has been very supportive downtown Council approved the downtown patio program, and we were able to implement that relatively quickly in May of this year to help restaurants with the COVID. And we've had good uptake on that, and nice to see people using them. Even in locations we weren't too sure where they would go, restaurateurs have been excited to use these. And Council's also been very supportive of the Old City Quarter in terms of the security initiative that you've put money towards. So in terms of recommendation, just that Council receive the Quick Wins projects. We're going to keep finishing off the ones that are on our list. And we're asking that the money from the Great National Land Building be moved over to the downtown wayfinding project so we can add those 2 extra signs in the Old City Quarter. That's my presentation.
Mr. Corson, thank you very much. Mr. Rudolph.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Martman and then Councillor Hemmons.
Through you, Your Worship, I was just curious, that Nanaimo sign, which I gather was for our downtown, where would that go?
Right now it's got a couple options. One was Maffeo Sun Park. Another one was in Diana Krall. Another could be One Port Drive. We're going to figure out a location for it eventually, once we actually get the tender back and see.
Because these look very expensive. Is this something we asked for? Or?
Yes, it was in the list. It was budgeted for $10,000. Well, once we have a price, we'll come back to you and let you know what it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Hemmons.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Your Worship. The traffic calming on Fitzwilliam, are we measuring that, or is that just business sense of, yes, traffic is going slower? Like, how do we know that that's being successful?
Might be a good question for the delegation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corson. Councillor Brown. Sorry, don't go yet.
Thank you, Worship. No, I just want to give my comments. I think it's great to see some of those come along, even though some are delayed. I think it's wonderful. On the sign, because Councillor Martman brought it up, I just think there's a wonderful opportunity there to work with Nanaimo and do something a little more unique that isn't just Nanaimo and it's a little different than other cities, but just raising that again.
Then we're going to have the delegation, Matthew Rosenthal. Mr. Rosenthal, welcome.
Hi, everybody. Your Worship, councillors. I'm here from the Old City Quarter Business Association. We're looking to express our support. We want to see that money reallocated to the 2 signs on Fitzwilliam and extend the wayfinding to the other side of the bridge. The idea for the signs began in 2015 with the Fitzwilliam Street upgrades to the frontage works. The 2 sign bases are in place. Last year we applied for a grant through the Downtown Events and Revitalization, which paid for the design of the signs by Lanark in a similar style to those on the Bastion Street Bridge. We submitted the designs to city staff, and we'd like to see those go ahead as part of this.
Brevity is next to godliness in my book, Mr. Rosenthal. Any questions for the delegation? Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you the question. Are you
Sure.
you're a business owner on Fitz?
On Wesley Street.
Okay, and have you observed traffic calming when those signs went in that busy section of Fitzwilliam?
Yes, I have, and I think that the feedback that we've had from businesses on the frontage is that there has been, at least anecdotally, an observed reduction in speed, and especially in people turning and paying attention as they come up to the sign, slowing down because it's in the road.
Thank you.
I hate to make this admission, Councillor Hemmons, but I come from a long line of lead footers, and I must say I think they're particularly effective. You can't help but sort of look at them, and it just slows you down. Councillor Armstrong.
It's exactly what I was going to say. I do have a lead foot, and I find that more effective than any flashing lights, than anything else. For me, I really pay attention to that because it catches my eye, and I actually hit the brake. So I think it's a very effective tool myself. Thank you.
Would someone care to make the motion then? Councillor Martman?
Thank you. I'd like to move recommendation both 1 and 2. Thank you.
Seconded Councillor Bonner. Any necessity for discussion? All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you for coming today. Appreciate the delegation. Good to see both of you.
Thank you.
I think now would be the appropriate time, Ms. Gurry. We'll take the afternoon break. 15 minutes, please, everyone. Sorry, Mr. Rudolph, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, Mr. Corson's here for the next item too. I'm not sure how long that's going to take. If you wanted to get that one done as well. And then the schedule break was actually after that.
Council's had a look at the agenda. Is Mr. Corson going to be here a while with this item? There were a few questions. Maybe we'll take the break, Mr. Corson. Have a coffee. But it's good to see the CEO sticking up for the staff. Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's Voyent. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there. Hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in. It just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Oh, hey, Tiana.
Hey.
It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot! Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here, in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at The Bastion.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just going to make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin. By all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately going to save you from flooding the road or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
Everyone, I'd like to resume now. The next is item 8 on our agenda, capital projects, proposal for civic precinct real estate strategy. Mr. Corson, thank you for being so patient.
No problem. Thanks, Your Worship. I will be brief, but this is again part of the capital planning process that you're going through today, and talking about the stadiums was useful, and this is really centered around the RCMP detachment. And you're going to have future discussions about the Public Works Yard and probably the South End Rec Center as well. So today what I'm seeking council direction to produce a strategy for the city's real estate assets in the civic precinct. And this is the area between Milton Street and Selby Street. And the city owns 6 acres of land in this area with the RCMP detachment, the federal RCMP, Fire Station Number 1, the fire admin, community services building, affordable housing, and some parking lots. This is being driven by the need to find a solution for the space needs in the RCMP detachment. And in 2017, architect was hired to look at options for the existing building, RCMP detachment building, on the RCMP site. And they came up with 2 options. One was to build an extension on the back of the building towards Milton, or to build one on the front on Prudhoe. They didn't look at other sites in the neighborhood, and since then we've identified some other opportunities that might be worth pursuing. So what the strategy is going to look at will be other lands in the neighborhood that we own, and they'll also look at other solutions maybe in the downtown core that could work. They're going to produce a series of options for how the RCMP main detachment can be expanded and what those could be, and then there'll be some criteria used to evaluate those. We'll come back to council with that analysis, and then the preferred option will be have a detailed financial pro forma done on it and timelines. And that'll allow you to take that work and plug that into your capital planning process. I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong.
Is there any reason why we're not looking at other areas besides downtown?
I guess that's a philosophical discussion on whether you want the RCMP downtown or not.
I don't see any need for it, but that's me. I just think, we're sitting on a very valuable parcel of land that could be sold, and then we could put them in another area that's not. I mean, a lot of times it keeps them in the building because they're close to downtown instead of having them on the road. So I think there's pros and cons to both, but I was just wondering why we didn't look at other areas besides there. Thank you.
And so, Your Worship, I think the idea here was these are lands that we own, and the idea was to stick on land that we own and control and don't have to purchase it.
I think in fairness, it really was council's request. Mr. Rudolph.
Logic to rationalize our property holdings in this area. We often call it the civic safety precinct or something to that effect in the areas in that. And this may flag other properties that we may want to secure. The same could be said for the vicinity around the SARC and the properties that we have, and we've got some that we're taking on, or some we're getting rid of, and sort of a rationalized land use plan from a business plan for the city. I guess to speak to Councillor Armstrong's point, I think this exercise from the RCMP is properly looking at other options as well. And I don't think that was ever intended to be discounted in terms of us taking a look at the bigger picture where there are opportunities for the city to acquire real estate for different purposes, including RCMP uses. The superintendent, Miller, indicated that his preference would be to be in downtown, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in this precinct or in the, that could be a fairly, I think, core of the city would be a one way to describe it. But I mean, that's just a personal opinion that he expressed. But I think in terms, we're looking to rationalize our assets here, and we're also looking to build a strategy for the future. And the RCMP is driving this. That's the first and foremost issue in this. So I think we're convinced of that. It's just this is one of the parts of the puzzle, and it will produce some scenarios building on what we have there, and or maybe take a look at some other options.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I'm asking for some help in trying to convince me to do the $120,000 for the survey. And the reason I'm asking for it is I'm looking at this map of the downtown, that one. And literally, there's only one lot that a police station would go on, and that is where the federal RCMP and the RDM bus exchange is. Like, I can't see that going anywhere else. There's just not enough space. And that at the same time would then free up that entire area there, which would be a huge amount of real estate. So if that's the only place that actually could go, and I look at our own staff, it says, could we not do the strategy and include it in with our overall real estate strategy for all of our properties? because, and the reason I think that's important is because I received some information from staff regarding vacant lots in town, and I'd spent a lot of time working on it. And people may not agree with me, but I think we have $26 million worth of property that we can actually build on, or sell, or change over. And so I'm wondering will this $120,000 incorporate all of that property as well? Or will it only be dealing with what we have in the downtown core? I just think that, I just wondering why staff couldn't do this work. That's my question.
Thanks, Your Worship. So one of the things we were looking at was the federal RCMP piece, and they pay revenue to us. So when we're looking at the options, we want to make sure from a financial perspective, we've figured things out. So this is kind of like your MOU with BC Housing. In order to start moving things around, you have to have land to move other functions to. So if for instance, you wanted to use a federal RCMP piece of land, then we need to reallocate those people to a different site for a period of time. And you have to run the financial analysis to figure out if the rent they're paying justifies our investment. And there's quite a lot of I know our financial staff are very gifted. I'm sure that they can do it. I personally can't do it myself, so that was the idea, to have a consultant do it, was to run through those numbers and make sure we actually have a business case that shows it's viable, and that you either would look at those lands or you work on the RCMP building itself. If you use the existing RCMP site, you have to gut the RCMP building. So those RCMP staff have to go somewhere while you gut the building. And then again, you have to identify another location in the or somewhere in the city where they will go during that renovation. So it's a bit of a complicated exercise. I know we have great staff who probably could do it. I think it's just really a time. It's staff priorities, really, to be honest with you.
Before I go to Councillor Armstrong, do I take it from your comments that the suggestion is that the RCMP existing building would not come down in the future? In other words, it's not past its useful life, it's only past its useful life for RCMP purposes.
Yes, Your Worship. There's this whole series of options. One is you could repurpose it for, if you relocated to a different area, you could repurpose the building for another civic use or private use.
Yeah, the only reason I raise this is Councillor Bonner said, look, the only logical site of those properties is to put it where the federal RCMP building is, the parking. And I'm just looking at the parking lot of the RCMP building, and it seems to me you could put a 3 or 4 story building there nicely, leaving the existing structure in place, and then demolish it or repurpose it at some future date. I mean, with great respect, I'd much rather see buildings go up instead of down. That's what we're trying to do with densification for population. Why would we build a only 2-story RCMP structure in town? I throw that out there. It's not really important for today, but not for this discussion, but I throw it out. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, also, to move them is not an issue. I did the business continuity plan, and it's very easy to actually. But the other thing I think we should be looking at is that there's actually 2 other buildings that the RCMP rents in town for huge amounts of rent. So I've always thought that we should move them all into that 303 Prideaux and then build a new Prideaux, and you'd gather a lot of extra dollars, plus you'd still have an extra prison there as required for them instead of having to prison them out. The problem I have with the federal site is there's not enough parking. That's already an issue there. Our members are coming back to move their cars because there's not enough parking, or they get tickets, and then of course the detachment has to pay the tickets. So, because policemen always will drive, they won't take public transit, and their shifts are different, so that's a big issue. The other thing that was talked about, and I go back because I've been here for 4 of the studies actually, because there's actually been 4 studies. One was in 2008, one was 2010, one was 2012, and one was 2016. Was a connection between the 2 by shutting down Prideaux Street, making a horseshoe at the front where people could come in to visit, and then at the back, and then people could just come in through a different area instead of doing that, which would save a huge amount of money, and it would address the parking issues as well. I just throw that out, but I do know, there's 2 sites where they got to be paying at least $500,000-600,000 in rents that we could probably almost get $1 million in rent just for that one building. Just throw that out. Thank you.
So, Your Worship, I just want to build on Councillor Armstrong's points there, and that's one of the things we would be asking the consultant to do, would be to consolidate existing RCMP operations in this building, as well as bring other RCMP potentially from Victoria. or elsewhere. And that's where the pro forma piece comes in and figuring out how many RCMP we could bring in, figuring out what the rents would be. And then the idea would be, could we actually be able to leverage that revenue with a new with potentially municipal RCMP on 2 floors and then federal RCMP on the other 2 floors, and then lower our costs in terms of building it. We also have had discussions about the idea of multi-story parking if need be too, to kind of maximize the density on the sites. So on the surface, it's quite simple, but it's actually there's a lot of stuff moving around here, and we'd really like to be able to come back to council with a preferred option that you can buy into and move forward with. So,
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. I like your idea. Personally, I've talked about this thing for years now, and I like the idea that we did with we started to do with the fire station, is that we start building, and then as the building takes place, we start building it. If I suggest where the city parking lot next to Nanaimo Affordable Housing, we start building a building there, we can then move the feds in there. We start carrying on, and we build the rest of the building, we can move the RCMP in there, and then we build parking or whatever we want to decide, and then we just level the RCMP detachment, and that frees up a tremendous amount of real estate downtown. I think that would be our best buck. I'm looking forward to the study. I just think that you guys could probably do it yourself, but if you're saying you can't, I'll support it.
I think that was a very backhanded compliment.
I take them any way I can get them.
Any further discussion? We haven't made the motion yet. Councillor
Martman.
Seconded,
I'm
Councillor
on a roll
Armstrong.
today. I move option number 1, that council direct staff to address the space needs of the RCMP by exploring options within the civic precinct and subsequently develop a strategy for council's consideration.
Councillor Armstrong seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Sorry, Councillor Bonner. How could I miss you?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. The money's coming out of ECDEV. Are we then to now assume that money is going to be used for other things? We're not going to be using it on ECDEV?
Yes, Your Worship, Council allocated $300,000 this year towards establishing the external function for economic development. And just in terms of timelines, I don't think we're going to be able to spend, or we will not be spending all that money. This will still have enough money to probably hire a new executive director to find office space, etc. But we'd be budgeting in next year's budget for the operations of that once we have the strategy completed and the external agencies up and running. So there should be some money there for. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor? Contrary? Councillor Brown's opposed? And the next one is, the bylaws. Building bylaw amendment number 2020, number 7224.03. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that building amendment bylaw 2020, number 7224.03, to allow for the extension of the building permit application expiry timeline be adopted.
Seconded, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor, that's from before, yes?
Yep, it's from before. Do we get off?
Thank you. All those in favor? Contrary? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. The bylaw status sheet is for information only. We have no notices of motion. Other business, we don't have to have a motion to remove. It's just off the agenda. Item 11.
Yes, Your Worship. So under other business, we have some other items.
Yep. I'm getting there. That's not all, folks. And now we are back to item 6B, no, D.
6A4, Your Worship.
6A4. Foundation e-bike rebate program. That was Councillor Gesselbrock's, or Councillor Brown, sorry. Ooh. Don't fight over parentage.
I would like to move that council direct staff to prepare a business case for the creation of an e-bike rebate
e-bike rebate program for Nanaimo residents with the potential for a separate stream for low-income individuals.
Seconded, Councillor Martman. Councillor Brown.
I'll happily speak to this one again, Your Worship. Essentially, I think staff would be able to take a look at this. We offer a whole series of rebates from furnaces to toilets and.
I see you, Councillor Turley. It's okay. Sorry.
I think as we invest quite heavily in active transportation infrastructure, the metro, some other places, we're definitely trying to drive a modal shift. I think my preference is always people jump on a bike, but the reality is due to health considerations, different abilities, different comfort levels, that cycling is not for everyone, or and some people it's physically not an option at where they're at. E-bikes do present to be a game changer. I sort of view them in line with transit, is getting more people on e-bikes and getting more people on transit helps combat a sprawling city such as ours that can't easily be remediated or rehabilitated through land use. That takes time. So that's really where this is coming from. I actually, not sure if I try not to be too prescriptive when I'm talking about these things, but I think there's sources of funding for this that do not result in a budgetary increase in our next budget, such as the emissions reduction reserve, which council may note there was several hundred thousands of dollars that we've used before that was not earmarked for anything that had been established almost a decade ago. So view it as a cost-neutral item that helps support some of the great infrastructure initiatives that we have going on.
Thank you. Councillor Turley.
Here we are now, I'm muted. Basically what I'd like to say is that municipal rebate programs should only be considered if there is a positive return to the city and to the citizens. An example would be the low volume toilet program. Benefit to the city is lowering the rate of water consumption, and to the citizens is a potential lower water usage bill. A municipal rebate on the purchase of an e-bike has, in my opinion, very little benefit to the city for the following reasons. For those who can afford an e-bike, and are currently relying on a vehicle for transportation, I believe the success rate of switching over from whether it's an electric car or a fossil fuel driven car is slim at best. Those who cannot afford an e-bike may use it to purchase, provided the rebate is significant enough. The downside is that these residents that probably do not have a vehicle are likely using transit. As we are trying to increase transit numbers, a rebate would be counterproductive for the city and the RDN. If the goal is to reduce vehicle traffic, the result will be minimal, other than providing another product to the city without changing transportation habits to any degree. Then there is the challenge that only a few municipalities offer such a program. The issue of citizens using the program to purchase for family or friends outside of Nanaimo. The smart thing to do would be to urge the province to develop such a provincial rebate program like they have done for electric cars. And I obviously am going to be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turley. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Just in response to Councillor Turley, when you're looking at the benefit, like our rebates for our toilets, or we give different initiatives, planting trees, etc., I look at the e-bike. We just had a presentation earlier on the costs of our asphalt and our roads, and I look at those that are using e-bikes. It is still a benefit to our city. Anything we can do to reduce greenhouse gas or to have our materials and our roads stay sustainable, then I think this is an awesome program. And I think, like the toilet program, we're not going to see thousands of people flock to use it. So I think it's just a nice initiative to encourage it. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to tell a story, if I may. I've got a couple minutes here, of my son-in-law, stepson, Stepson now has an e-bike. He sold his car and used the money to purchase the bike. And he did it for reasons that he just wanted to help save the planet, because that's the kind of guy he is. And so there are definite examples of one that I've just shown, where people are changing their attitudes from owning cars to owning bikes. And an e-bike allows him to get back and forth to university and various other places relatively easy, especially with our hilly terrain. I rode down here on a bike. It's an e-bike, and I'll ride back home again, and I won't be using up much of our asphalt on our thinly paved streets by doing that. So I'll be saving that thing. So everybody, if we can encourage more people to use e-bikes or bikes, I think that'll benefit our city in the long run.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. This is one I'm really mixed on. I really struggle with this one, actually, because I do think there's a lot of good points for the rebate, and I do see where it comes in with the fact, as Councillor Bonner mentioned, it's a healthier means of doing things, it's less wear and tear on roads, etc. But I struggle with the fact that I think it's going to be people that can afford to buy e-bikes that are going to get the rebates. Because, you know, a lot of them are $3,000-4,000 that we're seeing sold in the community. When I went looking, I know. So I do struggle with that, but what I do find interesting is the funding source. It's something that we're not using it for anything, and it would fall under that. So I think for those reasons, I'm probably going to be supporting this unless I hear otherwise.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. I think this is a worthwhile initiative to investigate with a business case. Just a point, I know there's a bunch of other municipalities that are investigating this as well, and some questions were brought up around accessibility, being specifically around e-bikes, and sort of a solution that other municipalities have come up with is calling it micro-mobility, so electric-powered micro-mobility modes of transportation. So there's scooters and different things that could also fit into this if that becomes an issue. And also, yeah, I think in this business case, looking at what other municipalities are doing in terms of different financing and funding opportunities. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Hemmens, no longer. This one I find actually challenging likewise for a whole series of reasons, and Councillor Gesselbrock is going to be quite disappointed, but I think he tipped me over the edge the way I'm going to vote on it by mentioning that other municipalities are studying this. And my response is, well, let them pay for the study. And the reason I say that is this. This program is designed to give a break to people who purchase e-bikes. That's the intent of it, and that society as a whole benefits, the community benefits. And Councillor Bonner and Martman's points around the pavement and all of those things are obviously true. The reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, all of those things are positive and true. I don't discount it for a minute. Do I think it'll be significantly used? No, I don't, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't support good things. Lots of very good things develop very small. But, and this is where I have the problem, it's more of a old-fashioned lefty class analysis. When the Conservatives were in power previously in this country, and they were giving all sorts of tax breaks to families for sports for their kids, or breaks for this, specifically funded tax breaks to supposedly encourage people to do all kinds of things, all I kept thinking to myself was, well, that's just lovely for people who pay income tax, but for the poor, it doesn't make much difference. I don't honestly see a lot of people in this town who will be in a position to take advantage of this rebate. And even if they are, my other response is you get the tax break, you buy your e-bike, you turn around and you sell it because you can afford to sell it because you got it so cheap. Maybe it's a break for you, I don't know. But on that basis alone, I'm not prepared to give tax breaks to people who I believe in general are going to be in a position, as Councillor Armstrong has pointed out, to afford an e-bike, when that money is coming from all sorts of general taxpayers. And I'm very conscious of the fact that many in this community don't own the real estate they occupy. They rent that real estate. but certainly they pay taxes, city taxes, indirectly by virtue of their rent payment, which their landlord is determined to be necessary to meet the expense of maintaining that rental accommodation. So it's not from an anti-environmental perspective, it's not from a perspective of not thinking that it isn't a good thing. Of course it's a good thing. If we were all on e-bikes, just imagine what the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in this town would be. But from, as I say, I'll call it more of a class analysis. I just cannot bring myself to support even the study. And teasingly to Councillor Gesselbrock, if another city does the study, I'm happy to read their staff report instead of us having spent the money to do something which I think in essence is really taking from people, many of whom are already not doing very well and benefiting those who can afford to do otherwise. Councillor Hemmens and then Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry. I just want to flip that argument on its head and say the RDN has a water cistern rebate program. I certainly can't afford to put a cistern in my backyard as much as I would love to for water conservation, but we still support people getting rebates, those who can afford, because we recognize it's a community benefit for everyone. So just like during the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, I'm in support of staff giving us more information on this. Thank you.
Oh, I have inspired a few. Councillor Armstrong, Martman and Bonner.
Well, we know I'm a car person. I say that every time. But I do think it's a way of maybe getting people like myself who are, I mean, I do have an e-bike as well, out of their cars. It might be that extra incentive just to get them to do it. And and it's just a study right now. It's not going to cost a lot of money. And then I'll be interested to see if there is a way that it can be done based on, you know, what your income, you know, before tax income and stuff. I think there's ways that we can look at that. My other big concern around all this, though, is that we don't have the proper storage facilities for a lot of these bikes, and I mean, that's the number one thing that gets stolen. So I think it's something else that when we start looking at these, we've got to look at better trails as well as storage. But for the sake of a report, I'm definitely going to support it because I do see there's a lot of benefits in it. Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. You did inspire me to speak because I was really listening, and you're right, there are elitist breaks. However, flipping that, thank you, Councillor Hemmens, there could also be the poor college student who can't afford a car, who might be able to say, because we do need an e-bike here. I'm sorry, I've ridden my regular bike and I can't do it. So there might be poor people that, or I don't want to call them poor people, people on lower income that actually might be incented to save up because they may be able to afford with a little bit of a rebate. So I don't think it's only for the elite. I think it's for everybody.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. And same head on the flipping there as well. I think there's, many people will have a break point where they'll say, I can't afford a bike, or I think I will afford a bike. For example, this one behind me was $2,000. London Drugs, I recommend you go down and buy it. It's a great bike. The, and they, Wayne will like that. My point here is that we did this for the oil tank rebate, where we're moving into also heating systems that we passed earlier this year. And what we're trying to do here is for those people who are on the fence, just to help them make the decision to go on the other side. That's all this is about, right? I've heard lots of people say they can afford to buy their own bike. Great, go ahead, do that bike. Save the money for the people who might need it just to get them over that fence. That's my own point. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I recall one of your maxims about probably the lower amount of money, the more debate, and that seems to be what's at work here. And cognizant of time, and that we've also probably burned a couple $100 of staff time on this discussion, I would urge you to call the question.
But not without a speech first. All those in favor? And Councillors Bonner, Martman, Armstrong, Gesselbrock, Brown, and Hemmens. Those opposed? Councillors Turley, Krogh, and Thorpe. Thank you very much. That was an interesting debate. The next is 6. Yes, Ms. Gurry?
Yes, Your Worship, that is the next discussion. However, it's come to my attention that this matter is probably best suited to be discussed in the closed portion of the meeting, and then council can rise and report on the decision of proceeding with the business case. It's not a budget item at this time, it's just the business case, so
I think that's a very good idea.
Thank you.
And the heritage facade, no, we're done that, everything else is done, yes?
No, Your Worship, so now we're on to B, economic
Right,
development.
Of the numbered ones, we're on to C now.
Yes, and Council Gesselbrock wanted this item removed from consent items, so. No, Councillor Turley wanted item C, the Health and Housing Task Force. So you want it, yeah. So there would need to be a motion for the Economic Development Task Force meeting recommendation. If it was moved and seconded, and then possibly Council Gesselbrock could speak to why he wants to discuss this separately.
I'll move.
So Councillor Turley moved it.
Yes, seconded Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I had some questions just on process and some questions about the draft. I know it's just a receive for information. I guess the first is this draft charter will go when the committee will have a discussion once with the draft, and that it'll be sent back to council for decision to approve it. And so I guess that's the process.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Gesselbrock, yes. So the task force can make recommendations to council, so they can make recommendations on a charter for council to approve. The committee or task force can approve that charter. However, ultimately, council would have the final say on that, and or any absolute plan or recommendations going forward come to council for decision.
Okay. So, I mean, I imagine these items were discussed at the committee. Just in terms of council representation, so we're building an arm's length agency, and then that agency is going to be developing a strategic plan that will guide how it operates. And the voting structure for this agency currently is proposed to be made up of these stakeholders. There'll be B shareholders, and then there'll be one city representative, and it was recommended for it to be a staff. And I'm just thinking, like, given that this agency is funded by the city and council, and that you know, in our strategic plan we asked for the Economic Development Agency to be in line with the council's strategic plan and goals for the community. I'm just curious why the decision was not to have one council member as a voting member on that board. I think that there is just questions about accountability, and I know there's a large issue and concern in the business community of having the agency momentum be derailed by a council, and there's a desire to have it as removed as possible. But I think that I'm concerned it's a little bit too far removed, and there's a chance that that could become dissociated without sort of a direct input from, you know, a linkage to a voting member on council as opposed to an ex officio member. And I was just, curious the conversation on that, and that's a concern that I'd like to raise. That's the first one.
Your Worship, perhaps Mr. Corson and or Councillor Turley or Martman would like to respond to that?
Councillor Martman's on the speaking list already.
So one of my suggestions would be, because it's incredibly complex and a lot of input from the various stakeholders and people that sit on the ECDEV task force. So really you would have to go back and listen to our task force meetings to get all the various viewpoints. It's really to be hands-off, and we haven't even identified, though we know who we would like to have as partners, but they have to be approached, and we can't approach them until we actually have a draft policy to be able to say, because the city would fund right now at the beginning the majority of the task force, and Mr. Corson might be able to speak better to that. But each of these stakeholders would have skin in the game too. And I think the biggest concern came to be about economic developments with the city that have derailed in the past, that even if there was a new city council in 2 years, that this economic development will continue because the council would not be able to say we don't want it to exist. And maybe Mr. Corson can explain that better. But there's a lot of conversation that's gone into this draft policy, and it's gone 2 rounds with us as well.
I think Councillor Martin just told you, Councillor Gesselbrock, you're sand in your mill. Mr. Corson.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm very happy to answer any questions you have. I mean, this is very much a draft document. So we've had, just to refresh councillors who aren't on the Economic Development Task Force, that task force exists for 2 reasons. One is to create an economic development strategy, and the other is to flesh out the agency. And we've been doing both things simultaneously. So while we're working on the economic development strategy, we're also working on the charter. And we had Alan Nielsen help us with this charter. This is a draft. We certainly expect feedback and comment on it, so your comments are very well warranted. We've, like Councillor Martin mentioned, we've gone around, talked about this whole idea of resiliency, accountability, transparency. Those are all really critical. One of the comments that Mr. Rudolph made at, maybe it was our last meeting or the previous meeting, was, as we were talking to our partners in here, we said, this is you're in this for 5 years. If you're coming to the table to partner with us, this is a 5-year commitment for a 5-year plan. And that's what we're really talking about. So we want to make sure we have an organization that can, because it exists really to implement the economic development strategy. So we're going to develop the strategy right now. It takes 5 years to kind of get the momentum going and start showing some results. And we expect our partners to be in there for it, making their financial commitments as well as those other pieces. Your part about whether, we did have a discussion about staff and council being on it, and I don't think that's a closed discussion yet. So we could certainly go back there. I know I've had a few people mention that to me. Some of the members have raised the issue of accountability, especially when the city is as a Class A shareholder, is putting the majority of the money in. And I think you want to make sure that the money is being well spent, and we need to make sure those mechanisms are in place. Mr. Nielsen's laid out a few ideas on how that accountability will take place, but that might be fleshed out as we go along. So the reason we have this today is what we want to do is go back and talk to those shareholders, the Chamber of Commerce, the airport, the Nanaimo Port Authority, Nanaimo First Nation, and VIU, and say, we've got a draft here. We'd like you to come to the table with some resources. I'll be modest, to sit at the table with us and get them and see if they're interested. And if they don't want to participate, then that'll kind of change the whole nature of the organization. So this is really a first step.
Mr. Rudolph.
Your Worship, I attended the very end of the last meeting, and there was a discussion around this, and one of the earlier thoughts was that Council agreed to this in principle and referred out for comment, and then the in principle was removed at the meeting, and instead of making comment, it was decided that maybe Council should just receive it and refer it out for feedback from the stakeholder groups and perhaps others, and then have this more fulsome discussion at that time when that feedback comes back early in the fall. Without necessarily endorsing one thing or the other. And it's not entirely clear if all members of stakeholders are all on board with this model either. I think there's some toing and froing going on, and so the safest route is probably just to seek further input, though you could have a debate. But I think Council will get a more fulsome set of presentations and report back when you do have other feedback from the other stakeholders. So today was just to receive and ask for your permission to send it to those stakeholder groups And some of the comments that you're discussing today, I heard as well around the table about should it be staff, should it be a counselor, should it, you know, this, and it should, you know, so there's a lot of variables attached to that. So this is only really, I think, to get it forwarded out. And if there's a discomfort, though, from a council point of view with the current model that's being talked about, then that's certainly it's your prerogative to talk about that today.
Councillor Gesselbrock again, then I'll go to Councillor Brown.
So yeah, I look forward to that. I think it'd be important to have a more wholesome discussion once there's feedback from the stakeholders. I know when I was reading through the minutes in that, I know that there's a few stakeholders that the draft how it is not something that would be workable, so I'm sure that there'll be some revisions. I do think that question of accountability is a big issue for me, and I think that, you know, if we're funding this and it's meant to support sort of the community's economic development, that I think that there should be some political representation voting on that board, and I think that in terms of resiliency of it, I think that if we didn't have that, the chances of the future council feeling disenfranchised of the direction it's going and then just exploding the whole thing would be greater. So just food for thought. The other thing, I think in the mandate of the agency, you know, the word prosperity is used. I would like to see a more fulsome description of what we mean by prosperity, just so that it's very clear that it covers sort of the economic, social, and environmental benefits of the community. I think that's important to have there. And then the last thing that came to mind is just in terms of the process of the strategic planning of the organization, how much input council will have on that process. So there'll be this initial strategic plan that will start off the agency. Say when that's refreshed in 5 years, will the council of that day have input on that, or will it be a completely separate process that the external agency will be engaging in? Because that's, I think, another consideration that we need to take into account of, like, how much input in community division do we want to have in the strategic plan, and political accountability in terms of being the primary funder of it. I'm curious if you have any response to sort of the strategic planning end of it and the relationship with council on that.
Well, I think the way it's laid out right now, the new board would be elected, and they actually would be the ones tasked with actually setting up and creating that strategic direction. But the whole strategic direction is based on the economic development strategy. So the idea is to stay focused, that these are the lanes you're operating in, and these are the specific tasks that the agency is doing. And we will also have the in-house function as well. Mm-hmm. So the in-house function will be doing these tasks, and everyone's going to be working together. So it's going to be quite specified as to what people are doing. And the way Mr. Nielsen set that up is that there's a review before you get to the end. And we do an honest review of the organization and our goals and see how we've done on it. And if it's not working for folks, for the city or for their shareholders, then we'd make revisions, right? And that feedback would go back to that board, I guess, and say, council would like to see this type of work included in your, if you're going to go to 5 years, you need to do these things. I mean, after 5 years, we'd also be redoing the economic development strategy as well. So that would help define priorities.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Brown and then Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. I will admit I read some things that I wasn't totally comfortable with without having the background information, but I think it was outlined as next steps, so I thought I would come back. But since it's been removed, I'm curious. And I notice now that there's a 15% funding from other partners, and I'm just wondering why that came to be.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So there's been quite a bit of discussion about funding and how it would come about, and Councillor Martman and Councillor Turley may wish to contribute to this too. We were just trying to find a number that we knew that the partners would be comfortable with bringing to the table, and the number in here is a suggestion as base funding. The idea is as we do the strategy, there might be specific projects that benefit one of the shareholders. We'd expect that they will bring additional resources to that. So let's say one of the initiatives would be a logistics and warehousing strategy. we would assume the Port Authority will not just bring their base funding, they will bring additional funding to the table to help fund that initiative. Same with VIU. If there was a specific training initiative that we want to implement, we'd expect that they would bring additional funding to that. So it's the base funding, and I think you'll see how he lays out kind of that covers the HR costs, the office space, keeping the lights on, and some initial funding for kind of the top strategies. Everything else should be coming from partners or other agencies.
And just to follow up, if I may, how was the list of, and how was it determined that those organizations would be the Class B shareholders?
So those are representatives of the task force, and we were trying to find people that are larger players in economic development in the region, in the city, and have the impact. So it's not an exhaustive list. We've had discussions about, well, should we include this organization or another organization? I think we've landed on those 5 at the moment, but if there are other groups that wish to be involved, then they could be added to it. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have some examples of ones you'd like to see?
I just see this as going down the same direction as sort of missing out on some sort of community-based economic development. It seems very corporate-based, not that that's a bad thing, but I think it's missing a huge segment. So it'll be curious to see how this fits with the strategy and sort of what direction it all points in.
So at the moment, this agency is really set up to do, its primary focus will likely be business attraction, which is kind of similar to what MIBI's doing right now. On the internal function, if that's something that council wanted to see more of, that might be an area where you put some focus on. So this is really about kind of the larger investment attraction. Internally, we're working on likely business retention and working within the stuff we can do in the community to improve our community.
Before I go to Councillor Turley, I've got to step out and do a call. Ms. Gurry, I can turn the heavy hand of the office over to Councillor Thorpe, who's acting mayor this week, and he's chairing the meeting for a couple of minutes.
Yes, and he can stay in his spot, Your Worship, just because of COVID.
Good.
All right, Councillor Turley, did you wish to speak again?
I can't hear you. Were you asking me?
Yes. Yeah, so your mic's not going to work, Councillor Thorpe.
Mine's sitting there.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, I'll go ahead anyway, right? So, basically, Mr. Corson answered most of the comments that I was going to make, but I think it's really important to realize that the Prosperity Agency is really defined as more of as Mr. Corson said, an attraction or for lack of a better term, a sales organization. And what we were attempting to do with regard to bringing in partners is to bring in expertise from other agencies within our community. And that certainly is not an exhaustive list. I'm aware of at least 2 of them that probably are not going to be involved because of the financial portion. Well, that's my understanding at the moment. The one thing that we didn't want to necessarily get involved in is opening the door for private companies to be in other words, we don't want necessarily the Walmarts and the Costco's of the world to be necessarily an agent or at least a partner in the proposal without input from City Council. So it was, as Councillor Marman will, I'm sure, confirm, it was a long discussion with regard to this whole issue of who should be the partners and who shouldn't. And my impression is we still haven't got a definitive answer yet.
Thank you, Councillor Turley. I'm not seeing any other speakers. Yes.
Just again, a bit of context. So the general model that was selected so far was a balance of an in-house service and an out-of-house service, so that there's a there's a combo deal that's being proposed here, one of which fashions some services being provided in-house and some of which would be outsourced to this agency. So part of this will be to sort out what is this outside agency doing versus what is inside the city doing. The second part is the composition of this external agency is what's being discussed, and it was part of this last meeting is it, this model has been created which would have some skin in it, fiscal skin, which might be more productive, the members are feeling to, in addition to the city. And I think they're very sensitive and aware of the previous history and the balancing the need for separation, but also accountability. And that's all been, I've detected that thread of conversation at almost every meeting that they've had, being aware of that and sensitive. They're trying to create a bit of independence, but also have the accountability. And that's totally what they're trying to do. And then you can talk about the representation and that type of thing. So again, it's a unique model where there's trying to have some inside city, and even at the last go, there was some discussion. Well, maybe this isn't going to work. Maybe we should have it all inside City Hall. So they were bouncing ideas around. So I think, in fairness, it would be actually to you, it would be helpful to hear what they have to say and have the dedicated time at a meeting like this, where you've got the 1.5 hours, where you can unpack this totally and get your head around it, and with all the information, Mr. Nielsen will be here to present, and maybe by that time, some more information out of the strategy will be available. So the intent was not to create pressure on you today by saying agree in principle. The idea was to just receive it, and if you're okay to even send it out for preliminary comment, then all those issues come back to you, and we'll inform the budget come the end of November.
Councillor Turley has spoken.
Yes, he has.
So Councillor Thorpe and then Councillor Marmon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quickly, I just want to comment that I've seen a couple of different models in play here, and to me, I like the way this is going, and I certainly will vote to receive for information this report. If part of our economic development function is going to be arm's length, I think it's important that it is arm's length. And I think that council, quite frankly, needs to stay out of the way of the experts in business attraction who will be heading up that component of economic development, certainly with accountability through regular reporting to council, and that we can set up to our satisfaction and make sure that it's done. And I guess my other comment is this, that for good or bad, let's not kid ourselves. If a future council wants to undo this work or any other work, basically, that this council does, they'll find a way to do it. So we can set something up and say it's arm's length and it's going to operate in perpetuity, but if another future council doesn't want it there, it won't be there. Thank you.
Councillor Marmon.
Thank you. Unless MPA becomes just outside of City Council altogether, then it could exist. Just wanting to really support this motion and the work that's gone on at the economic development. This is very timely for us because after lengthy discussion, it has to come to council to approve the draft charter. Then once council would approve that, we could go to what could be potential owners of the MPA, the Nanaimo Prosperity Agency, and we couldn't go to them until we knew that council had approved this. So this is all about timing, and it is a draft, and then we will go forward to the potential owners of the new MPA, and then it'll come back again to council. Right? Thank you. So I really hope that council will support this work that's been done so far. Thank you.
Excuse me. No other speakers? All those in favor? Any contrary? Seeing none? Carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Corson. The next is the Health and Housing Task Force meeting.
Yes, Your Worship, Councillor Turley wanted this one brought back to be considered separately. So if somebody could move and second the recommendation, and then Councillor Turley could.
Moved by Councillor Bonner, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. It's now on the floor. Councillor Turley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the reason I wanted to bring it back is based solely on my ignorance. What is a rent bank?
Councillor Bonner is first on the list. We'll let him explain.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This is a project that's being set up around British Columbia, and probably Councillor Hemmons can speak to this as well if she chooses, where you remember we talked when we passed the motion to spend money on security guards in the downtown area, and I said this was reactive spending. This is proactive spending, where we're taking money, and it's basically a bank that allows people to borrow money in order to pay their rent. It's very low key. It's fairly flexible. People are required to sign a document. It is an actual loan and repay it. But it's just a way of, for those people who just may not be able to pay their monthly rent or that month's rent, to be able to borrow money just to get them through the month. So it's basically banks that are set up around the province, and the part that the John Howard Society was picked from a bunch of recipients, or not, was picked from a bunch of applications by the Nanaimo Homeless Coalition, and so the idea here is that in order to get the applications, which is run through, I believe, Citibank in Vancouver, that there has to be, Van City, thank you, there has to be a contribution from a local folks, and that has come to the city to be that contribution, and we're taking it out of the online accommodations tax. I think, did I explain it well?
Yeah, that helps. I have another question, but I'll let Councillor Hemmons go first if she's...
Well, the only thing I would add, Jim, is that we know from our research with Dr. Turner that... Can you hear me, Jim? Oh, that's better. So
now I can.
One of the things I would add is that we know from the data coming in from the integrated needs assessment work with the Health and Housing Task Force that Nanaimo has a much higher proportion of folks who are precariously housed. So like Councillor Bonner said, this is a proactive measure to keep people housed who just need that bridge of funding.
Okay, so if I could ask a further question, so this is basically a province-wide program?
It's province-wide in that I believe it's supported by the province through Van City, but each individual municipality has to set up their own. And we're being sent up as a pilot project here in Nanaimo.
Okay. And so, if I could just further on that, sorry to keep you tied up here, but so if for example, the person who's had challenge paying rent gets a loan, what are the procedures in place to eventually get repaid that loan, or is it more a donation if they can't do it?
I don't have all the details on that. I remember the presentation. The payback rate is relatively high, and so and that's what we're seeing in various other places. It's not 100%, but it's relatively high, and the payments are done over a longer period of time. It's not like 1 month, it could be like 4 or 6 months, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And,
so they can pay back so much a month if they can't afford the whole lot at once.
Yeah, and if I could also add that once a person applies for this, there's a whole bunch of other services that are now open to them. And so they're teamed up with people to help them maintain their housing through various other agencies. So it's part of a larger project.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
I do have a question on that. When I was looking at the report that came from Health and Housing, they did say that we're going to have to look for other ways to find sustainable funding. Has that been addressed yet, or will that be after the year's pilot project?
Councillor Hemmons.
This was the part where I actually had to step out of the meeting, Don, so you're on your own. But my recollection of early conversations was that this was a pilot, we're going to test it. So sustainable funding isn't yet on the table.
That's fine. And just as a follow-up, this again was one that I thought a lot about, but it's something that actually is pretty close to my heart for the simple fact, you know, I'm dealing with somebody right now who has been widowed, who cannot afford her rent because her income has dropped in half. So this would give her that opportunity, even if it's only a month or 2 months, to try and get back on her feet. It's something I've been pushing for because it does stop people that are working hard from becoming homeless, where they do become an issue on the streets. So I did a lot of thinking about it. It's a loan. It's not going to impact taxes because it's coming from our online stuff. So for those reasons, I am going to support it as a pilot project. I think it's really important that we do try and keep people in homes so they don't become homeless and don't fall into despair or turn to alternate ways to cope with stress.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I like the idea of this pilot project as well. Just to be clear for those that are watching, it could be anybody in our city. They would just have to go through the Nanaimo Region John Howard Society to apply?
I would imagine it'd be open to anybody to apply, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure there's criteria, but yes.
Yeah, there'd be an application, but it's open to anybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons, did you wish to speak again? No. That was your, all right. If no further discussion, all those in favor? Contrary? None? Carries? Thank you very much. Now back to agenda planning. Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Worship. So at the end of your agenda is the agenda planning document that lists upcoming future Governance and Priorities Committee meetings, topics that have yet to be scheduled. However, August 31st, we have a regular council meeting scheduled, and we will be doing some work amongst staff this week on forecasting out planning some of those sessions coming for September. And without you all going physically to UBCM, there might be a possibility of splitting up some of those double days that we had scheduled in September. So there's nothing further that I have today other than what's at the back of your agenda. And just know that there'll be some more planning and opportunities for you at the end of the break to look at what days are scheduled and that works for everybody.
Very good, thank you. I think we're at the stage now for a procedural motion to proceed in camera.
Your Worship, if I could have section 92B added to the procedural motion, if council could first move to have that added and then
So
move the
moved, Councillor
procedural motion.
Bonner,
Yeah.
seconded, Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Any contrary? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll need a few minutes to...
Yes, and now if you could actually move the procedural motion that now includes 92B.
Yes, procedural motion now to move in camera. Councillor Bonner, as amended. Councillor Armstrong, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll give you a few minutes to...
Yes, now we'll need to shut down the open.